Once upon a time, in a story far, far away, a young, nameless hero.
And I know it's been a while since I've gone live. I'm actually challenging myself to do a new thing.
Wanted to challenge himself to write a book.
Once upon a time, there was a scarecrow who was alone.
You get to tell your story.
Hit number 100.
Write easy, write consistently, and write now.
He ended up starting a community.
Here to get back into the swing of creative writing things and train as a writer. I've done that before. I always feel like the Tasmanian devil when I submit. Why will a reader make either a time investment, fail? Amen, Jared, to the need for community. That's how I found this channel. I was searching for a community. As the knife plunged towards his chest, Jared realized with grim irony that he'd finally found the perfect plot for his thriller, if only he'd lived long enough to write it.
But he couldn't do it alone.
So mad at all of you.
I feel it too, like my eyes are watering.
Because those readers want to consume content. They are ferociously hungry.
Same type of premise. The only difference is that the market that you're writing to are your fans.
Your character still needs like that GMC, we call it, like goal, motivation, conflict.
How many of you do that, but then go back to the original 25 versions later?
Welcome back, my beautiful Darklings.
Live. Welcome, my friends. Anything today?
Nobody's going to win any. Right. Yes.
And I'm Chat Soul. You guys all know me with the person with a really high word count.
That's all anybody's
for this
ever
month,
know.
I am just known as Eclipse Studios.
And in his darkest hours, he realized this was only the prologue.
Because it's time to write now. Welcome to the Write Now-a-thon. Day 2, the first full day of this crazy 20-hour event with over 60 to 80 different writing events we have scheduled for you guys today. Whether you're looking for networking with other authors, or maybe you want to learn about how to write a blurb, or maybe you're a children's author, or perhaps you're a romance author and you really need to learn about crafting that perfect romance, or perhaps you want to win some free items. Wait, we have free giveaways, or much, much more. So today we have so much planned for you guys. I am so stoked to be able to bring to you the Write Now-a-thon. Welcome to the Write Now community. I'm Kaufman, and as you could see from the video, I have been on this mission for the past 360 plus days to challenge myself and see, was it possible to write every single day for a year? And then starting from that challenge, I was like, okay, maybe if I live stream the process, I can hold myself accountable. And from there, you guys saw the community just grew over time. It has been the greatest honor of my life to be able to meet all these different styles of writers, whether they're writers from fantasy, like what I write in, sci-fi, romance, memoir, children's, poets, screenwriters, graphic novelists, anime. We get all the styles of writers. So it has been such a cool honor this past year. And what better way to celebrate not just the growth of the community, but to celebrate the art of writing. And this is one of the reasons that I wanted the WriteNow-a-thon to be as big as it could possibly be, because I love the writing process. I love the brainstorming, the writing, the editing, the marketing, the author branding, the publishing, which I will eventually get to, and all the other things in between. Because I love it so much, I really want to end and start the year off on the note of writing, because like that's what we care about, right? We want to celebrate the success that we had this year, regardless of what level it was, right? We're going to be showcasing a lot of authors' accomplishments. Don't use it as a compare contrast. Think about, okay, how was my journey this year? And then next year, what am I going to accomplish? What am I going to write? What am I going to get done? How many words will I get? Well, hopefully you'll get more than a couple words done next year as we embark onto really telling our stories. Because 2025, I'm telling you, friends, 2025 is going to be quite the year for writing. We are going to have so many opportunities as writers. The internet has so many possibilities. And if there was a better time to be an author in the digital age, now is the time, because there's so many tools, there's so much access, and people in general, they have a thirst for escapism. They also have a thirst for good writing. And especially with the predominance of AI, of tools, and all the other things out there, that challenges us to be better writers, because people are going to want to read real writers, connect with real authors and real people. So the challenge is up to us, and I know I am more than excited to be able to bring my first solo published book to the world, The Last Scarecrow. So I'll see if I'm able to bring Scarecrow and Crow out next year. I would love to hear from you. How has your writing journey been? What are your writing goals for next year? Are you like super stoked? You're like, hey, you know what? All right, maybe I wrote like a quarter of a book last year, but next year I'm going to write 10 books. I'm going to write a series. We all have different goals, my friends. Welcome to the Right Now community. And that is what I got. So I'm stoked. I'm here with Catitude. I got my my morning caffeine, because that is the way to do it. We will see if Kaufman can survive 10 hours of live streaming. But can I do it by myself? Is it even possible for me to do it by myself? No, it is absolutely not possible, because this event, what I said, 60, 80 plus different types of events over the course of 2 to 3 days, would not be logistically or feasibly possible doing it by myself, which is why I had to ask for help from others in the community. I had to get some other awesome authors, creators to really be able to bring this to life. So without further ado, I would love to present and bring on my fabulous co-hosts, the incredible, the amazing Chat Soul and Miss Penelope Hartley. Welcome, my friends. First off, thank you for joining me. Thank you for helping me out with this. Like, the WriteNow-a-thon is such like a huge, like monumental undertaking. I don't even know what to expect. Like, I hope it's awesome.
Oh, it's going to be awesome.
Mhm.
Oh, it's so going to be awesome. If that intro video is any indication, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be epic. I'm sorry. My favorite part, pin caliber. Pin caliber.
Yes. Well, I would love to chat about that intro video. But before we do, for any new writers who are just joining the community, who are you guys? When you guys give a quick little intro.
So I'm Chat Soul. I was here for the first writing marathon thing we did back in July, and I've kind of just been here since. I'm a fan fiction writer usually, but I work on fantasy, sci-fi, and starting a romance book for this next year. So,
Ooh la la. I'm Penelope Hartley. I'm an academic writer. I have a master's degree in history, and I almost finished my master's degree in creative writing. I have taken a long, weird, twisty, windy, spiritual journey to deciding that I'm actually supposed to be a writer and started writing this year. I, on a very fortuitous day, found Kaufman's stream where he read aloud the expose of my very first book that I'll be publishing in a couple of weeks. But I realized I found a really great community here. And so I'm writing experimental lit, I'm genre fluid and pan literary. And yeah, I kind of do whatevs.
Do all of the above. So I'm so glad. And it's like, if you're at home sitting in front of your screen, please like applaud Chat Soul and Penelope for me, because they have done so much work to help bring this and put this together, which is why in a perfect world, when Kaufman is prepared, he does this. And of course, we had to bring Grandpa Cough out of the closet. I could tell from the comments that people were enjoying that intro video. Oof, man, what were you expecting? And so you guys know, I didn't show this to anybody before we started.
No idea it was going to be that awesome.
Yeah, that was. I wasn't sure what to expect, but that was just the most epic intro I think I've ever seen.
Now, if we can persuade him to start acting out the last Scarecrow, like that should be full costumes. Yes, please. Yeah, we'll see that in 2025, right?
Is that what people are going to want to show up for? I mean, that's last Scarecrow's 300 pages probably. It's like, all right, guys, 30-hour stream, Grandpa Cough reading Last Scarecrow. I was like, we'll see. I mean, I don't even know if my voice would last that long.
Chris is in the audience. Man. He'd like to introduce himself. Fantasy writer with LGBTQ characters and tarot reader for writers. I actually found Kaufman's channel using tarot cards, so I'm right there with you, Chris.
Oh, that is so cool.
I drew the Ace of Pentacles and the Wheel of Fortune, and I knew that I was going to have to keep my eye out for something, and then I found one of your in one of the writing groups. Hey, come check out the Saturday Critique Show. So I did, because the tarot deck doesn't lie.
Well, that was so cool. And I know we definitely have a lot of our guests in the community. I know I saw Anna over here, Rachel, glad to have you guys here, Briana, Lynn. We definitely have a number of our guests here in the stream. So happy to have y'all here. As I kind of go through the chat here, Courtney is like, Kaufman finding that dragon sealed the intro.
That was just awesome.
You guys know that I couldn't do an intro video without at least having a dragon.
Right.
Rachel's like, full cosplay for Scarecrow 2025 Halloween stream coming to a Right Now stream near you.
Oh my god, I want to be Crow.
Oh man, so we have so much planned for today, my friends. So let me pull up my logistics. I'm gonna pull up the schedule real quick. So let's see. So we definitely have a lot. So we have quite a number of events, and I'll pull this schedule up. So for any of you who haven't seen already, this is our schedule for the day. So we have a lot we have a lot going. Whether you are looking for presentations, giveaways, or anything all together, we have it all. We're going to be starting off in just a little bit with our very first presentation with creating a blurb that makes your book irresistible with author Rachel D. Adams. So I am so stoked for that. Like, I know we all need blurb writing. Anybody who's been watching my streams over the past couple months know that I've probably reread the Scarecrow blurb and rewritten it like 100 times. Because we all know if people like your cover enough out of the trillions of options out there, and then they read your blurb and they don't like the blurb, you just lost a potential reader. Like, the blurb has to hook the reader, has to be clear. So I'm very excited to see what Rachel has to share with us. We're going to have so many different types of events. So whether or not you're sticking around with us all day, or you're like, hey, you know what, there's certain events that I really have to show up for. The schedules are available on all social channels. They're also available on the Creative Ghost, the page. Everything's linked down in the description down below. It's available in the Discord. Everything's linked down below. So if you want to copy the schedule, you could screenshot this right here, or go pick it up off socials, and we got a lot. So this is very, very cool. Wanted to go over that schedule with you guys. Now, before we get into our next presentation, so I'm going to let Chat Soul and Penelope, I'll let you guys off screen, off stage, so I can continue on here. I don't want to hold you guys up, but thank you guys for joining me. Just know that my amazing co-hosts are working very diligently off stage to help make this a possibility. Oh man, I thank you so much, my friends. I know you guys will see both of them show up and pop up throughout the stream. Any parting words?
Fun.
No. Yay! Right now, Thon.
Like, let me get some more coffee first.
Yeah, I'm a great writer. Check out my words.
Guys, I write good. I write good words.
Exactly.
They spell reals good. And everybody's like, unsubscribe. All right, my friends, thank you so much for joining me. And we're going to be moving right along into the next event. But before we hop into our presentation, we're actually doing something right at the beginning to build up some surprise. So for those of you who are joining us early, let's see. Bear with me una momento. Oh, all right. The thing freezing up on me. There we go. Perfect. So, all right. So what we're going to be doing, we're starting off with something super exciting. So for those of you who've joined us at the beginning of today's stream, we're actually going to be starting with a free giveaway. So for those of you who are here, we are going to be doing a free giveaway. Now we have so many free giveaways that we are doing throughout the course of the stream. We have so many free giveaways, trust me. So to start off, let me make sure I pull up the logistics on my end. Let's see, and let me pull up the screen. All right. So essentially what we're going to be doing, if you want to participate in the giveaway, all you have to do is you're just going to have to put in the hashtag. We're going to list a hashtag on screen that you're just going to have to type into the chat. All you have to do is type in the hashtag to be entered in the raffle and the drawing for the free giveaway. Perfect. And you're going to have, we'll do Woo, 1 to 2 minutes. Perfect. There we go. So we have that all set. Bear with us as we work out these logistics and getting us ready. So the first one that we're going to be doing is a romance worksheet bundle. So for any of our writers here in the community, anyone who's a romance writer, this is going to be super cool. This is a helpful worksheet to help your romance novel planning organized. This romance worksheet bundle includes a character worksheet, a series worksheet, a romance beats list, and a tropes list. Perfect. And let's start. Let's make sure that we have it started on our end as we work it out. Let's see. All right. And bear with us just a second, guys, as we are getting it. Let's see, as we are getting it, I want to make sure. Perfect. Awesome. All right, so let me throw up this timer on screen. So I'm going to give all y'all a minute to put it in. I'm going to give y'all a minute to put it in. So keep those hashtags coming. So just all you have to do is tap in right now. Right now is all that you have to do. Just type in hashtag right now into the chat to be eligible to win this helpful worksheets bundle. As we are alternating, we got a little timer. All you got to do is type in the hashtag if you want to be eligible to win the hashtag. Perfect. So helpful worksheets to keep your romance novel planning organized. This romance worksheet bundle includes a character worksheet, a series worksheet, a romance beats list, and a tropes list. So all you have to do is type in hashtag right now to be eligible. I was like, any romance writers, this is definitely going to help you out over here. Type in hashtag right now, one word. And we are going to be entering you into the drawing. Hashtag right now. Woof. There we go. And that was it for our romance worksheets bundle. Perfect. So we have that. And all right, here we go. Let's see who's going to win it. And Marta, congratulations. So it looks like you won for the hashtag romance worksheets bundle. Congratulations, my friend. Let's see. And then let me make sure to pull up our winner sheet. All right. And let me pull it up for you guys. And then we are going to be getting into the next form. Perfect. Here we go. So, Marta, as congrats for winning. I was like, here we go. All you have to do is go fill out this form. So I just dropped the form down in the chat. Go fill out the form so that way you can collect your prize and that will be sent your way after the Right Now-a-thon. Congratulations, my friend. Really, really great work. This will definitely help you out with any romance stories you're creating. But if you didn't win, no worries. We got so many free giveaways. So make sure you stick around because we'll have more free giveaways after the next presentation. So stick around, my friends, because now it is time to hop into our first presentation about blurb writing. And let me pull this up on the screen. For those of you who don't know, creating a blurb can be one of the most difficult challenges many authors face, but it doesn't have to be. I provide a simple guide to help authors get out of their own way about blurb writing. Our guest, Rachel D. Adams. So without further ado, I am so happy to bring to the stage author Rachel D. Adams. Welcome, my friend. And let me make sure. There we go. All right. And we are so excited. I know I really want to learn about blurb writing. I'm curious before we hop into it, why blurb writing?
Why blurb writing?
Mm-hmm.
For me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got into it because I had already been doing blurbs on a small scale for advertising for years. And I never thought about it that way until I took a few courses for my own books on blurb writing and realized, oh, this is like making an advertisement that can only go for like 30 seconds. So I have to make sure that everything is within a confined space and that it hooks your readers within a certain that space that they have that they'll actually be looking. And when I thought about it that way, it became a lot easier. I realized I wasn't supposed to be telling them the entire story. So when it
Like,
clicked,
all
it
right.
clicked. And after that, I started helping out friends. And next thing you know, people were like, hey, take my money. Oh,
When
okay.
somebody's like, take my money, you're like, all right, I will not refuse.
Exactly. If I have something to offer, I try to do that.
Well, Rachel, I am so excited. I am going to let you take it away, and I'll throw up, because I know you have an offering, which I will throw up down over in the chat, which is super, super cool. Take it away, and I'll come back and join you in just a little bit.
So I apologize up front for the glasses. They do glare, but otherwise I'd be blind. Let me grab my file. Hopefully it will allow me to do that. Let's see. I'm just processing that. So this is what 3 courses in public speaking get you. Sorry if I'm not as professional as some of the others are. I'm trying to get the blurb presentation up on the screen now. But what Kaufman and friends should be putting into the chat is going to be a workbook that I came up with for everybody that that kind of takes you through how to blurb, or at least how I blurb and how I would suggest for you to blurb. So let's see. I can't get this in the studio, guys. Got any suggestions? There it goes. Okay. It's just slow. How to blurb. Also mentioning that I have a Substack called Aggressively Helpful Writing Advice. I put all kinds of fun stuff in there. So just keep that in mind. Not just blurbing, though I did write an article about kind of a pet peeve situation with blurbing not long ago. So why listen to me? I have experience in advertising. I have been working in advertising behind the scenes since the 90s, off and on throughout my career. And I may not have a degree. I'm one of those hapless folks that tried to get a degree and life hit. So, but I do have the education behind me. I do have enough education to be very confident in what I'm doing, and especially my research. My research and personal experience through testing blurbs, through reading. As you can tell, I'm a book trovert. So, hey, you know, I have read a lot. And just know that you don't actually have to feel you must listen to anyone in particular. Don't just take my word for it. At the back of that workbook that I provided to you, there are tons of resources for you to go and watch or listen to or read about blurbs. At the end, we're going to have a Q&A. So if you put in chat Q in front of your question, that way the moderators can bring it to my attention a lot cleaner. That would be great. And I also have a FAQ back there of about 3 or 4 questions that I can go into, because sometimes when you're in the middle of a live, you can't think of the actual question you want to ask. So just in case, I've got those too. So whenever I do a presentation, I go into what not to do first, because a lot of times people will go into it and think, I'm just going to write down all of the stuff and just do exactly that. And then they come across a problem, or they don't think about oh, maybe this is going too far or something. So this is how I start off. It's not a negative thing. It's just practical. So let's go into the first problem. Being too detailed in a blurb. Being too detailed is like when you're going into the blurb and you're talking about the world, the person's life, the setting, but you're doing too much of that. And you're taking up half the page of your blurb with that, instead of getting to what the person's scars are, why the person is here, what the stakes are. Those are your important things when it comes to a blurb. So always be careful not to go too far into your details, giving away too much. I always use the situation where I watched a movie trailer and I loved the movie trailer. All the jokes and stuff, that was so cool. I thought, oh, if that's just a portion of what's in the movie, this is going to be great. So I go to the movie theater, pay the enormous amount for popcorn and drinks. I'm really looking forward to it. Sit down and I watch the movie and I'm coming out disappointed. Why? Because pretty much all the really good parts were touched on in the trailer. They didn't offer anything more. So don't do that with an actual trailer. Then why would you do that with a blurb? If you're giving away too much on your blurb, and that was one of the problems that I saw with the blurb in the article that I mentioned on aggressively helpful writing advice, was it was like reading an outline. I was reading the outline of everything that was about to happen in that book. Why would I pick up the book? Why would I read the book? I already know what's going to happen, especially at the end, because in this particular case, the person actually let me know everything was going to be okay. And I'm like, okay, for some people that might be okay. That might be good. But when you're writing fantasy or adventure or sci-fi, even some romance, I wouldn't give away too much. And the last one that I see the most often is using opening language instead of getting into the meat of the blurb. What do I mean by opening language? That would be very pretty language, colorful words in your description. I mean, you're trying to hook the reader. You're not trying to prove that you have a wonderful vocabulary. That's not the point. You save that wonderful vocabulary for inside the book. And on the outside, make sure that you are hooking your audience. And just from a practical standpoint, remember that at least here in the United States, the average reading grade level is going to be 6th to 8th grade, maybe for further on through high school. So if you're using all of this wonderful, colorful language, somebody that would normally try your book out may not try your book out because it's just overly verbose on the outside. They don't want to look at the inside. Just a thought. And the next slide. What to think about. Things to consider before even beginning to write possible blurbs. So, genres have expectations. What genre is your work in progress for? You may want to consider looking at comparable novels, especially if you're an indie writer. You also want to remember that things are different between paperback versus hardback blurbs. Just keep that in mind. There are genre expectations. I'm providing you with a basic overall blurb, especially on the worksheet, and especially with what I do. But you may want to also look into your particular genre and do a case-by-case study. Maybe pick 10 books, do your research, start writing down what you see. What is successful when it comes to a blurb. So which POV characters should I introduce is my next question. Should I mention the antagonist? It depends on the book. Depends on how important the antagonist is for your book. Which POV characters should you introduce? Always introduce, in my opinion, introduce your main character or main characters. But be sure that you understand which ones are most important to the plot. Because there are times when, especially in a series, you have characters who are very important to the plot, but you also have main characters. So in that case, you would want to touch on both. And that can get tricky, but I believe it's well worth the time to consider that. Question number 3, will sharing the inciting incident ruin anything or be a spoiler? Why do I ask that? Mainly because the best blurbs that I've seen either touch on the inciting incident or actually mention it straight out. They want to hook the reader. Therefore, they want to pull them in by sharing with them the stakes and the scars that these characters have either felt or they're about to feel. And that does it. As a bonus, I wrote in, is this a blurb that should have a call to action at the end? I believe if you can get away with it, sure. You just, again, and this goes for both sections here, you don't want it to sound like a cheap commercial. Where my series is concerned and Dawn's series is concerned, we were talking about it, and then I came up with the blurb, and at the end of it, I tried several times. Oh, well, if you like this book, try this, or if you like this, try, and it just seemed, it just didn't work very well. So what I did was I said, this is book 2 or book 3 of this series. And then I did a blurb for the actual series. I never told them to go get that book or that any more in that series, because just mentioning it, I feel, is enough. And it doesn't make it sound like a cheap commercial. Same way with using keywords. Yes, use keywords in your blurbs, in your tagline even. But just make sure that they're not obtrusive. Make sure that they don't stand out too much. Because you want people to get into the idea of the tropes that you have, or something that you think is going to help sell your book. If it sounds too much like an advertisement, then it's kind of a turnoff for a lot of people. Write it out. So, time to really sit back and think about everything that's important to your book. That's the free workbook I wanted you to have. I hope you enjoy it. Interview your character using the points that I have written out on that. Or if you come up with other points, make sure that you take the time and really process things from your character's point of view, from your antagonist's point of view, from the world view. That way, even though you wrote it, sometimes we forget to go back and really, really invest in that moment. Also, follow-up Q&A questions to answer after the first sets, even after you've got a first draft blurb. They help refine the blurb. So I provided on that worksheet your first questions for your character interview, and then also follow-up questions that might be important. That way you can get the working blurb going, and then afterward come back and go, okay, well, something needs tweaking here. Okay, so let's go into these other questions and see if any of this would work better for a section of the blurb. Don't be afraid of multiple drafts, guys. It's going to take a bit. Even when I'm working with a client, it's not magic. It's work. So I provide them with their original draft. They tell me what they like, what they dislike. And usually, because I'm not the one that wrote it, they're going to then provide me with, oh, but this character would never do that. Or this character just doesn't seem right for this character. So here's what I think. And then they come back to me with that. Well, I do another draft. I may do 2 drafts and send it to them, 2 possibilities, and see which way they want to go. So even if you're writing blurbs for someone else, you cannot be afraid of doing multiple drafts and going back over it. I remember Kaufman was talking about how many times he's gone back over his blurb. It's okay. We all need to do that because we're trying to refine that blurb. I've done it too. And one good thing about indie authors is that we can go back and change the blurb. Sort of. For the ebooks, it's quite easy. However, I have an artist that's ready to strangle me sometimes because she's like, really? Another blurb? A different style? So you may run into money or problems doing it that way. So be aware of that. But that's the reason I stress, don't be afraid of multiple drafts in the beginning so that you don't have to run into that later. Write it all out, move things around, get feedback from other people. The thesaurus is your friend. Just keep trying. Run it by other people. Have 2 or 3 drafts that you like. And then ask people that actually are used to reading your genre, not friends. Well, they might be friends, but your friends are going to be like, oh, it's fantastic. So you need to make sure that they're the type of friends that are willing to give you feedback. Ask them what they think. Which one's best? Don't be afraid of that. I'm moving my note cards around a little bit because I, in my brain, don't remember everything. Okay, so I'm providing you here with my standard blurb setup. You can adjust it for most genres. And I find that other than moving things around just a tiny bit here and there, this is what I wind up doing for my blurbs. It's simple, straightforward, and I've got no problems with this so far, with this method. Part 1 should be your introductions, whether that be your introduction to the world, your introduction to the main character or characters in this particular novel. It's the introduction. And honestly, it's very important that you make sure that your introduction makes a reader care about the character, even if it's just a paragraph or 2, a paragraph with maybe 2 sentences. Make sure that it makes the reader care to keep going. Part 2 is the inciting incident. Yes. Either mention the inciting incident or mention what comes of the inciting incident. I understand that some people like to save the inciting incident itself as a surprise, but it's so important to at least mention what it does to the character, what it does to cause the plot to move forward. Part 3 is the stakes due to the inciting incident. Always mention the characters, what does it do to your characters? What are they now going to face? What is the struggle? And part 4 is reiterating the conflict and mentioning the worst case scenario. And this part 4 is usually where I start asking questions. What is he going to do? Will they survive? That's putting inside your people's mind. Hey, what's going on? Maybe I want to know. Now, I did put on here, barely got it into the slide. I'm not going to read all of this, but I just wanted to point out that that's exactly what I do. This was actually my blurb, my tagline and blurb for book 1. And I'm going into the introductions of both Jean-Michel and Gabriel. Those are my main characters. Then Jean-Michel's life is a series of dangerous missions. Gabriel's is filled with lonely meetings. And then doppelgangers. There's your inciting incident. And then it goes into reiterating the stakes due to the inciting incident and reiterating the conflict. And then at the end, I have the actual blurb for the series. So simple as that. Don't let it bother you. Don't let it get to you. Bonus, my author note. Kind of messed up that slide a little bit. But my author note only used in digital descriptions and inside of the paperback matter. People like to put down like possible triggers, possible warnings, stuff like that, but just make it very compact because you want your greeters to be grabbed first. I put it only on the digital descriptions, and then I have one page dedicated in my front matter for it. And an elevator pitch, you should be able to take one portion of your blurb and make it into an elevator pitch. Our main character is a dragon shifter hiding as a special operative for the very organization that's out to kill him. That has sold so many copies for me, especially at events, because people don't have a lot of time. They're just coming by your table. Have that ready. Okay. I think I've made it to the Q&A portion. I tried to do the best I could. Like I said, this is me public speaking. I do have some FAQ questions here, but I want to make sure that we cover everybody's questions from chat first, if there are any.
I figured I'd come up and help you real fast, Rachel. We actually got some really great questions for you. We got some really great ones. I saved them for you. So I know starting off with Pat Oni, he asked, can we get the slides after the presentation?
I can make that happen.
Mm-hmm. We were talking about it behind the scenes, and we know we have a lot of guests with slides or with presentations, and maybe we'll try to put something together. But your slide, your PowerPoint was really helpful. Awesome. It was really, really helpful. Awesome. And then John asked, why would a paperback blurb be different than a hardback blurb?
Okay, so it would be the same blurb in a way, but at the same time, you've also got to think about space. Your blurb is going to be going on the inside flap of a book, usually when it comes to hardback, if you're doing the full wrap. And what they usually do on the backside, from what I've seen when it comes to the hardbacks, has been they put their editorial reviews and their reviews on the back of the cover, and then they put the blurb in the side. So it's more of a aesthetic situation than it is a word change. You may have your artist ask you if you could change wording, or if you can shift how many words are in this. Maybe you have a tighter space. So just be aware that might happen when you're handling a blurb, and be willing to change things up a little bit as necessary.
I totally wouldn't have even thought about that. I would have been like, all right, same thing, just throw it in there. People will read, but it makes sense. It really makes sense.
I have had to adjust mine a little bit because of the spacing.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. And then it looks like Courtney asked, if you write romance, should you have the blurb question if they get together, if you also say HEA?
I would, if you're writing romance, it's usually kind of a given that there is going to be a happily ever after. I would say something, and what I've done before is say something to the effect of, will they get together? Or how will they get together? What obstacles will they have to overcome to get together? Things like that, so that you're not completely giving it away, but at the same time, it's kind of understood by the genre that they're going to get together. Focus on your obstacles, focus on the scars, focus on what they have to overcome to get to that point.
Awesome. And let's see, it looks like Lynn asked, what is your opinion on the trend of doing blurbs in first person, found in a lot of indie romance?
It is a genre situation, honestly. And especially if you are writing in first person, it really brings the audience in to also read the blurb in first person. It's a challenge for me because even though I'm in urban fantasy and paranormal romance, I write in third. So when I'm writing a blurb in first person, I'm like, whew, let me really get my mind into it here. But yeah, it's really up to you. You are the writer and you are the one that is going to make the final decision. But my advice would be, if you're writing in first person, go for it. And if you have wanted to do first person blurb and that's what's normal in your genre, go for it. It's you can broadcast the same amount of information and the same information whether you use one point of view or the other.
It's very good to know. I know, what was that? I want to say about 70, I think like 70% of novels that come out tend to be third person, and then 30% is first, maybe a little give or take. Let's see. And then it looks like chat still had a great question. Does all romance have to have a happy ending?
I don't think so, but I have been told that is the genre expectation for romance. I'm going to quote that because I don't necessarily write romance specifically, but that being a part of the several of the romance author, the big writing groups, yes, what or if it's a dark romance or something like that, there's the expectation that there will be at least a couple or a group that is romantically involved at the end of it. So, you know, that's just the genre. I in my series, there are lots of ups and downs. So one book may end with them completely angry with each other. Nothing's going to fix this. The next book they may make up. You know, it's things like that. Work with it how your characters tell you to work with it.
Yeah, I was like, I don't really write romance, but I'm asking myself, like, when I've read romance books, I think I personally want like the tragic romance ending, because I think for me, I want the obstacles in the plot. But I'm not a romance reader. I think we can tell from the chat. Not all romances have happy endings. Chad, if you're marketing to romance readers, they expect it and will get frustrated if it doesn't.
Exactly. That's what you're playing with. It's like you may have a wonderful book and it's going to have an amazing ending, but if you are marketing it to that specific genre of people, that's their expectations. I like that people are going against trends, though. I really do. I like that, but just know that you're taking a chance as an indie.
Yeah, and I mean, I think trends obviously become trends for a reason, right? Trends become popular because a lot of people like them. It's just, and then they get burnt out because then we see trends too often, and then that's when they become what's that cliche? Once trends have gone too long, then it's become cliche, and then
it's
it becomes
the Hallmark.
Then somebody reuses it in 20 years.
Yeah, it's the Hallmark situation. I was telling people the other day, it's like, I am no longer invited to watch Hallmark with friends or anything like that because I become a Mystery Science Theater person and they get annoyed with me.
So I think those were some absolutely really, really great questions, Rachel. I feel like I learned a little bit, especially like HEA. Like there were a couple of terms that I didn't think about for blurb writing. I know that it made me think of like 20 other questions. I'm like, oh man, because I'm like, I feel pressure when I'm writing Scarecrow with the blurb because I'm like, it has to be perfect. If every word isn't perfect, then somebody might read it and I might miss that opportunity.
Yeah, and you can't, and you're never going to be pleasing everybody. I mean, just try to do the absolute best you can. And when it comes to things like HEA and stuff, just to be sure, and I'm pretty sure that I don't have to say this, but just in case, make sure that it's better to, if you're going to put that part in the blurb, to make it fully stand out, make it flow. Don't just put HEA. I would put how will they get to their happily ever after, something like that, so that it's not commercial type writing, you know.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I mean, I think at the end of the day, similar to what you were saying earlier, Rachel, is just reader expectations, right? The better you know your readers and the better you know genre expectations, then the more that you can really craft the blurb to match those
Time to do
expectations.
the research. Definitely
Exactly.
do the research. Like even for the article that I did, I went to the bookstore because I was questioning myself for part of that article. So I went to the bookstore and I just started grabbing books left and right. Okay, let me see what people are doing.
I do the same thing. Anytime I go into a bookstore now, like this past year, I stop, whether in Walmart, Target, airport, like wherever, I stop. And my friend's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm looking at the cover art. How will mine match against it? And then I'm like, I like that one. Does the blurb catch me? And I find myself doing that all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Well, I can tell that a lot of our community definitely got an exponential amount of value out of this, Rachel. We could totally like talk about blurbs for hours.
Okay, and what I'll do is I will set the thing up, and I'll give you a link for you guys to share somewhere.
Okay, perfect. So then we can share that workshop, or then we can share that slideshow, because I know a lot of I can tell a lot of the writers here got a lot of value. But if writers want to like know more about you or like find out about you, is there anything that you're advertising right now?
For this, I am mainly found on racheldadams.com.
Okay, and dropping it in the chat.
As a matter of fact, you can go there and then if you go over to author resources, that page is just full of stuff from different people, including me. And that's actually where I will also on my store that has all of my author resources on it. I'll make sure that I put the presentation there for you.
I can tell here. So if you go over to Rachel's website, go over to author resources, and I can tell there's definitely a lot of resources here. Rachel definitely knows what she's talking about. So highly, highly recommend.
Thank you.
Awesome. Rachel, I really appreciate you joining us today.
It's been a pleasure.
I always love working with you, having you on the stream. I feel like every single time I see what you're doing, you're in like 10 different communities doing like all the different things. And I'm like, how does Rachel like know everybody?
I made it a commitment to help other authors out. And so I wanted to make sure that if there's a community out there, I try to say, hey, and help out with them. And I get to know them, especially on AuthorTube. Just hop into the chats and start getting to know people more. And you never know what you'll find. You have such a supportive community here and then in other AuthorTube areas.
Yeah, I feel like just in this past year, just starting to get to know more and more AuthorTubers. AuthorTube is interesting because Instagram's a institute, whatever you want to call it, book, and then TikTok, Book Talk. Those communities are a little more, they're prevalent and they're predominant, right? People know TikTok, Book Talk is a thing. People know Instagram is for authors, but AuthorTube is a little bit more like hidden. Yes. If you go search for AuthorTubers, they don't rank at the top next to the Mr. Beasts of the world, or the top end. But a lot of AuthorTubers tend to have very like niche, like dedicated communities. It's really interesting.
Yes, it's been fabulous because so many people are trying to help each other, and they'll try out products and they'll be like, hey, let me suggest this. Or if you're in chat and you say, oh, I'm having a problem with this part. And then the next thing you know, you've got 10 people going, hey, I know what you could do about that. And they'll provide you with all kinds of suggestions. And the next thing you know, you've kind of sprung your own community too.
Well, Rachel, it's been absolutely phenomenal. I'm sure for those in the community, you'll see Rachel again. Like, Rachel is always awesome to have here on the stream. I'm going to let you get going so we can go on to the next event. But Rachel, you've been awesome.
Thank you for having me. Y'all have fun. I'll be in the chats here and there.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Rachel. Take care. All right. So that was a very, very awesome first event. I know I really, really enjoyed that. And now I feel like I just want to go and work on Last Scarecrow blurb right now. I'm like, all right, guys, Coppin's going to be back in an hour. He has to go rewrite the Last Scarecrow blurb and make sure that it's informative and that it captures readers' attention. Or maybe instead of last scarecrow, we might do something else instead. Let's see, what did we have next? What was scheduled next after that? Oh wait, we have a free giveaway. It's time for another free giveaway. So for those of you who want to give away, who want to win this next free item, it's a book launch consultation with Jackie Garcia. So this is a free 30-minute book launch, which we are going to be giving away right now. Do you want to enter? Let me start the timer and get it going. So with the timer on the clock, you'll have 2 minutes to type in that hashtag. So starting and right now. So got the timer going. For those of you, if you want to enter to win this free book launch consultation, type in hashtag book launch into the chat, and you'll be entered to win this free book launch consultation with Jackie Garcia from the Storyteller Pod. Now, Jackie is very, very, very knowledgeable. She has a lot of experience, and I know that you are definitely going to benefit from it. Are you ready to give your book the best start? Claim your free 30-minute book launch consultation to determine the groundwork for a tailored pre-publication marketing strategy that puts your title on the path to success. And let me tell you guys, for anybody who's maybe you're in the rough draft, maybe you're still in the early stage of it, talking with anybody and then talking with an expert about how to do your book launch successfully can logistically probably double your sales if you really go about it the right way. There are so many different ways. There's so many different strategies to do a book launch. So definitely make sure that you sign up for, or that you enter for the chance to win. So make sure to enter hashtag book launch to win this. And let's see what we got on the timer. All right. So we totally got it here. So enter the hashtag book launch. Enter to win hashtag book launch if you want to enter the raffle. You got 20 seconds to win this free consultation, and I don't think there's an expiration on this. So maybe what we'll do is we'll set you up with Jackie after the WriteNow-a-thon so you guys can get that book launch scheduled, and this is going to be awesome. So awesome to win the free book launch. Type in hashtag book launch into the chat. All right, and that is it. So all of you have entered for the book launch, and let's see who wins. And to enter, it looks like the winner is Megan. Megan, congratulations. Megan, you won the 30-minute book launch for our free giveaway. And let me go pull it up. Perfect. So Megan, congratulations on winning it. What you're going to do is you'll be able to get that book launch consultation scheduled after the WriteNow-a-thon. Go to this link. I just dropped it down in the chat, the giveaway winner form. Make sure to fill out the giveaway winner form. Go fill it out, because that's going to help you. That'll give us the information, so that way we can make sure to get you over to Jackie to get that scheduled. So Megan, congratulations again on winning. I was like, in a perfect world. There we go. All right. Awesome. Congratulations again on winning, my friend. That was an awesome one. I was so stoked that we had so many free giveaways to offer you guys. And there's a lot of really, really cool giveaways coming your way. And you're like, but what if you didn't win? Well, you're in luck, because you're just going to want to stick around, because we will have another free giveaway coming again soon. But I think it's time for another presentation. I think it's time for another presentation. I feel it on the horizon. So let me prep and let me set up our next guest here. So we're going to be introducing Miss Natalie Locke on shortening the life of a blank page. It's tips to practice so that each time you sit down, you are able to start typing sooner. this is going to be really helpful. Have you ever thought about the number of times that you've probably sat down and you're like, I'm ready to write. You feel like you're ready to write, and then just nothing comes to you. I hate that. That is the worst feeling ever. So I am very excited to see what Natalie's got for us. And without further ado, let me bring to the stage Miss Natalie Locke. Welcome, welcome, my friend.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I really appreciate that you came back. For those of you who don't know, Natalie joined us in our October holiday writing event with the fiction contest. So I'm very happy to have you back, Natalie.
Yeah, and I participated in the website evaluation, which I still need to edit.
That's right. That's right. I remember that. James was incredible with the website evaluation. That's very, very cool. So Natalie, I'm very excited to see what you got for us today. I'll let you intro yourself, do your workshop, and get into it. What we'll do is we'll moderate the comments in the chat, and you just holler if you need me.
All right. Luckily, I got it set up so that I can see the chat while I'm going.
Beautiful. And it looks like we have this here. Excellent. Yep. Perfect.
I did have it switched so that I could actually be looking at the camera while I was going over this. But then every single email, junk mail, whether I want it or not, would pop up in the right-hand corner. I was like, we need to change the screen. I'm not going to blast.
Oh, man, me and my 20 tabs over here.
That I get.
All right, Natalie, whenever you're ready, and good luck.
I am Natalie Locke. I am co-author of 1,000 Words to Get Started and 1,000 Words to Ignite Romance. This came out November 26th. This is coming out January 7th. These are writing prompt books with stickers in the back of 1,000 words that you can use to put in the prompt book. And the reason I prompt this by talking about that is because I've written close to 300 flashes. And I can tell you with flash fiction, which is 1,000 words or less, I've exercised my brain to the point where I don't freeze anymore. It sounds like a weird brag, like a unicorn and such, but I don't. I might sit there and toy with an idea, but there's never a moment where I'm like, I just don't want to deal with it and I walk away or whatever. I am able to take prompts, words, create my own thing, and make it work. And I'm going to share how I've been able to do that. Of course, practice is going to be on that list. So, shortening the life of the blank page. I just wanted to let y'all know why I'm qualified to cover it. I want to make sure that I'm clicking. Okay. So first, imagination is a muscle. I mean, like, the more you use it, the quicker it's going to be. You're going to be able to go through it. So go through practice writing, whether it's writing flashes or just writing consistently, just always this situation of what am I going to write about? Kind of asking that question. But it starts way before you sit down. Some of my best writing for me is at night when I've had all day to think about what am I going to write about. And then as well as in any situation, I always have this, like, I'm watching a movie or whatever, and I'm like, well, what if the character did this instead? How would that change? And I let my mind go down a rabbit hole. So rabbit holes, totally acceptable during the brainstorming and such, but don't just think of brainstorming for your own story. Just think any story, and that's going to exercise the imagination and give you a chance to execute what you want to put on a page. Like, if you're exploring other options, the more options you explore, the more synapses are going to fire, more paths are going to be created, and then you'll be able to create it faster when it comes to your own story. All right. Creation's messy. This is one of the reasons a lot of people freeze, is they think it's got to be perfect. No. Just use placeholders. If you can't think of the right word, if you can't think of the the perfect wording, or you got an entire scene where you're like, something's going to happen that's going to lead them to here. Put a placeholder, something in brackets that slightly explains what the hell is supposed to happen, and then move on. Because the whole point of creation is for it to be created. Once it's created, don't worry. It's like wood filler. You can go back over those placeholders and like make it match the grain of the story, okay? And truly the best thing you can do for yourself is that, and I did this even in my own story, I wrote a 72,000 word manuscript. It's not great because it was my first one, but I wrote that in 28 days. And it's because I allowed myself, I kind of had a rough, like for the next 5 chapters, what was going to happen situation in my head. And I was on chapter like 12 or something, and I kept on thinking about chapter 16. Finally, I gave myself permission to go write chapter 16. And once I got that out, I was able to come back to chapter 12 and make my way to 16 to have everything happen. Because once that, what's active in your mind, once it is out, that's going to free up space for more things. And you'll be good. Now, there's 2 types of blank page. There's the new page, new story, and then there's the next page where you're in the middle of a book and you're trying to figure out what's going to happen next. Oh, it's going to be a click thing. Cool. Oop, sorry, my mouse disappeared on me. There we go. All right. So at the beginning of my prompt book that I co-wrote with Chandra Author, we have what the next 2 things that I'm going to summarize for you, which is new page prompts, pick 3, and then new page prompts for characters. And I'm going to explain them here so you get a little bit of the guide into what the book helps you with. So pick 3. This is going to help spark something for you. And it is take a negative of can't, won't, shouldn't, couldn't, shan't, shalt. I don't know. Pick all your negative words. And then pick a noun. Keys, him, her, love, actually love's a verb. Well, it depends. It could be a term of endearment. Cure, book, what have you. And then a verb. Kill, marry, kiss. If you're going with that old adage. Make, love, find, any of those. And then just kind of like the Hallmark movie generator, just spin the wheels and see where they match up, because can't find the keys carries differently than shouldn't find the keys. Why shouldn't? And then that lets your mind just go from there. But yeah, you got multiple options when it comes to the picks. Sorry, I'm double checking my time because for some reason my clock is not appearing on my screen. All right. That's the pick 3 option. And it's just letting yourself explore. So treat it like Mad Libs, where you're just grabbing nouns, verbs, and then throwing it in with couldn't, shouldn't, won't, can't, all those. I thought I could click, but it's just not going to let me. I clicked down when I should have been clicking right. All right. So now we got the new page prompts regarding characters. This is kind of getting to know your characters. So like the last presentation where I was talking about interviewing your characters, this is part of the interview process. You're going to find out what are their abilities. Or do they have any skills, magic? Are they lacking certain skills, or are they just untapped? Do they excel at something? Is something really natural for them? Relationships. What is affecting them right now? Is it current relationships, a past relationship they're hung up on, or a future relationship they're hopeful of? Or is someone's relationship to them affecting this person? Maybe they have a stalker. Hopefully not, but it happens in the books. Hopefully only. And any of those relationships. The appearance, do they blend into a crowd? Do they stand out? Is there something where everyone tells them, you have such beautiful nose or something? Like, what about them stands out, if they have anything? Or are they just, they're there. They're like middle of the road. What's their age? And what's their maturity level? Two different things. And how does that affect their interactions with people? Do they change their interactions, kind of tying back to relationships with different people? What goals do they have? Did they fail at a goal and it's kind of hanging over their head? Are they working towards a goal? Personality traits. Are they a workaholic? Never finish what they start? Or are they a perfectionist? Are they quiet? Are they extroverted? And I know it feels weird to put these labels on your character because we want multifaceted, multi-layered, like in-depth characters. But the thing is, there's also still a label that we kind of like that as a society. Like, for example, we kind of go cliche with it, but we got the comedic relief sidekick. We got the sometimes it can be an unreliable narrator, could be that quirk. It could be the main character having the chosen one complex, but they don't think they're good. And maybe that part of their transformation is being strong in their own mind and comfortable in their own skin. We got the super smart people that are book smarts, but they're not great on the, what's the word? On, such as me right now, not great on the street smarts. Those, the labels may feel wrong, but it's a starting point. You can add more depth after that. So, and if you're ever still questioning, just think, what makes you you? Like me, I'm a little scatterbrained. That would be my label, and then I would just build off that if I was putting myself in the story. And if, honestly, that's what I love about flash fiction, is that if you can treat it like a diary and just put yourself in the story, which we usually don't recommend, but it's a starting off point for you. And it's a way to practice your writing. And then from there, you can branch out and maybe pull a little bit further away from yourself. So, okay. So we covered new page prompts. Let's cover next page prompts. Next page, this is, you're already in the middle of the story. It's not a flash because it's way more than 1,000 words, and you're stuck. And there's two types of stuck. There is, you know where you're going, you just don't know how to get there. And then there's you're lost. So let's cover, you know where you're going. Maybe there is a part that you know what will happen. And if that's in the future, go ahead and write it. Even if it's like many pages, chapters ahead, just go ahead and write it. And then start analyzing, okay, where are my characters, or what's the plot here? And then what's the plot there? And then start picking apart what has to change between those things. Is it a location change? Okay, how are they traveling between these? Does the relationship change? Were they enemies and now they're friends, or tolerate each other to get through it? Or maybe someone died, or maybe they were friends and then they had a falling out. What triggered that? And that can go back into the new page prompts of negative, like, can't be his friend. Okay, why? And start exploring that. Skills. Do they need to learn skills to get to the next point? Any ideas of their self change? Were they chosen one and now they finally go, okay, yeah, I am, and they believe it too? Or did they realize one of the things about themselves is that they try to fix everything and not everything's fixable, and kind of accepting that there's some things that they just can't have control over. Like, what ideas of self do they have? Do they need to get an item? Do they need to get a special book before getting it? Well, how are they going to get it? Is it a very complex maze that they have to go through, riddles or anything to get that book? Anything else that they don't have in point A, but they need in point B or point H, depending on how far in the future you get. Those are the things, and you can put it in a list format like I have here, just a list. And once you list of like, okay, we're changing location, this friendship needs to fizzle out or go through a fight or something like that, then you can go in deeper. And if it's a friendship that's fizzling out, well, what about the characters? What is something that annoyed them about each other? We got a perfectionist with someone who just likes to get started on a project and move on. Like, they're butting heads because the perfectionist feels left alone, and the person who it just gets the project started and moves on, they are looking at the perfectionist like, dude, give it up. Like, it's good. Let's just go. You know, so why are they butting heads? Those type of things. And that's where those labels help out in a situation. And don't worry, you can give the characters more depth in other conversations. But in that particular fight, they're one-dimensional. But that is when you know where you're going. Now, when you don't know where you're going, you got no clue. You got to look at your foundation. You probably have something, all right? Because this is a next page prompt. We're not at a new page. So you have something. You have characters. You have, maybe you've built the world, the magic system, the relationships, the society rules. Like, I mean, one of the things that I love, I'm a big fan of vampire lore, and it's because everyone has a different idea of how their society is built. Yeah, there's different rules of how they die and what lets you know that they're a vampire, but the society of whether there's a hierarchy. I mean, if you take the True Blood series against the Anne Rice series, they have this most hierarchy in both of them, but it's a totally different process of the hierarchy. Kind of those things in those worlds being built. When you have that, look at your foundation. If you already have the characters, then you might want to take the something more in-depth character development from the new page prompt to figure out what's going on with your characters. Here's an example that I used for the character prompt in the book. Said, oh, sorry, did not mean to bump that. Okay, for example, a compulsive gambler donates winnings to the poor, but doesn't have money to keep donating. The donations are the only thing keeping the shelter open. The gambler cares because their estranged mother was homeless when they were younger before she passed. So we got a character trait of a gambler. We got their past, their relationship with their mother is being pulled in here. And this is something that I just spat out. Looking down the line of abilities, recurring flashes, or total memory loss was something I added in here. Like, it's just something that came to my mind as I was going down the line of what would be this person's thing. Distinguished personality trait. They're kind, but they're also a gambler, and it's almost like their donations are justifying their addiction. So that's the other thing. Another one, this is from 1000 Words to Ignite Romance, which isn't out yet. But for that one, we changed the character tips, and I came up with this. A real estate agent meets new people every day and is always ready to network. They meet a full-time surfer who is a go-with-the-flow person. The surfer helps the real estate agent to step away from work and relax while the agent helps the surfer set roots somewhere and finally stops running from commitment. The real estate agent recognizes, although tomorrow isn't promised, it doesn't mean every relationship milestone must be hit today. So you can see how the elements of the abilities, the personality traits, I didn't pull an appearance and such, but we have key things here that are pulled off that character list. All right, now for the next one. If you're still lost, think of the reader. Think of what feeling you want them to have after reading your story. So that 72,000 manuscript that I wrote, the ending of that is more of, I want the reader to have this mindset of, can they forgive someone knowing that they did something horrible, no matter how many good things you read about this person? So it's more of a reflection on the reader. And that became my guiding writing for that manuscript. I still got to work on it. I got a lot of feedback on it. But that's what I mean by think of the reader. What emotions do you want them to have? How do you want them to feel about certain characters? And you can develop from there. All right. And then, as always, there is a list of the types of conflict that every story has. And this can help guide you of what could happen next. And that is the character versus character, character versus self, that whole accepting that you're the chosen one, character versus society. Are they upending an injustice? Character versus nature. I'm sure it exists. I just can't think of something right now. Character versus technology. I mean, come on, like any movie where Terminator, practically. Character versus supernatural, character versus fate, which is also kind of a little bit of character versus something. Either way, these are your conflicts. And once you're able to label it, I think you'll be able to develop your story from there. It's just giving yourself a chance to explore all options and then choose. Now, there might be some troubleshooting. And if there is, such as apparently my arrows don't work, if there is, we got solutions for that. Let's say the good idea fairy was way too generous for you. Write all stories, whether you're torn between two, write both. But just write them. Write them, explore them. If you got too many ideas, explore them. And then what's kind of cool is if this ends up being published work, save the stories that didn't get in the book, and it can become bonus content in like your newsletter or something. So, yes, petition the good idea fairy. Usually in my line of work, when we say good idea fairy, we mean someone higher up pretending like that they have a good idea and then we are suffering for it. But in this case, I mean it in a good way. It's a good idea fairy of somebody actually giving you ideas to execute versus someone giving you ideas for more work. Actually, that just said the same thing in writing, but you get my drift. So either way, write all options. If you can't choose which one to write, you're writing all of them. Or maybe you chose your favorite. Now you wrote it, but you can't choose which one to go with. Which one is the story, is the path. And there's a few things. One, artistic license. I mean, which one do you want your name associated with? All right. Okay, I'm still good on time. Which one do you want your name associated with? Also, there is some psychology behind just flipping a coin or having a bracket challenge or whatever, because when a choice seems definitive, your true intention shows. I'm sure this has happened to many people, maybe trying to choose between two things of food or desserts or something like that, and you flip a coin. By the way, I am a mom. This is one. The other one's in another state right now visiting friends, but I have 2 kids, and yeah, they're part of the reason why my sleep is interrupted, along with writing and my full-time job. But back to this. Squirrel moments happened a lot in this house. All right, but when a choice is definitive, all of a sudden your real desire will pop out, and maybe that will help you choose. If not, ask a friend. Ask trusted beta readers and everything. I like to get people who are not like, everything you write is great. No, I want someone who's going to tear me apart a little bit. Yes, sweetie.
Where was your friends?
My friends are backstage. It's just me on screen. I swear I have friends, I promise you.
Can I come over?
No. Let me finish up, okay?
Okay.
All right. He really wants to play with his friends too. All right. So, Back to this. Sorry, reading the comments. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta choose and everything. And once you choose, it will unfold from there. You can hang out right there. I'm busy. Hold on, buddy. Okay? Stop. Please give me 2 minutes. No, not 2 minutes. Sorry, I'm giving you unrealistic time expectations. Give me 20 minutes. Okay? Or go ask your father. All right. So let's say you're staring at the screen and you got blankety blank blank is what's happening. At this point, this is when I fully support stepping away from a project. And it doesn't mean stepping away from writing. You're going to write something else. And then you can come back. Sometimes just writing something and please turn that off, and just getting the ball rolling is going to help spark that. No, please turn that off. Then the last thing is that, let's say you're going throughout the day, like I talked about earlier, where I would think about a story all day and then write at night. Don't trust your memory. All right. If you're thinking about stuff, just always have something handy. I usually will plug it in on my phone. I have a dissertation idea. I don't know if I'm ever going to get a doctorate of anything, but I got a dissertation idea on my phone because I thought it was so good and I wanted to hold on to it. All right. My daughter gave me an idea the other day about a story, and I made sure to write it down because I didn't want to forget it. Just don't trust yourself. Now, that's not to say you're going to sit here and type out a novel in the notes section of your phone. No. Just get the gist down enough to spark your memory. And speaking of writing down, the last thing that I want to say is, when you're done writing, whether for the day, I'm not saying done with the story or whatever, when you're done writing, if you already have an idea of where the story's going to go, put a little blurb at the bottom and write what's going to happen next. Just a quick, like, all right, they're going to go to this place, or their first kiss is going to finally happen. Whatever the case may be, put a little blurb. Because, and if anybody plays role-playing games out there, you know this. Let's say it's been a while since you've touched the game and you're picking up at your last save point and you're just sitting there in this open world fantasy and you're going, shoot, what have I done and what do I have left to do? And you can't figure it out. That blurb is your little, here's your quest reminder. Okay. So be nice to your future self. Put a quest, I guess that is what I would call it, right at the end. All right. So I think that was my last slide. I gotta find my mouse. Yeah, that was the last slide. All right. Now I'm ready for questions. I am answering questions. I got 10 minutes for questions. So we have, I saw that we got starred. No.
Coming back on to joining Natalie. So awesome. I saw that was actually really, really helpful, because I know there's so many times where I'm just like, there's definitely been a lot of times where I sit down, especially for a stream, and there's been moments in Scarecrow where I just don't know what to write.
Every time. I'm trying to fix my screen.
Your screen looks like it's fun.
Yeah.
I can tell your family who really wants to help you out. Does he help with the writing motivation?
I will say so I've written 3 manuscripts outside of the 300 flashes, but I will say I noticed with my last manuscript that was like, it's a novella for like 33,000 words or whatever, but I've inversed the ages, but I pretty much put the ages of my own kids in the story.
Like that works.
Yeah, and so I put, and I said inverse the ages, but I gender flipped because I have a girl and a boy, and so I made the boy the older one and the girl the younger one. But I kind of still kept a little bit. So there was a little bit of inspiration there, especially when it came to being sassy. Yeah.
Which I think was definitely very, very helpful. And
Right.
definitely to the community, if you have any questions for Natalie about maybe if you're like dealing with writer's block or just like trying to really figure out what to actually write or sitting down, drop them down in the comments and I'll throw them up on the screen. I know, let's see. I know Lynn asked, post the links for the pre-order in the Discord. I want those. So definitely make sure to give me the pre-order links because we definitely want to get that to the community. I know. Yeah, very, very important.
Yeah. I will definitely post that. So this is pre-order and this is already out.
Okay, perfect. So the romance one is out. Oh no, wait. The 1,000 words to get started is out already.
Yes.
And then the romance version is coming out.
And this is January 7th.
January 7th. Man, that's like with a month to spare for Valentine's Day. What perfect timing.
Which was the marketing reason. So,
I knew it. I was like, I knew it.
Also, here's what's even funnier is that the number of days between November 26th and January 7th is 42 days. And I was like, well, if you need any other sign from the universe.
You need more than 42 days to write a 1,000 word story. Oh, man, I absolutely love that. I know it looks like Penelope had a pretty good question. Penelope was like, Natalie, how useful do you find it to write more than one story? Is that a bad idea for getting anything done or a good idea for staying on a writing schedule?
I love my flash fictions and writing more than one story. Now I will say when it comes to the manuscripts, I tend to neglect my flashes a little bit and I focus on the manuscript, but that's because that's where my brain is at and it's me mind dumping everything to free up more room. But with my flashes, I love getting a new prompt all the time and just exploring what could happen. And so my friend Chandra Author and I, we have a monthly flash fiction stream. And we alternate between our channels. The next one will be on my channel. It's always on a Sunday. Yeah. So usually the first Sunday of the month. And we will live edit one of our previous flashes. And we will do a live draft as well. And then do exactly what you shouldn't do, which is publicly display a first draft. But
no publicly displaying a first draft. Well, I mean, okay, the only thing I would ask about that is what if people are like trying to get help or get practice, get like feedback for it?
It's absolutely in those flashes, like if you write with us and share with us in the chat what you wrote, we'll give you feedback. Or if you email us or DM us on Instagram, whatever.
Awesome.
We have permission to live edit, we'll give feedback. We give feedback to each other as we let chat chime in and go, yeah, I don't really like that line, or I love this line, and those are two things when it comes to editing, because my entire presentation was about drafting, but when it comes to editing, you have to be nice to yourself. Look at it as, look how far I've grown, not look how bad I was. It's how far you've grown, and there's two things you need to think about. One is you've gotten better, which is why you're able to catch these mistakes. But then two, now is the time to make it all go into the grain and stuff. Like you served its purpose. And I say find something you like about your story. You can find one thing, and I would say if it's a favorite line, a favorite just setup, find something that you like, and if you get into that habit, you'll be nicer to yourself when it comes to editing.
Ooh, excellent. I absolutely love that. And we all know, right, me as an editor, that's great advice. So Courtney had a great question. Do you have suggestions for when you have a blanky blank on rewriting during editing? Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. So, let's say you got a placeholder and you're like something, and that's your blank. Something's happening here. Don't know what and everything. That is one of the ones where what you do know, finish those up. All right. Because you can go back to it. It's saved. It's not going anywhere. And like I said, I'm fine with walking away when you got something other writing to do. But when you're walking around doing dishes, driving or something, let your mind wander. Like, and everything. I mean, still, yes, if your both hands are on the wheel, you know, pay attention to the road too. But explore what ifs. Look at the conflicts. What is happening? What needs to happen to pull these 2 points connect a thread between them. But I would say definitely looking at those, looking at your foundation and looking at what elements have to change between the 2 points if you have a blank in the middle of while you're editing.
That totally is great advice.
Brainstorming with friends. I will say there's been times that I've called my friend Chandra and I'm like, dude, this is what's happening. This is where I'm going. I'm lost.
And here I am. I just turn to the wall and talk to my imaginary character and hope that gives me inspiration.
Yeah. I use her brain. I tell her, I'm like, dude, I need your brain for a second. She goes, well, it's kind of mush. I'm like, -2. It's fine. And we kind of start having a trusted friend, writing friend, you know, who's not looking for co-authorship or anything when it just comes to your work. Just trying to make it a little bit better is great. I've even had great insight. I'll call him out, but Pat, I know he was in chat. He's given me lots of feedback on one of my manuscripts, and it has been fabulous. The points he's brought in, just this like
it really has been.
Hey, did you consider this and stuff?
Well, Natalie, I want to say thank you so much for joining us and sharing with that presentation. I know you were chatting up your books already. Is that like the main thing that you're really trying to sell now? I mean, that's only a couple weeks away too.
Yeah, that's the main thing. I got I will say, I guess it's not really a selling point or whatever, but I love brainstorming with people. Because it's a muscle. It's like you're asking me to go to the gym with you, the writing gym and everything. And I will totally do that.
Yeah, I know, Natalie, you're one of the other author tubers on here who I see you usually do your streams with Chandra, right?
Yes.
Chandra. Yeah, I was like, make sure I got that. So those are really, really cool. And I know I could see that a lot of the writers in the community were, they definitely get stuck a lot when they're trying to like come up with ideas. So this is really helpful.
I will gladly like give feedback to anyone. I will beta read your stuff. I really enjoy it. And if I start yelling at your characters, you're doing something right.
Right. We want to get them to feel something.
Yeah. Because the reason I love beta reading, and it was already mentioned, which I loved, but beta reading is like Mystery Science Theater 3000, but it's like talking through the movie for me, and I'm so bad at that, but I love it. So I will talk through the movie in my head.
Awesome. Well, Natalie, it has been an absolute pleasure for your presentation today. I think this is really, really helpful. We're going to get moving on to our next presentation. Now I know you're going to be joining us, huh?
The discussion next.
Yeah, we'll be hopping right into our discussion. Let me see.
You're still blocked. It's going to affect your mental health.
I know, this is like the perfect transition, right? So before we get into that, because Natalie, I know you're joining us. I'll bring you back up in just a second. For those of you who are here in the chat, first off, thank you for joining us today. It has been an incredible experience so far, and we are only 9, I was like, I don't even know, 10, 11, man, we're only a few hours into it, and I'm stoked, I'm hyped, learning about blurbs and learning about what to do when you get stuck. That has been very, very helpful. But before we hop into our next event, if you're enjoying the stream, follow and subscribe. We're here every day with the WriteNow community. 362 consecutive writing streams and counting. This is the only, and I'm telling you from research, this is the only daily writing live stream community on the internet. And I can promise you that. So that if you are ever just like you're getting stuck, you lose motivation, whether that's in tomorrow or whether that's in a few weeks or a few months, we will always be here. Whether you want to come join us on the live streams or you want to come hop into the Discord, we have writers of all different styles and all different techniques, and backgrounds. So if you're wanting to be involved in an active community with so much planned for 2025, make sure to tap those buttons, tap that follow, tap that subscribe button, because we are going live every single day. I think we just crossed 600, which was super cool. Super, super cool. So I wanted to do that quick shout out. I appreciate all y'all for coming. Thank you so much. I would love to hear down in the chat, how are you doing? Are you going into your next cup of coffee? Are you going into your next energy drink? Are you getting some more caffeine? Because you're going to need it for this next conversation. So for our next discussion, our first discussion, which is something that's very, very cool. So something brand new we're trying. We're doing the mental health discussion. So we've invited a number of different authors from the community to have a very honest and direct conversation about the writing process as it pertains to our mental health. Writing has highs and lows, and we go all over the place as authors trying to balance the intricacies of the pros, the cons, when we put it out there with people and we don't get the feedback we want, when we hit our goals, when we don't hit the goals, and all the things in between. So we're going to be having an excellent mental health discussion next. Now, I was checking the studio, seeing if we have our guests. It looks like we have a number of them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring onto the stage some of our guests here for the mental health discussion. And let me start off bringing up Pat Olney. Hey, welcome, Pat.
Hey, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And I guess I have the task of being your moderator for this discussion, making sure that we get the most out of the time. And
yeah, so it's going to be awesome. Pat is going to be moderating our mental health discussion. And like Pat, I think you're literally the perfect person. You're the perfect individual up to the task. So this is definitely going to be really, really cool. And then it looks like we have another, some of our other individuals. Pat, did you just want to give yourself a real quick intro? A little bit.
Yeah,
who you
sure.
are?
My name's Pat Olney. I've been writing for about 4 years now. Spent 30 years in the business world, working as an executive, traveling the world, and really have got the opportunity to work on my true passion, which is writing, and enjoying that very much.
All right, beautiful. And let's see, without further ado, let me bring up some of the other guests to the stage. Welcome back, Ms. Natalie Locke. Long time no see, my friend. Welcome back. And then we're also bringing up, it looks like we got the lovely, the wonderful Miss Laura Nettles. Welcome, welcome, Laura. Glad to have you here, my friend. And the wonderful, the amazing Mr. Chris Lilly. Welcome, Chris. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And let's see. Let me make sure. I'm trying to make sure we have all of ours. Okay, so I know with we had one or two other guests, right? One of them is sick, unfortunately. So we had one or two other guests not in attendance, but this is going to be perfect. And it looks like making sure I have everybody. And I think we have Miss Penelope Hartley joining on as well. Let's see. But no camera. So maybe, or maybe it's just me.
She's there.
Can you not
Right
see
there.
me?
Front and center.
I can see you.
Do you guys see? Oh, she doesn't show up on my screen. Do you guys see Penelope?
Yeah.
Top center.
Oh, that is so crazy. I see her screen, but it does not show up. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, I can do
Yeah.
anything I want.
Penelope, you're getting like the psychic tarot, the psychic like energy of the ambiance. I wonder if Jezebel's somewhere around here.
She can be seen on YouTube.
I'm on YouTube and I don't see. I just see like a blank, like empty screen. It's okay. I'll refresh. As long as you guys can see her chat. As long as the chat can see her, that's what matters.
Appropriate here. It's one of
What
those
was
words I always read, but I never knew the definition. But does Penelope have carte blanche? Do whatever you want. Isn't that what it means?
Penelope Hartley? It does today.
No, carte blanche.
Oh, carte blanche. Yes, yeah.
That's what it means. It means you can do what you want.
Yeah, like blank check, I think, is that it translates to.
Oh,
Yeah, carte blanche.
See, it's
So
one
you
of
went Penelope Hartley, and I was like, it means that today.
All right. Well, beautiful, my friends. I know, Pat, we had set up just a little slideshow just to set it off. So I'm going to let you guys take it away. I'll let you do your thing. And I think if we throw it up here, perfect.
Yeah, we don't
Pat,
need to spend a lot of thanks. We don't need to spend a lot of time in the slides because this is a discussion segment. Getting a bunch of creatives together to have an organized discussion, what could go wrong, right? But when you brought this topic up, Jared, I actually did a little research, and there's a study from 2008 from the Journal of Clinical Neuroscience that studied writers, and it showed that they had significantly higher rates of mental health issues than their control group. 80% of the ones they studied had some form of mood disorder, 30% had some sort of bipolar disorder, 30% had alcohol abuse issues. And so there's something about being a creative person and creative process that puts extra stress, I think, on our mental health. And that's really what we want to talk about today. So I'd like to give a quick intro to my fellow panelists here. Chris, and each of them is going to obviously do the talking here, and you can clean up after me. But Chris Lilly is a certified tarot reader for screenwriters and authors with Flow Your Mojo. That sounds like a really interesting job there. Penelope, poet, cat whisperer, and experimental literature author, and also, I guess, co-host for this great podcast. Natalie, we heard from already, expert in flash fiction and short story writing and also novellas. So good to see you again on this session. And then we have Laura, right? Laura Nettles. So special effects artist, author, tuber, and horror writer. So we've got a good mix of talent here. Maybe the best is to start by hearing from each of you about some of the challenges you've experienced and what you'd like to cover today. And obviously we want to see and hear from people on the chat as well. So Penelope, you're the top square on my sidebar. So we start with you.
Okay. What am I doing?
You're going to, anything you'd like to offer about sort of challenges in mental health as you've gone through your writing process?
Absolutely. Yes. I was first diagnosed with having anxiety and depression in high school. So my challenges with mental health have included all of my exploits in my life. And writing in particular, I think that there's creativity, I think, does carry with it its own set of unique ways of trying to navigate a world that isn't necessarily always suitable for the creative. But also writing in particular, and especially being an independent author and publisher of your work, has its own set of setbacks that can affect your mental health. So I've actually, I absolutely feel like this is a great discussion for people to have. Like you said, everybody goes through something, some sort of, I personally felt a lot of like I didn't belong as a writer for a long time. And you just, it's such a solitary commitment that you often wonder how people are going to take you once they start reading your work or whatever. So I think there's a lot of fears that are associated with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done.
Oh, that's good. And we'll come back around because for me, at least, one of the things I hope we get to are coping techniques that we can help each other with. And just having this community, Jared, by the way, is an excellent start for supporting people with their mental health so they can recognize they're not alone. It's a very supportive community, and that's a great help too. Natalie, you're next on my screen. Maybe a few words from you.
Well, I already talked about being a mom of two. I got 2 dogs and a cat, and a husband. He's still around. He didn't abandon me yet. Yes, he's in the kitchen, honey. My son's on the floor playing on my phone. I would say with all of that, because I also have a full-time job, and that job requires me to travel sometimes, like, being out of the country at times. The biggest thing I had to learn was kind of realistic goals. And so I started, here's one coping mechanism as someone with anxiety. I started a 3-goal system that when I'm trying to do something, I set 3 goals. There is the dream goal, everything's perfect. There's the life happens goal. And then there is the life really happened goal. Like and that way I got 3 measurements. And if I hit any of them, I'm happy. And it's just creating this idea of that there's things that are achievable. And that 3 goals, that includes time management as well. Like if I set something down to do something for an hour, I assume it's going to take 3 hours immediately, just because I have kids. Please don't shake the table. I got kids, I got work, something can pop up. I mean, like one of my dogs, she has seizures. I've been on live stream before and I had to cut out real quick and tend to her. So it's realistic goals is one of the things that I try to do.
Good. That's good. And so, for those of you out there, sorry, I'm going to be on the New York Times bestseller list within 6 months of launching my book. Be fantastic if it happens, but having some realistic goals and sometimes thinking about what's the worst that can happen is a helpful tool I learned going through DBT therapy, which is a specific branch of cognitive behavior therapy. This is quite helpful. Next, though, on my list here is Laura. Laura, maybe a few words from you by introduction.
Awesome. I'm Laura Nettles. I mostly write horror, although I do dabble in like the fantasy, sci-fi, romance, everywhere. But horror is my bread and butter. I have depression, anxiety, borderline psychosis, hallucinations. It's great. But one thing that I love about writing horror is that it gives me a safe outlet to recontextualize what I see, what I've experienced, so that I can either dive into what actually happened, or I can take control and change the narrative. So I can write what I wish had happened. So yeah, it's very fun. I love horror.
It's a great outlet for you by the sound of it. So
yeah.
Well, we'll be coming back to you, Laura, and I'd like to just make sure we pick up Chris here too. Last but not least, Chris in the panel.
Yeah, so I'm Chris. I am a tarot reader for Writer's Block. I approach writing from more of a spiritual kind of standpoint, but more grounded. It's not as woo-woo as everyone says tarot or makes out tarot to be. But I like to also approach writing from a standpoint of what happens when you're not putting words on the table or words on the screen. So it's almost like, in order to, when we're writing, we have to like sit up straight. But in order to sit up straight, we need to strengthen our bodies. So in order to strengthen our bodies, we sometimes maybe need to exercise. So it's almost just kind of like, and with exercise comes a lot of mental health, appropriate mental health stuff as well. So it just kind of releases different things and different chemicals in our body. So I just like to approach writing from a little bit of a different standpoint and just kind of approach with more of healing our inner selves and just kind of acknowledging who we truly are as actual and where we actually are in the present moment, so that we're not overwhelmed with the bigger picture. So instead of focusing on the big book, let's focus on the one chapter or the one scene or the one thing. So let's just kind of not overwhelm ourselves into paralysis, and let's give ourselves the next step to make sure that we are continuing on our writing journey.
I think you raised a really good point there, Chris. One of the lessons I learned in DBT as well is they call it the please skill. Everybody's got their acronyms, but if you don't take care of your basic health, you can't actually function in any job, including writing. So that means getting your sleep, means taking medications if you have them. It means exercise and getting physical activity, whether it's yoga or going for a walk. Sometimes you can find inspiration on those, as we heard from Natalie in the session before. And it also is about regulating your emotions. And so really good advice for everybody. Has anybody out there in the chat verse or in our panel ever experienced the sort of bipolar nature of writing something and then going, this is like the best thing I've ever produced, and then 2 days later, my work is terrible. Why am I doing this? Yeah, how do we cope with that?
That's my job. That's my job. No, I think the best thing is when you write something and you think it's mediocre and you come back to it a couple of days later and it's actually very good. There's something very validating about being content with what you're writing as a writer. And I think as a creative, that's where you have to come from first, is enjoying what you do and writing what you like. I think that the more cooks you let into the kitchen sometimes, even though feedback is super important, you have to be true to yourself first. And that can be a challenge in itself when people have different expectations of what your writing should be. I start to feel pulled in a bunch of different directions. So my baseline is, am I enjoying writing? And am I enjoying what I'm reading? And yeah, if I look back at it and I think it's crap, then I cut it out because I'm not enjoying it. This has to be a process where I'm exploring and expressing myself. I don't know if anybody else feels like that, but that's where I'm at with it. Just being content with my own writing.
I don't know if this is true for the other panelists, but the writing part. My wife just said this to me the other day. She said, "Why are you miserable about this writing stuff now? It's supposed to make you feel good." And what I realized was the writing feels good, but everything else, sharing it, putting it out there, taking feedback, going out into the cybersphere, which is overwhelming, and trying to figure out how to promote it, which we're going to obviously talk about or hear about later in the podcast. That's the part that can be overwhelming and unpleasant. So it's those two together. How do we cope with that, I guess? Anybody have any good suggestions?
Well, I'm just going to kind of go back to sort of maybe answer both the questions at the same time. I mentioned this back in a prior WriteNow writers group that I think that I'm always at mediocre. Always. I never really think of myself as awesome or horrible. I just kind of like, if I get the good stuff, but then I know if I feel bad about it, I can always work up. But I never think of myself as the most amazing person in the world. Not like, I know I probably need to be my own cheerleader a little bit more, but I just kind of, if I'm mediocre, I know I'm at least happy.
Yeah,
and I don't have to worry so much about being hated or loved.
There's a funny combination you have to have of genuine humility, but the sense of I can do it, I can accomplish it, I am good at it, and it's worth doing. So you have to be able to blend those two feelings together. Anybody else have any thoughts on that topic?
I think, just to speak to what Chris just said, don't let perfection get in the way of a good story. And I think that we can rack our brains and try to do the best possible job that we can, but at the end of the day, like, a finished book that tells a really good story, probably not mediocre, but
That's just what I do to keep myself going through the day, just to make sure that I can continue going to the next project.
And I think that's super important too as a writer, with the demands that we have with like completing a book and moving on to the next one. You have to have some sort of system in place whereby you can let something go and move on to the next project.
Yeah, and what was I think we talked about this in a chat, the old quote from maybe even all the way back to Da Vinci: art is never finished, it's only abandoned. I could go back and re-edit the book I've already put out there and make it better, but I've got other ideas to explore and other things to do, and you have to know when to let go of something too, right? Maybe we'll go to Laura. You raised your hand. I was going to ask you about what it's like to deal with some of the challenges you brought up, and if you find that there's times that are good for writing, if it helps, or if there's times that you know aren't good, or.
Well, going back to the question of like when to let it go and stuff, it's I have ADHD pretty bad, so I will hyper focus on a story. So I do a lot of flash fiction and short stories and drabbles, so the 100-word stories. And so I get that dopamine hit of I wrote the end. Hooray, I accomplished something. And so I will write the end, and immediately, because it's so short, I will edit it, and I'll just hyper focus on it for a couple hours until I'm like, okay, send it off to somebody, get it back. It's really short, edit it right there, and be like, okay, I'm done hyper focusing on it. My interest is like, okay, yeah, it's good. And then I'll submit it to a magazine or something. And then the dread sets in, like, maybe you didn't edit it enough. Like, you missed a word or something, or it's like, oh no. And so I just sit there in dread, waiting for the magazine to come out or the anthology to come out. And then it comes out, and I'm just like this, reading my story in it. I'm like, okay, it's not that bad. Like, it's okay to feel the despair of like, I didn't do enough. When you know you've tracked, I've done this many edits, like I have put in the work. It's gonna be okay. So
does it help to think of it as a process rather than a product for people out there? I mean, somebody said that to me once. It's like, finish that, move on to the next, make it better. So accepting the fact that everything that you put out there isn't going to be perfect because you're changing and evolving as a writer.
So I am one of those people who started writing with fan fiction, where you get instant feedback of like, yeah, this is good, next chapter. So I want that feedback of, yeah, this is good, we want it for a magazine. So I usually write 2 different submission calls. So I write with the intention of getting it published. So there's a place called publishtodeath.blogspot.com, and they have a running list of every submission open across all the genres throughout the whole entire year. It is a massive list. Everything from Chicken Soup to the Soul to Splatterpunk. So
what was that?
Publishtodeath.blogspot.com. So I will go through and look. It's sorted by the date that the submission closes. So I will look and like, okay, what's due in a week? What's due in 2 weeks? And be like, okay, I'm going to write my short story. I'm going to write my flash fiction, and I'll do it racing against that clock. So I get that ADHD crunch of like, okay, I only have this much time. I got to do it. And it's really fun to be able to be like, yes, I hit the end. Yes, I finished editing. Yes, I got beta reader feedback. And yes, I submitted it. Even if it gets a rejection, that's fine. So
Chris, you look like you've got something to chime in with there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna say I'm the exact opposite of her. I have executive dysfunction, so I want to do it. I just sometimes have a hard time getting in front of my laptop. I want to do it. I just
Yeah. I also sometimes will have the executive dysfunction when it gets bad with the depression. And so what I do for then is I have moving target goals. So I will have, like Natalie said, like the good goal. But if I am running out of spoons and this is I need to stay in bed day, I will literally go in and change my goal and be like, okay, I need to take into account what's actually going on and change my goal. So I have started a few of these short stories and stuff and never submitted them. I never actually finished them. So it's okay. Like, and also don't have a goal to have so many accepted, have a goal to have so many submitted, because that's what you have control over.
On that note, which is probably a good segue, actually, I think that we all need to practice forgiving ourselves with our mental health, and just forgiving ourselves that life does come up. Sometimes we don't get that submission. Sometimes we don't write that story. So
yeah,
sometimes you get laid off and your life implodes.
And even even like how far we think our writing journey should be on, comparing ourselves to other people. Everyone's on their own journey. So when you learn to not compare yourself to other people and just say, this is my journey, I forgive myself for going to that movie instead of writing. I forgive myself for avoiding it instead, or like being depressed. Just forgiving yourself for not being able to get your writing journey in for that day or the goal or whatever, and just knowing that the next day you can pick up right where you left off. So I think forgiving yourself is a very big thing that we all need to also just like blanket some of this mental health stuff on.
That's an excellent point, Chris. I think people, I've been trying to monitor the chats as well, and there's a lot of folks talking about being perfectionists, which I think it's a two-sided coin, like a lot of the attributes that creatives have. It's great because you're going to scour that piece of work, and you're going to purge out the typos and get characters to say exactly what you want them to say. But at the end of the day, then I don't know if it's like this for anyone else. The first thing I wrote when I shared it with people, I wanted them to think it was the best thing they ever read. And when a couple of people said, it's not my thing, that was hard. I had to learn that sometimes it just isn't someone's thing, your style of writing or your genre or whatever. And so you got to be realistic and also give yourself some grace with that too. But as far as the writing cadence, sometimes things happen, as you said, Laura, and you're not going to be able to hit deadlines, and that's okay. Natalie, anything in your experience you want to share about perfectionism? Or, I mean, you do a lot of flash fiction, so you're probably very good at just getting in and getting out and hitting it quick.
Yeah, so with flash fiction, what really helped me was that my goal was to create. That was the goal. It didn't say create good, create perfect, or whatever. It was create. And by giving myself permission to just create and move on, I had to become comfortable with being uncomfortable because it wasn't perfect. And it was practically exposure therapy for me. And so now it's okay for me not to have the best thing. And, but I will say, one of the things that really stood out to me, and I mentioned this at the end of my presentation, is that I always made sure, no matter how much I disliked a story, I made sure to find at least one thing good, whether it was the chosen title, the ending, a flow of something or whatever, just something that I liked, or one line that I thought was good. And that helped that forgiveness of realizing that I'm growing, I'm getting better. And by having non-word count goals and having I must write for 30 minutes a day goals, like certain goals that were more focused on creation and content versus a quantity, it really helped me do that. And then also give myself, I have a rule of, if I triple the time frame that it's going to be for anything. And so that way there was always a built-in buffer for something was going to happen. Kids got sick or work took over or something. And then I still got self-care outside of that. And I started putting myself first too. There were some days where I just didn't write, or I put in a buffer. Like I did flash fiction February, where it was a flash a day in February. And after that, I was like, I'm not writing for 2 weeks. It's like, I'm good and stuff. So it was having that balance.
Thank you. I saw a comment too about, comparing yourself to others. Chatsel, thank you. Is setting yourself up for failure. That's very true. It's hard to avoid. When I read something we all can appreciate good fiction. And when you see it, it gives me what I think of as the Salieri complex. It's like you appreciate it and you wish you could match it. But there's always going to be somebody that's going to be doing something perhaps at a better level than you. It's about your own process. I think like a golf game. You're competing against yourself, really, and trying to do better. So perhaps we could take it in a little different direction for a few minutes now. Is there anybody in the panel that uses writing as their own form of therapy or as a way of getting some things? Chris?
I finished the question. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but
No. As a way of getting some things that are troubling in your mind down on paper. They always tell you in therapy, if it's bothering you, write it down, but it's a very public way to do it. Does anybody do that? Find it helpful?
So about 10 years ago, I produced a web series called Just Us Guys, and it's on YouTube. You can all take a look at it. It's essentially Gilmore Girls with guys. It's about a gay dad who has a best friend relationship with his straight son. And The lead character, I will say, is very much so sort of me, Scott, the dad. I'm not a father. I don't have a kid, anything like that. But the fights that he and his mother, his conservative mother, would get into are the ones that I kind of imagined what I would get into when I would talk to my mom. Because my mom and I are not talking. My mom and I are, I don't even want to say healing because we're not even there yet. It's a whole thing. But I just didn't feel seen by her. So I needed to find a space to actually put myself where I could, like what Laura said, control the situation, control the narrative. What would I have said in that conversation to her when I was 17? What would I have said to her in that conversation when I was whatever age? So it just kind of helped me kind of control the narrative a little bit of what my relationship is with someone who doesn't pay attention to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And did you find that helpful?
Yeah, it did. The web series ended and I went through a whole identity crisis. So I'm trying to get myself back into that. But right now what I'm doing is I'm writing a story called Duncan, a Gay Teenage Witch, which is a Sabrina the Teenage Witch meets Monster High. And right now I'm actually letting my inner child know that it was okay for him to be gay as he was growing up. And that's kind of, as I was growing up, I was not given that permission. And so in the story, he's an out 13-year-old boy. He's just kind of being himself, kind of trying to find himself in the world, but he's got supportive parents and he's trying to learn his magic and stuff. It's a whole thing. But I've learned that I'm doing this for myself to let my inner child, Parker is his name for everyone to know, to let him know that it's okay that he can grow up gay and it's safe. I'm a safe space for him to be around.
That's great. Thanks, Chris. And Penelope, I know I'm a fan of Theresa, you know that. And I know that was a process for you. Is there anything you'd like to share about how that worked?
So Theresa, I like to contemplate the dark things that linger in the caves of our psyche. And one of my goals with writing Theresa Requiem was to understand. I had a lot of relationships that turned out to be very dismissive and at times emotionally and physically abusive. And I wanted to understand that mentality from the point of view of the guy. So, because I thought that experience, because it's my belief that we are all connected to each other. And I think that empathizing with and understanding and being able to put ourselves in somebody else's shoes is integral to combating the darkness that causes us to do very, to sabotage ourselves, in my case. So I went into that. I went into the concept of a guy who could have been any of the guys that I dated, and I explored his life from his point of view with the Theresa Requiem. And what I discovered was that even though he came off as a very unlikable character at the beginning, he was somebody that you could easily empathize with throughout the book because he had his own trials. He had his own stuff going on. And I realized my takeaway from this and trying to deal with my own mental health issues and trying to understand myself better was that there's a reason why people can't show up for you. And if they can't show up for themselves, there's no way they're going to be showing up for you. So the book itself became a talisman of my own spiritual healing journey. I've never written anything cathartic. I like to write spirituality and ray gun fights. I like a lot of crazy, weird camp stuff. And this just was a completely different experience for me, writing for catharsis and putting my experience and myself into the world, into manifesting it as a book, was an attempt, I believe, to help me heal my broken heart. And to a degree, it has started that process, because I think that the first thing, that forgiveness, forgiving yourself, Chris, you brought that up, forgiving ourselves for not always showing up for ourselves, extends to forgiving the people in your life who have hurt you. And for me, it was a matter of understanding what situations they could have found themselves in that would not have allowed them to be the person I wanted them to be. And essentially my takeaway at the end was I need to be the person that I need to be for myself. And that person was a writer. So that was
I
the
think
experience.
it's fascinating because that's what therapists will tell you, and you found your way to that conclusion through the process of writing. So it certainly can be very good therapy. Chris, were you trying to chime in with a point there?
I was, but she kind of said it at the very end. I wrote down a note here. You said if they can't show up for themselves, how are they going to show up for you? And that's one of the things that we as writers need to understand, that we need to show up for ourselves and forget. Like, it's not even just forgiving ourselves, but it's not, and not even forgiving them. It's just more of not taking on their burdens onto us, while we have our own burdens as well, so that we can keep going. So when you ended it, like how you ended it, it's just kind of like you need to show up for yourself and make sure that you separate your problems from somebody else's problems, and make sure you don't have so much weighing on your back from other people's issues. I mean, everyone else, we're all human. We all have our own, but the more that you carry other people's stuff, you're not going to be able to get your own stuff out.
It's absolutely
I think
true.
it's great that we're able to have this kind of conversation. Think about how much the public conversation about mental health has evolved over the last 30 years, to where people, didn't want to talk about it, didn't want to acknowledge it, and we're able to sit in a forum like this. And thanks, Jared, for providing that opportunity. I also think that better global awareness can lead us to write better characters that are more three-dimensional. In your case, Penelope, villains can be very black and white, and that's a kind of fiction you can write, but I'm a fan of deep characters where you can empathize even with the so-called bad guy. And really, it's a mental health. You're basically framing some of these as mental health issues rather than good and bad. And I think that adds a lot of depth to a story.
I think that everybody has redeemable qualities. And I think that the people that see things in very black and white terms, may have a tendency not to see the bad in themselves. I think that writers have this very peculiar ability to struggle and contemplate issues on the page. And I think that gives us tend to have a little bit more depth because of that, because we are willing to look at ourselves as an imperfect or a human becoming, as one of my therapists told me, and to be okay with that, especially in the isolation of writing, on a page. And I think that understanding that we all have people who don't have imperfections, when you're writing a character that has no imperfections, it's boring. Nobody wants to read about that. And it's because nobody actually can relate to that, because we all have flaws. And writers just have the sensibility to sit down and figure out what those flaws are and how to put them in a story in a way that says something intriguing about themselves that also speaks to their audience as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great point. Chris, are you looking to, I see your finger sticking up
just-
at the bottom of the screen there.
I was just going to also comment again on Penelope. She was saying something about the villain, and you were saying something about having a villain's point of view. Technically, yes, the villain in the story is the villain, but the villain doesn't think that they're the villain.
Yeah.
Right.
The villain thinks that they're doing everything right. Why are they doing it? So as the writer, you can actually ask, why is the villain doing this? It's maybe he's doing it for his family. Maybe he's doing it for society, but he's just doing it in a different way. The villain doesn't think he's doing anything wrong. So that's just kind of another way to approach how to write a villain. But that's a completely different.
I think it's more nuanced, right? So I want to throw another topic out there just to keep the discussion moving. And I'm watching the chat. Please, anybody following the discussion, if there's a particular theme within mental health and writing that you'd like to cover, throw it up there on the chat. So we got a great panel of folks here with a lot of experience and a lot of varied experience. So we can suit the discussion to your wishes. Fear of failure is a big one, right? Especially for those writers starting out or who have maybe not got the traction that they wanted. It'd be great to hear from each of you about whether you've encountered that and how you have coped with it. I'm going to start with Natalie now. We haven't heard from you for a while.
Because I'm trying to practice actually letting others speak. I have a tendency to speak too much, and the feedback I've gotten over the years is like, let others speak. And it's funny because one of those things is people are saying the things that I was going to say anyways when I do that. And so it made me realize I needed to sit back more. So either way, Penelope, you and I are like minds apparently. You're fine. It's something I've been working on.
Same. I talk way too much. I talk too much.
Okay, what was the question again?
Fear of failure.
Fear of failure.
failure.
So I mean, just to tee it up, I went from being an executive and in business, and then I wrote a book, and it was a big step to put it out there to everybody that I had built up a reputation with in the world, and to say this is something I did that could be laughed at, that could be someone saying, why are you doing this? And I found that very difficult to get over that hump. It took me a year to decide to do it, actually. So that, how about in your case? Have you experienced that fear of failure? How have you coped with it?
With writing, not so much, because writing for me has always been a hobby, and it's more of a retirement plan, because I probably at least got 8 to 12 more years in my job before I can leave comfortably. And so writing, I haven't had that fear of failure. When I shifted, because I did query a lot and stuff like that, and it was more, I needed to focus on setting goals that I could achieve, that didn't depend on someone else to say something for it to be achieved. So getting an agent, I can't control that, because that requires an agent to say yes. But I can control how many flashes I write, or at least getting a draft of a prompt book created, or all these things. And that's what helped me stop focusing on failure, because I realized my failures were because my goals were needing other people's input, and it relied on me convincing other people, and you can't control other people and stuff. So that's that's how I was able to shift my mindset from failure. And then anytime that it seemed like a goal wasn't achievable, I changed the goal. So I kind of cheated.
Yeah, I mean, as Chris said earlier, I mean, these are goals we're giving ourselves. It's okay to also let ourselves off the hook when life intervenes, right? I mean, it's self-imposed. Laura, did you have any experience you want to share with fear of failure? How long have you been writing?
I've been writing for 5 years.
In the beginning was 5 years. How was it in the beginning for you?
The first thing I wrote was a YA sci-fi during the month of Nano 2019. And I won Nano, and my draft was like 51K. So I started off with that high, and then I reread, and I could not get through it. It's so many tense shifts, and it was just so bad. But I had done the goal. So fear of failure for me, I think it comes in a couple different aspects. There's what's the beta reader gonna say? Have I failed this story? Like, is it beyond saving? And also, am I going to get rejected from what I've submitted to? And so I think that the fear of failure with beta readers, what I've been doing is going to people that I trust, that I know won't just be a yes man. Be like,
that's
great.
what Natalie, just like Natalie said earlier, you want to find people that are going to give you real feedback, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the trust part makes it easy, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't want people who are going to be belligerent and be like, what were you thinking? Yeah. So you want something in between. And so being able to have people that you can talk to who have read it and be able to talk over their notes, and you can take those notes and like make a game plan out of them, that has been very helpful. I have I think it's a paranormal romance right now with beta readers right now. And so it's very, I pants the thing. So it's like, does this need to be taken down to the studs, or is it kind of okay? So it's like, I'm getting feedback from one beta reader as they read it right now. And so a lot of it is like yeah, you're going in too fast into the romance. It's like, yeah, I know. So, it's just being able to take a step back and have a more clear perspective on the feedback and see where they're coming from. And are they being too prescriptive? Are they trying to twist it to what they want it to be, like plot wise? Or are they trying to help you realize your vision? Has been helpful. And then fear of failure for the submission. I collected a bunch of mine and self-published a collection. So I've had over 30 stories published in magazine and anthologies. So I put some in here and I put a ton of the ones that were rejected, but I did hire a developmental editor and a line editor. So they didn't make it into the magazines, but they have been edited professionally since then. So being able to have them not die in the ether, but actually come together was really nice. So it was a failure momentarily, but eventually they saw the light of day. It was very nice. And I have gotten a revise and resubmit for my middle grade horror that I'm trying to get traditionally published as a novel. So I have done over 10 drafts of this book. I've queried so many people. So you just have to take a look at your goals. What is your main goal? And what is true failure to you? Like, what is your definition of success? And
I think that's a good point. Natalie raised a point too about realistic goals. I'm going to come to you, Chris, and I'm going to come to you, Penelope, because I know you guys have good thoughts to offer, but I want to share one of my own, even though I'm your moderator. I had an aha moment that I found really helpful, because in the beginning, I sort of imagined that these great writers were just sort of Mozart-like putting the perfect words on the page in their first draft, and why, so I felt very attached to my first drafts, and then realized if I went back and read the final product compared to the first, I was wise to significantly edit it. And I saw an interview with Justin Hurwitz, I think his name is. He was the composer for the score for La La Land. Everybody familiar with that movie? Has some tremendous music in it. And I thought, wow, there's like 8 beautiful songs. And he said he wrote 2,000 samples for Damien Chazelle, and he liked 8 of them. And so he put in an unbelievable amount of work, and out of that came 8 songs that were considered worthy. And so even the greats, I think vast majority of them, it's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that you don't see underneath the waterline. So when you're putting that in yourself, you're in good company. And so that was a big aha for me. Chris, you had a point you wanted to make earlier. Let's come to you.
I just like to look at fear of success a little differently, and I've learned this a while recently. It's the fear of failure is a different, or a fear of success. I'm sorry, fear of failure is what I like to look at differently. Fear of success is probably something I'm looking at still myself in general, but fear of failure, my thought about that is that there is no such thing as failure, and it's only data. It's there's a story that's come out that I've read before about how someone has gone through a bunch of like lawyer stuff. They've gone to college, they've learned all this stuff, but then the last semester they're like, I don't like this. This is not fun. This is not what I want to do. So they went off and they went to like the Bahamas and opened an ice cream shop. And their parents were like, why are you doing this? Like you were so close and you're about to fail this. Like, why are you doing it? And she's like, I don't want to do it. So it's just more, it's for failure. I feel like it's only data. You've learned about yourself along the way of whatever it is, the progress that you've made, and you've learned either, hey, this doesn't work for me, and I have learned a new thing about myself, and I can go off in a new direction. Maybe like with not getting an agent, you've learned it's not a failure if they don't take you on. You've learned what they were looking for, so then you can take that data and apply it to your next thing. apply it to your next submission. So it's just kind of like a journey instead of looking at failure stuff, looking at everything being a failure, look at everything as a learning experience. That's
a great point. No, it is. It's to not make it so binary, right? And so this is one of the things I learned actually participating in DBT therapy too, is a lot of folks who are high IQ and creative also struggle with looking at things in black and white. It's either a success or it's a failure. I'm either really good or I suck. And understanding that that's not really the way things are in the world, that things are definitely non-binary in many ways in life is an important thing to understand. Penelope, did you have something you wanted to add to the fear of failure discussion?
I think that
or fear of success.
I think that for me it's a little different. I don't have a choice. For me, writing has been a calling that I put off for decades. Gathering, like Chris said, gathering other experiences in other areas, learning about different things, and I would always come back to writing poetry, and eventually I found kind of my rhythm with prose. But if it's a calling for you, like it is for me, there's no way of avoiding it. You have to do it. So it becomes not a do I fail, do I succeed, but a matter of this is a part of who I am. The process is a part of who I am. And I think that if it feels like that to you, then it's a very wonderful feeling that this is an extension of myself, and not even an artifice, and like an organic, spiritual, however you want to describe it. This is a process that I am a part of, and it no longer becomes about success or failure, but being a writer. So I think yeah, go ahead.
I was saying, I saw Natalie's thing about fear of success and fear of failure in the comments, and I just had one more thing about fear of success. Actually, when someone labels you as not as successful, a success to someone else is different than a success to yourself. Maybe a success to you is someone buying one story. It's not being on the New York bestseller list. Maybe your success is just I published it. Maybe that's it. That's all it is. And that's all a success to someone else. Fear of success is just one success can't be compared to another, if that makes sense. I don't know. I just wanted to comment on that, and I didn't want to interrupt.
I think for me, the success is, did I tell the story I wanted to tell? Did I write this story out?
Yeah.
Now I got to make money on doing that if I'm going to be a writer. So, I mean, obviously there's other considerations to make that freak me out and give me stress. But I think as a writer, did I just tell the story that I was born to write, that I was put on this earth, manifested at this particular moment to say, to sing, whatever, however you do it? Yes, then it was a success. And everything else comes second to that.
Yep.
I think about food because I think about food a lot, actually. And I think about, there's a Michelin star restaurant and there's McDonald's. McDonald's is successful if you measure by how many billions have been served and the economic model. Is it what I would like to eat on a Saturday night with a nice glass of Chianti? No. And so maybe it is to be a niche writer for someone that appreciates your genre or your style. And as long as there's those people willing to read your work, it could be 10 of them or 1,000, right? So that's how I've come to think of it, is I'm not going to try to be McDonald's. I'm going to produce what is in there to produce. It's hard to actually write something you're not, I think. I'm looking to see if we have any other. We talked about fear. We talked about belonging, actually. And again, I think this community is truly a community and a very supportive one. So I'm sure if anybody on the chat is looking for support on this topic, you can reach out to anyone on this panel for advice or some help. Happy to do it. You're pointing down at the question that's in front of us.
Oh, no, that's
sign language for yes.
This is yes in sign language.
Yeah, gotcha.
That's yes in sign language. Sorry, that's what yeah.
Agreed. No, that's fine. We talked about realistic goals. We talked about forgiving yourself, which I think is a really important one, because I imagine most of you out there are the hardest critics of your work and hardest on yourselves. Are there any other topics we should cover? We throw it open for other questions. We have one here. Anyone find as they write they're trying to overcome someone else's mental illness that they were affected by? Anybody on the panel
I'll
recognize
throw
that?
in, there was a ex that I was hung up on for some reason, and when I put them as a character that the main character ended up breaking up with, and the fight that ensued, writing from both perspectives in that moment, I realized just how manipulative this person was and how narcissistic they were and how wrong they were for me. And it really kind of just helped me go, yeah, no, I'm good. Like, we're good to be over. And and I didn't mean to throw them in there. It just kind of ended up evolving, but it really helped me like sever whatever hold they had.
Good. Any other stories?
Just a word of caution for when you're writing characters with mental illness, not to paint it as like every person with this mental illness is a deranged, murderous person that you should be terrified of. So be careful on your representation of people with mental illness so that you don't paint the entire community.
No, I think it's a really good point, Laura. And I've been reflecting on, when I was reflecting on this topic, I was thinking about writing as a help to dealing with mental illness because it feels good. I was thinking about the dark side of it, which is unrealistic expectations, the anxiety, the fear of failure. And I was thinking about that third one, about how we bring it into characters, and it allows a much more nuanced version. And as I thought about it, every single story I've written has at least one main character who is grappling with a mental health challenge. And they're not good or bad guys, so to speak. They're just people. And I think it's if you're going to write it, as you did, Penelope, give them the most charitable interpretation you can. They could still do bad things, but it's going to come across as a sympathetic reading. Other questions from our folks out there in the wider community?
I have one last point. You don't have to write it in fiction. You can write it in a journal. You can keep it to yourself if you would like to. So it doesn't have to be like bare your soul to the world and publish it out there. You can just write all your darkest feelings and start to unravel them and do some therapy in a journal. You don't have to do it publicly.
I think I'd like to add to that too. Like, if you do decide to write it publicly, be prepared for people to misunderstand you. Like, if you're not at that place with where you're at, don't write it down. If you're not prepared to take that kind of criticism and not like take it personally.
Because everyone's going to have some critique, no matter what.
No matter what. Yeah.
I see Kaufman on my Hollywood Squares screen here.
Trouble. Yeah, Kaufman's here. Everybody, stop talking. No, this has been an absolutely phenomenal conversation. I've been listening in, and let me tell you, there were at least 20 points where I wanted to hop in and join the conversation. But I'm like, nope, I'm not going to be everywhere. I won't be everywhere, I promise. But this has been really, really powerful. And I think listening to each of your perspectives, talking about fear of failure, fear of success, your personal stories, how it's either helped or detracted from your individual writing processes has been phenomenal. And I can tell just from seeing the chat that a lot of our writers in the community are getting a lot of value out of it as well. Like, we all struggle with mental health, and especially with mental health problems as it pertains to writing. Like, it's not easy to be a successful writer in this day and age, and then trying to balance that on top of whatever crazy life craziness we're going through. It can be a lot for a lot of people. I know with all the writers I've spoken with and met this past year, there's so many who are held back by things that they end up dealing with or through as a result of mental health obstacles. So this has been very, very powerful. Yeah. I just want to say like thank you all for joining in this discussion. This has been pretty phenomenal. How are you guys feeling about our mental health discussion?
I enjoyed.
I love the multiple aspects everyone comes at it. Like I
Mhm.
know Laura mentioned being laid off work. I'm coming at it from like having multiple people needing my time situation. And then we've talked about the spiritual side from Chris, and so and Penelope definitely brought up of like healing from past trauma and stuff. So I love that everyone brought up a different
unique background, and I think that's what's beautiful, right? For me, the beautiful thing about the mental health journey, and as it pertains to writing, is we infuse our experiences into our writing. Sometimes it's trauma, sometimes that's just taking a break from something, and it's different for everybody. I don't think for any writer in the community, any writer out there, there's really one size fits all approach to how we explore mental health, how we explore experience, and then how we go about from either healing or leveraging it. It's different for everyone. And I think this has been a very, very beautiful conversation. I just want to say thank you. First off, Pat, you've been phenomenal at helping to moderate our conversation. Like you were the perfect candidate for it. I really appreciate it, my friend.
It's a pleasure.
Make sure I got that. There we go. Make sure I got the applause.
I do it
there.
for the applause. Yeah.
But I really appreciate all of you guys for joining. Now, I know for anybody who wants to check out any of these guys, I know we have all of the ads and the links for each of you is posted down in the YouTube description. But before I kick you guys off the screen, I would say like maybe starting with Pat, if each of you guys want to just quick advertisement, like where can people find you? Or what are you sharing right now?
All right, I'll start. And thanks, fellow panelists, for being so willing to share so openly. It's a very personal topic, and it's one that could have just fallen flat. And so thanks for your involvement, your engagement. This is my first novel. It's called Fire Horse. It deals with a couple whose son went missing, and the remains are found after 4 years. They're living separate lives, and they have to come together for a memorial. Deals with grief, there is definitely a mental health angle there, so please check it out. You can find me at Author Pat Only on Instagram and Facebook, and I am working on a collection of darker short stories and a second novel called Baltic Avenue due out next spring.
Awesome. And I'll pass it up to you, Miss Laura Nettles.
I'm Laura Nettles. I mostly write horror. I have my collection called Tiny Shivers out. There are 101 in here, plus some illustrations somewhere. The best one. I promise. They're in there. They're in there. So these are horror.
That is so cool.
50 of them are 100-word short stories. But
wow.
Yeah, so they range from cosmic horror to psychological to holiday food horror. So it is in KU. And I will be around on the YouTubes. Laura Nettles.
Yay. I love it. Natalie, I love you had it pulled up. That's awesome.
Yeah. So that's me. I will be around, and I'm still in the query trenches, so if I ever get an agent, you'll see that video.
All right, excellent. And everyone knows Miss Penelope Hartley.
Hello. Yes. So I just wanted to say it's always nice to come into these community sessions and talk about things that are very important to me, and to see that other people have similar trials and tribulations as I have. So thank you all very much for that. It is nice not to be alone in my journey. I've got, of course, Tachira's Requiem, the book that we talked about a little bit, my spiritual journey towards my unbreaking my heart. Follows the story of Sebastian. He's a 1970s actor who's suddenly starts seeing visions of a young girl and also a very dark entity called the Contagion. So if you want to check that out, it is always free at the link somewhere. You can always find me at penelopehartley.com.
Woo! Woo! All right. And I was like, which side of the screen? Chris, take it away.
So I'm Chris. I am a tarot reader. I use my tarot cards to help writers write their stories faster. So instead of writing with draft 1, you're actually writing with draft 10. Currently, right now, I just self-published my own short story called Duncan, the Gay Teenage Witch.
Ooh.
It's only episode 1, so there's going to be episode 2 is written. It's with the editors right now, and I need to get the cover made. But it's 13-year-old witch boy going to magic school, kind of like with not Harry Potter, trying to stay as far away from that as possible. But it's Monster High and Sabrina the Teenage Witch mixed. So all of my stories are going to have an LGBTQ lead. And if you are interested in having exploring tarot cards with your projects, that's what I have 80 decks for. It's if you want to find me, it's chrislily.tv. That's where I'm at, and this is all of my social media. It's either going to be chrislily TV or chrislily.tv on pretty much everything. So but that's what I do.
Awesome. And over to Miss Natalie Locke.
Yes, I'm Natalie Locke on YouTube, Writer Locke on Instagram, TikTok. I have multiple projects, but the one I'm most active right now on is Instagram. There's other things I'm doing on TikTok, but it'll take time. Again, putting myself first and not trying to overwork myself. Got 2 books that I co-authored with Chained Author. We got 1,000 Words to Get Started already out. I posted in the Discord Story Promo channel the links to 1,000 Words to Get Started, and then the pre-order link for 1,000 Words to Ignite Romance, which will be out January 7th. And I'm not sure if I can mention this, but these 2 are giveaways.
Woo! Oh my goodness. Oof. Man, wait, did I just hear the word giveaway? I think it's going to be about time for a giveaway. So thank you guys all for joining me, because I feel like everyone in the community is probably ready and excited to be able to win something for free. I don't even know what the next giveaway item is. I guess we'll have to pull it up. But thank you all for joining us today. This discussion has been mind-blowing, phenomenal. I hope some of you guys will join us for the writing game in just a little bit. Because let me tell you, this is going to be a writing game to remember. The last time we did a writing game on the channel, we came out with Gandalfina, Wizard, Space, Princess. And that was quite a story.
Mermaid,
Wizard, Space, Princess. And she went on quite a journey. So we're going to be hopping into the writing game in just in a couple hours. I hope some of you guys will join. It's going to be quite an experience, I promise. And with that, if you guys want to find any of these authors, it's all their stuff is linked down in the YouTube description down below. I can attest to almost all of these guys are great writers. I think the only one I haven't read yet is Chris. I just haven't read your stuff yet. It's on my to-do list. I get asked to read so many things every single day, and my first question is like, do you have an audiobook? Because I don't even have enough time to read what I want to read. But guys, thank you all for joining me. I'll let you get going, and we'll see who's going to win our free giveaway. Thank you so much, all. All right, perfect. So let's get right into the free giveaway. The Matter of a Memoir. Oof, man, this is going to be good. So this is the memoir that we are going to be winning. And let's see. So you could win a copy of this. This is a framework to help lay down the bones of your story. And perfect. If you want to win, type this into the screen, #memoir. So type in memoir into the chat if you want to be eligible to win. We got 2 minutes, and the clock starts when I can remember to share my screen again. All right, and the clock starts now. So definitely go type into the chat #memoir if you want to be entered to win this free giveaway. Type in #memoir into the chat if you want to win this free giveaway. #memoir into the chat if you want to win with only 133. So let's see what this is. So the memoir, a copy of The Matter of a Memoir, a workbook that will help you work through some of the most painful memories. while preparing you to share those stories. Through a variety of exercises, you'll learn how to use your senses to draw in readers, what kind of details matter, suggestions for structure, and why you should let your emotions loose. Wow. Literally, talk about what a perfect giveaway following the mental health discussion. And let me tell you guys, with our next guest, with Anna, this is going to be perfect because we're actually going to be exploring how to transform your personal experiences into a universal story. So for those of you who love the mental health discussion, this is literally perfect for transforming this trauma, the experiences that passed, into that perfect, whether it's a memoir or maybe into some of your characters. So type #memoir into the chat to be eligible. All right, and we on the clock. So 23, 22, counting down, and we are almost there to win a copy of The Matter of a Memoir. Type in #memoir to be entered, and let's see who will win. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and all right, so let's see. We are entering. Let's see who wins the giveaway. Drum roll. All right, and Mira, congratulations. I was like, Mira, I'm pretty sure Mira. So, Mira, congratulations. Sorry if I butchered your name. But if you won, I was like, let me go pull up the link. If you won our giveaway, I will definitively be prepared with the link that I need at some point. All right, let's see. Bear with me. Uno momento. And let me pull up this link for you so we can get you filled out here. All right, perfect. So, Mira, congratulations. Congratulations. Great job on winning that. Really, really nice work. All right, Mira. So if you want to go claim your prize, there's the giveaway winner form right there. Make sure to go to the giveaway winner form. I just dropped that in the chat. Go to the giveaway winner form, fill out the details, so that way we can get you a copy of that, of the Matter of a Memoir item. That's super cool. Actually, I wish I could win that. That was a really cool item. So that is our giveaway. And don't worry. Let's say you didn't win that time. Well, you're in luck because we got many more giveaways coming up. But now we're going to be hopping into our next presentation with, let me pull this up, How to Transform Your Personal Experiences into a Universal Story with author Ana Siqueira. So we're going to be hopping right into this presentation. Anna's going to show you how to transform your personal experiences. We will mine some memories and learn how to transform them into a beautiful story filled with universal themes and feelings. Perfect. This is the perfect thing to hop into. So without further ado, let me welcome and bring to the stage author Ana Siqueira. Welcome to the stage, my friend. Welcome, welcome.
Hi. How are you?
I am doing phenomenal. I know, literally just listening to the mental health conversation, I'm like ready to start writing a memoir right now. And I don't even write memoirs and I don't even know how to. So I feel like I'm going to be able to get a lot of value out of your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so should I start or?
Absolutely. So what I'll do is I'll let you take center stage here. You can start. Feel free to share if there's anything you want to share on screen. We'll help moderate the comments, and then we'll make sure to pull up the questions at the end for you.
Okay, so let me share. Let me see if I know how to share this one. Can you guys see it? Do you see it?
Let's
No.
see. Let me pull it up. So yeah. So okay, right at the bottom in the present option. That should give you the option to be able to share it with the audience.
So put share screen. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Share screen. Okay. Okay. I think I got it. Okay. Do you guys see it now?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay,
Awesome.
Okay.
All right, and I'm going to let you
Let
take
me-
it away and just holler at me if you need any help.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm very excited to be here. I do write mostly picture books and now chapter books. So this is my site if you want to communicate with me, anafiction.com. That's my name. That's some of my picture books that I have been publishing. So you can see, you can say, oh, but I don't write picture book. I write YA or middle grade or even adult or fantasy. I think you can apply that to any book. We just heard people talking about, like during the mental health presentation, how, you know, you write about an ex-boyfriend or something that happened to you will show up in your story. So it's very important to know how to handle that in a way that your readers will also enjoy, right? So that's what we talk about. So tears are words that needs to be written is a quote from Paulo Coelho. He's a Brazilian writer. I am from Brazil. You can notice that I have a strong accent, and I'm sorry about that. Okay. So what I wanted to do first is to mine. So if you have paper, a pen, or if you have write in the computer, your phone, whatever, I want you to think about a special moment in your life. Normally, when I do that presentation, I have many different moments. It can be a tradition with your family. It can be a moment that you are using your book, or a moment that you think you can relate to something you're going to be in your book. Like if you want to write a scary book, you may try to remember something that was scary for you. If you want to write a humor book, maybe something that was funny for you. So just think about any special moment for you or moments that you had with your kids, grandkids. I'm a teacher too, so maybe with your students. And I will give you 2 minutes for you to brainstorm moments in your life and maybe choose one that you think it's really important, that was really like stand out for you, just so we do like a little practice how to do it. But as I said, you can choose any special moment in your life or in the life of someone you know. So I'm going to put my timer and we'll start brainstorming. Okay, 30 more seconds. Okay, time is up. Of course, I always tell the writers, if you are super inspired to keep writing, you have to keep writing something like, oh my gosh, I think this idea will be good to use in my story, in a picture book or your novel or whatever. Keep writing. Of course, that's what we are here for, right? To get inspired. But it's very important when you're writing, of course, to find the emotion of that moment, right? Was that moment super scary? Was that moment super sad? What was the emotion? So we're going to talk really quickly about the emotions. And I want you to know that all my picture books were based on something that I went through. But even though it's completely different of the original story, the emotion of the story, how I felt or how I felt the kid felt, because it's mainly a lot of memories from my kids. It's in there. And like when we were doing the mental health, like one of the panelists said, like how when she was writing, she discovered she was kind of writing about her ex-boyfriend and how she discovered things like that. So if you channel the emotion, even if the story is not the same, if you've changed, your story is going to be much more stronger. That's what happens to me when I wrote Abuela Super Capa. Was the story that I wrote as when my mom died, and it was about her. So it had a lot of emotion. So we have some of the emotions here that we're going to talk about. And I want you to be thinking about what emotion do you think stand out for you, considering your special moment that you chose. Okay, so who am I is a question that we always ask ourselves as writers too, right? Am I a famous writer? Do I have the right to be a writer? And the kids ask questions too. So in my book, that was my debut book, Bella's Recipe for Success, illustrated by Geraldine Rodriguez. And it's about a girl who's trying to figure it out. What is she good at? What is her talent? And she'll have to learn that she's going to have to go through a lot of mistakes to find the right thing. You can also have, and this story was based on my daughter because she was very gifted. She is a gifted girl, and she always thought like she had to be perfect. So it is a story about you don't need to be perfect. You can make mistakes. So I could try, even though this girl in the story is not gifted, it's just a regular girl, I could put the emotion of feeling like I'm not good at anything. I'm not perfect. I'm not the best. You can have fear. I see that a lot of you write scary stories, and I love scary stories. I love spooky stories. So if you want to catch that feeling, as I said, you may channel that emotion by mining memories of moments that you had fear and other people had fear, because we react differently to different emotions, right? So in this book, As If Your Babysitter is a Bruja, by me and Irena Freitas, is also about a girl. It's almost Halloween, and she thinks her babysitter is a real bruja. So, there is, I had to catch that moment, the fear, even though the story was based on a funny moment when my daughter thought I was a bruja. She said that I was not her real mom, I was a bruja. And I was not that mean. I can guarantee you it was just her vision. Of course, you can have sadness, right? And this is in the Abuela Super Capa that I wrote when my mom died. So I poured a lot of emotion in there. Or challenges that you have to accomplish. In La Mala Suerte is Following Me. That was the last book that I had published. He had to get rid of La Mala Suerte, the bad luck, or he would not win his tournament, his soccer tournament. And this one is about a girl who is scared of a roller coaster, even though she's very brave and she doesn't want to tell her friends that she's scared of the roller coaster. And of course, the emotion of love. So we have some books here, and I'm sorry, my books going to be picture books, but as I said, you can, of course, find books in all kinds of genres and age group. And we have this A Grandma's Magic that is really beautiful. And we also can talk about connections, community, right? This book, I love this book, Room for Everyone. It has a lot of sounds. It's very lyrical. It has a lot of onomatopoeia and things. And it's about a kind of a truck or a shuttle. And they keep carrying people on the way. They're going to the beach, and everybody, there is always room for one more. So it's really funny. For travelers everywhere, may you always find comfort, joy, and welcome strangers on your journey. So I really love this book, and There's some other books here. I love Kevin Hanks. If you like picture books, you know him. And he used a lot of humor to talk about life, things like having a new sibling. So we found that you can use storytelling as a way to transport people into your experience and make them live your memories. It's like a way to transfer memories across brain. So I do believe like when we are writing, even if it's not conscious, we are always putting a lot of things that we went through, a lot of our experiences and our feelings that we went through our whole life. And so let's see, right? All the emotions that you felt during that special day. Okay, so if your special day was like a wedding or it was an achievement, like you graduated somewhere, or a scary moment for you, tell me all the emotions. Well, you're not going to tell me, but you're going to write on your notebook, and which one stands out for you. You know, make sure to add lots of heart to your story. But remember, it is fiction, and we're going to talk about that after. So I'm going to give you, let's give you a minute and a half, okay, for you to write all the emotions about that special day. Okay, so let's see. Anybody wants to share? I know you're not going to be talking, but I'm a teacher, so I love knowing what my students are doing. So if you want to share on the chat, what are the emotions that stand out for you? What emotion did you feel the most during this event? Either you or the character. It might be like an emotion for somebody else. It might be a moment that was important for your daughter or for your grandkid or for a friend. So if you want to write it down, some of the emotions: snowboard, sleigh, riding, fun. That sounds really fun. Anybody else wants to share some of the moments? And okay, so let's see. Okay, so yeah, it's very important that you think about the emotion of the moment and try to pour those emotions into your story, because the readers wanted to feel emotions, right? The stories we tell literally make the world. If you want to change the world, you need to change your story. So in here, it's just a little bit what I'm talking about. You're going to write the story and your experiences will be there, sometimes even subconsciously. But you have to make sure that you're considering your target market, you're considering the engagement piece of the story, so it doesn't get too boring or too complicated, because you want to try to say the whole story. So never let the truth get in the way of a good story. So for example, when I wrote a story about If Your Babysitter is a Bruja, it was about my daughter. We went to the beach, and when we got there, she didn't want to leave ever. So one time I had to tell her, no, now we have to go. And I'm a teacher, so I did my teacher's voice. And she was like, "You were not my mom, you were a bruja." And I had to walk 3 blocks carrying her, yelling that I was a bruja. So this story stayed like marinating in my head. And I said, I want to write a story. But when I wrote, I changed the mom to be a babysitter. I changed that to be a Halloween event. So I changed it a lot. But the emotion, the fun, the humor was still there because she was thinking about, someone being a babysitter. So that's how I wrote that story. And they say I don't know if this is Mark Twain or old Irish proverb. If you know, let me know, because that's what it says there. So I don't know. Okay.
Hi, everyone. This is Rajani LaRocca, and
This Rajani LaRocca is a very famous author in the Kids Lit, and she did this video for us when I was teaching this class. So I'm going to put a little bit of the video because she talks about the importance of changing the story according to your target market and, of course, your goals, right? So let's hear a little bit.
I'm excited to tell you about my process for.
Oh, so sorry. I don't know what I did. I'm very clumsy and I'm always making
Hi,
mistakes.
everyone. This is Rajani LaRocca, and I'm excited to tell you about my process for writing Where Three Oceans Meet. So this story started as a conversation with someone in which I described a trip that I took with my family to a place called Kanyakumari at the very tip of India, where they say 3 oceans meet: the Indian Ocean, the Bay of Bengal, and the Arabian Sea. I took this trip as a child when I visited my extended family in India. We meandered from Bangalore all the way through South India and saw all kinds of wonderful sights until we finally ended up at Kanyakumari, where I thought I could see 3 different colors of water meeting. And I thought of all the small moments I spent with my family and how they were so precious to me. And I knew I had to write this story. So here's the part where I took my personal story and changed it to be, I hope, more resonant and more universal. That trip through South India, I took with other relatives, not just my mom and my grandmother. But in order to focus on the number 3, I pared it down to just a girl, her mother, and her grandmother. And then I multiplied the number of 3s in the text and drew contrast between the 3 characters, why they wanted to go on the trip, what they packed to wear, how they liked their food, and so on. The scene where Sejal overhears her mom and her grandma talking about how much they miss each other really happened to me. The details of having the sniffles and the grandmother peeling musambi, which is kind of citrus fruit, and feeding her really happened to me, and it evoked so much love that I wanted to include those details. When I woke up, I didn't say anything to them, but in this story, I had Sejal wake up and say, I never want this trip to end, because in this story, all that Sejal wants is to see the end of the earth. And this is the moment at which she realizes it's not really the destination, but the journey that matters to her, and she wants to stay like this forever.
The braid metaphor came out of my subconscious and wasn't based on my own experience, but I thought it was a nice way to tie the story together. So another thing I wanted to note is that I got to revise and resubmit for this book when I first turned it into the person who would become my editor, Courtney Code. When she sent it back, she made the following suggestions. One was to change the story, which had been in past tense, to present tense to make it feel more immediate. 2 was to make sure the language and the intentions of the child character were right for a 5 or 6-year-old and not me as an adult looking back on it. And number 3, she asked me to infuse the text with more vivid specificity. And to me, this meant more sensory detail, especially around food, and the sights that they saw, and what it was like in the morning, in the afternoon, and the evening. I also added the part about running and catching, which is exactly like tag. I took pieces from my own memories of India, but not all of them were about this specific trip. In fact, many of them were not. So when Courtney made these suggestions, they resonated with me so strongly that I turned the revision around in 3 days, and then she acquired it very quickly after that. And I think it went through almost no editing after that. Basically, what I turned in as my revision ended up becoming the final text of the book. So my suggestions for taking personal experience and making it into a universal story. So, one, I would say mine your memory for specific details, especially emotional or sensory details, because you will find the universal in the specific. Two, unless you're writing memoir, make sure to change some things so that your characters' lives are different from your own experience. You can use details from different parts of your life and mesh them together, even. And number three, this sounds a little metaphysical, but it's true. Allow your characters to take shape in your mind and let your subconscious guide you about what those characters would do. You never know where it might lead. So I hope this was helpful. Thank you so much for reading my book, and best luck in writing.
Okay, so that is the book that she was talking about, and she has also middle grade and other books. So now that we talked about the emotions and how do you really add those emotions to your story, let's talk a little bit how to add humor, heart, suspense, sensory details that she talked about, and think about the engagement. Okay, so we all hear this show don't tell, and I know we want to create characters that are true to life, so we want to consider how they express themselves. So for the emotions, I want you to think about, so if for emotion was fun, how do you react when you are having fun? How does your brother, your friend, your boyfriend, your daughter reacts? They will react differently. So it's very important that when you're writing, you think about the character, it really think about how they would. So I like to write my stories based on real people. So I said, okay, Bella is going to be kind of my daughter. So how does Bella react? It's going to be like kind of my daughters react. When I wrote Abuela Super Capa, I had my mom. So how would my mom react? And things like that. So for example, in this here, it's like when I saw my name on a list, when I passed, in Brazil, we have some called vestibular, and I passed to the university that I went to. It's kind of like an SAT kind of thing, but it's different. So when I saw my name on the list, I danced around the house. I was singing and smiling. I made it. I passed it. Or it could be when I saw my name on the list, I froze. My heart pounded faster. Tears came down my face. I made it. So you can see there are two different ways of reacting to the same thing. So what I want you to do is, based on the emotion that you're thinking about, I want you to write a sentence that shows that emotion. How would you or the person you're writing about react based on the emotion? If you were sad, was she going to cry? Was she going to hide in a closet? What was she going to do? So I'm going to give you a minute to write a sentence or more than one sentence on how to show that emotion without telling it. Okay, and if you want to share on the chat, go ahead and do that. So I'm going to give you a minute to do that. Oh, I see some comments. I like it. Okay, so it has been a minute. I also want to say that you have this emotion thesaurus here. They have a lot of different thesaurus, and you can get it. And I really enjoy that because you can get like how to show emotions using your face or using your hands and things like that. So I strongly suggest that. So I see that Marta was talking about her father and how her father, you could see happiness on his face when he was telling stories. So that is you can really show the smile, the eyes, right? Or how his eyes shined, or how his smile, he had a big smile, and show really like his happiness. So I like that. Anybody else wants to share how they show their emotion or what they wrote about it? I see the chat, but it's hard to see. Yes, beautiful, Martha, like that. Okay. So let's keep going then. So of course, it's very good to use metaphors and similes. As writers, we use that a lot because that's gonna add humor, gonna add emotion. So I like this. Hope is a thing with feathers. So you can try to think about similes and metaphors when you write about emotions. They are, of course, not cliche, right? But of course, don't make it hard for your reader to understand. For the kids, we have to try to be concrete. We have this for a picture book called A Song of Frutas. Our voices are bridges that reach up to windows, inviting strangers to look at. I think is to look at us and become friends. So you can see that you can use that to make your emotions even more beautiful and full of heart. Now let's see, write a metaphor to represent how your character was feeling. So instead of saying, for example, he was laughing, maybe you can do he was laughing as, I don't know, as hard. There's a I don't have a good word for this one, but he was laughing as hard as a monkey jumping on a tree. That's a horrible one, but I'm just giving you an example. So what could be a metaphor to represent, or a simile to represent how your character was feeling, or you, if that was the case? So instead of just saying his face, he had a happy face, maybe you can do like a metaphor to show how happy he was, for example, in Martha's case. I would love to see people sharing. And here, I tell my students, because I teach Spanish and I teach online. So when I teach, I said, be brave, just share, because we can all get inspired by each other. I would love to see if we can see some beautiful metaphors. Yeah, or similes. I love writing with similes. This little background music here. I love to dance. Okay, so if anybody wants to share, go ahead. Oh, I see one here. He looked like a cat. Let me see, because I cannot see too well. That ate the canary. Oh, I love that one. You can see the guilt. Yes, very, very good. I love that masked toasted. Even your name is kind of a simile or a metaphor. So I love that one. Yes, yes. So this is one way to get the emotions really like that the readers will understand immediately with that, will be more reachable to them than just saying, oh, he was sad or he was guilty. You can feel the guilt. You can feel the emotion. That will really hook your reader. Okay, it's very important to add sensory details, as you heard Rajani saying, like her editor asked her to add more sensory details, like food or smell. In this case here, I put sounds, but you can choose what you want to add. So you can add onomatopoeias, you can do sounds, the dala, 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 rumble and roar. They clinkty clunked like a junk in a trunk, so close to break down kerplunkty. Plunk. So I love that book. Has a lot of onomatopoeia and sounds. The horns blew high and loud and strong and low. The claves smack, clackety, clackety, clack, clack. And everyone feet stomp, tappity, tap. Best of all, Tito played the timbales. So there is a book called Tito Puentes by Monica Brown and Rafael Lopez. So I want you to think about what feelings you would like to add, what sensorial, not feelings, what details you want to add to your feelings. Like smell, you can add all of them, right? But when you're writing, smells and sounds and touch, and food, right? It's always good to add some food and different things. So think about that when writing. So let's see if you can add a sensory detail to the special moment. So let's see that my special moment was when my mom died. Okay, what was like I was at her house, so I could smell her, I could remember her, so I could remember her singing because she loved to sing. I could remember her smell, and I could feel her laugh because she used to laugh a lot. So all the sensory details that you can add to that special moment. And as usual, if you want to share, let's do it. Oh, I see that right now. Also wrote one here. He felt like the prey called, I cannot see everything, but in a big trap. I'm trying to look at the chat on my phone. Okay, so let's give you a minute and a half to write some sensory details to that special moment.
I have to say, Anna, I've been thinking of so many like sensory details and so many things to write, and I can tell that our chat has been coming up with some really great ideas, especially for the similes and metaphors. People were really on top of that.
That's great. I cannot see all of them, but the ones I can see.
All right. I can read a couple of them if you'd like. Let's see.
Yes.
I know we had you showed mass toasters with the canary, with the cat who ate the canary. Courtney his smile was as bright as a full moon.
Nice.
Florio's like the clinking of glasses, toasting their relatives. The cookies that are baking smell sweet like vanilla.
Very good.
It's special
I love all of
when
it.
family gathers once a year to see Joe and Alma, who have no children of their own.
Yes, very strong feelings. We can catch the emotion. Very good. Yeah. It's funny that I cannot see it because I'm here trying to look at the phone, but I don't know why I don't see it there. No.
Yeah, sometimes the chat is can be a little funky sometimes.
Well, I love all of them, and then you can really feel the emotion. That's the important thing. Now, by adding that simile, that beautiful, the lyricism, it also add emotion. Okay, so anybody wants to share what was some sensory details that they remember related to that special moment?
Let's see. Mass Toaster said her room smelled of a strange mixture of cat and Bengay.
Wow, very specific. See, that's very specific. So we can really visualize and basically smell that Bengay. I don't like that smell, so I can smell that. Very good. Okay, very nice. Yeah, we're getting all inspired. Okay, so of course we know that it's very important to have active verbs, especially in picture books. We avoided verbs, right? We use precise verbs. So, for example, instead of saying I run fast, you can just say I sprint. And it's funny because I'm from Brazil, so in my language we don't have as many different words for like, oh, if you run like skipping or hopping it's so many different ways of run and walk and things like that, and sometimes it's hard for me, so I have to use the thesaurus. But that's very very important to try to be specific and use action verbs that are as specific as possible instead of just using adverbs. Okay, so this is something that it's important to avoid. Okay, so now let's see how I wanted to, you show the feelings. Now I want to see the reaction using an active verb. So let's see that, okay, I will use my mom died. When my mom died, how was my reaction? First, when I got to the hospital, I hugged all my siblings and we cried and cried and cried for so long. And then, we decided to remember her, and we got all her pictures and all the things that she had. She had like a box with a lot of special things, and that's when we started laughing and remembering her. So we have different reactions depending on the time, but you can describe the reaction using active verbs and try to be as active as show really not only the reaction but the emotions, of course. So let's see if you can write about the reaction, because I always hear in picture book, I don't know too much about novel, but you'll say every action needs a reaction. So we need to show the reaction.
It looks like Florio here said, rebuild, restore, worked together to put up the tree.
Okay, good. Yes. Work to rebuild, restore. I like the very, very active verbs. Excellent. Okay. Very good. Okay, so let's see. Of course, you can always try to add humor. Of course, it depends on the story. For example, for my Abuela Super Capa, it was a kind of oh, is it time? Okay. So it was sad and about grieving, but I always I try to put some humor with the characters. They have like dogs and cats that are stealing the cupcakes because they were kind of superheroes. So is it time to finish now?
It is, unfortunately. As much as I love this, I feel like I've been getting actually a lot of really good practices. I feel like I want to take your entire course right now. This is really cool. I always love working and partnering with teachers because I fully believe in what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I was just going to talk about incorporating humor and suspense. Okay, so let me stop sharing.
So maybe what we can do, because there is some really good information here, but I know we need to get on to our next presentation. What we can do is we can always, would it be possible for viewers to get a hold of the presentation after? Maybe we could get like a link or get away for if viewers want to be able to the PDF
Yes,
out?
yes, I can. Yeah, yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I think that'd be really good because there is a lot of different elements there. And I feel like for anyone who's trying to really focus on creating the the present moment, and especially with some of the things you went over between verbs and similes and metaphors, I think that's very, very helpful.
Let me get the link. I think I can get the link now. Yeah, I'll put oh, my chat is really bad, but I'll put it here in the chat. I think I can do
Okay.
it. No.
Perfect.
No.
Perfect. And so totally what we can do, Anna, after the presentation, once you sign off, you can just give us the link and we can share it in our community. And then that way, perfect. I just saw that.
I put on the private because I think I cannot put on the
Yeah.
You can put it for everybody.
Yeah, and I'll throw it there so that way viewers can access it. And then for anybody who wants to know more about you or go check you out, where can they find you?
Yeah, so my website is Ana, because my name is Ana, just one N, fiction.com, anafiction.com. So it's kind of easy. I can put it here for you and you can put for that. So yeah, there I have all the books and the reviews for the books and things like that, where to buy the books. My books are traditionally published, so they are everywhere, whatever, you can buy anywhere you want to buy.
Which is really, really awesome. And then I know for anyone who does want to check you out, we have your I believe is your website. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, instead of I didn't understand what you wanted, so I just sent an advertisement for the book, the last one. But yeah, this was the one that I in Spanish and in English.
Perfect. And I see that here.
But
so
yeah,
this is the book advertisement.
Yeah, but you can put if you want to put the link, then we'll have that book and not the other books.
Awesome. Yeah, I just dropped it down in the chat so people can go check it out. And I know you definitely have a lot of books. I checked out your site. You definitely have a lot out there, which is really, really cool.
Yes, I'm working. Yeah, I have some other coming 2025, and I have my chapter books coming. So I'm excited about that.
Well, I just want to say, Anna, thank you so much for joining us today. I know this is the first time I actually get to meet you in virtual person.
Yeah.
But you're a phenomenal teacher. You really are. And I got a lot of value out of it. I can tell our community did as well.
Thank you so much.
Of course. All right, Anna, thank you so much. Take care, and we'll talk again soon.
Okay.
All right, my friends. So that was wonderful. That was awesome. I feel like I personally got a refresher in using descriptive language and descriptive writing to really be able to craft my story. I can promise you guys now, I wish I could go work on Scarecrow, because now I'm like, okay, wait, I need to make sure I got some similes and to make sure I'm using the right verb choice. And it's just a really good refresher. So that was very, very helpful. And I could tell that we definitely got some love here in the community. Penelope's like, poetry is a great way to learn how to be creative in writing. I know Dana said, Dana shared, I always recommend a poetry class because it teaches writers all of the tricks of the trade that can be used in fiction and nonfiction. Absolutely. That was awesome. So that was really, really cool. I know we got some excellent advice in that. We're going to be moving right along to our next presentation. So let me pull it up here. So we're actually bringing on a duo for the next one. So you guys can see this is super exciting. We're going to now be switching over from memoir writing to children's. So this is another really awesome genre. We're going to be talking about turbocharged characters, crafting unforgettable characters for children's books. Join the hosts of the Storyteller Shelf podcast and transform your children's book characters from ordinary to extraordinary in this interactive workshop. So I am so thrilled and honored to welcome and bring to the stage, I was like, make sure I get all the names right, Miss Theresa Villarreal. I was like,
hello.
Yeah, Villarreal. And then
you did it right.
Yes, love it. And then your partner, Jackie Garcia-Morales.
Oh, that was beautiful. Yeah. I'm very excited. I know that Jackie and I we were actually practicing our presentation last night, so we're very excited to see everyone everyone today. So
I am so happy to have both of you guys here. And then Theresa, just so you know, on your end, you're coming across a little dark on your
okay. Let me
end.
turn that.
Yeah, I think we just need a little bit more.
Is that better?
If you get closer to the screen.
Beautiful. Sorry. Oh, she's gone.
I was trying to work it out with the background stuff. Okay, there you go. That's a little better. A little better.
Here, let me see if I can.
I know. I always go with lighting. I have to go like 10 times more than I think. Perfect.
Yeah. I have a light. I just got one for Christmas, so there we go.
All right. Well, first off, I'm happy to be able to meet both of you on stream for the first time. I think both of you are awesome. I really appreciate you two for joining us. I have your presentation pulled up, so you guys can start whenever you're ready, and we'll moderate the chat for you.
Yay!
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you guys, and thank you to Jared for having us come on. We're excited to be here. So let's get started, everybody. So today we're going to talk about how to turbocharge your characters in writing. So I don't know if everyone can see the presentation. Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to talk about how to turbocharge your characters, crafting unforgettable characters for children's books. Okay, so my name is Theresa Villarreal, and this is my dear friend, Jackie Garcia-Morales. And so let's get started, everybody. So who are we? So obviously my name is Theresa Villarreal, and I'm the author of a middle grade series called Adventures in Oculus. I actually brought my book. I don't know if anyone can see, but this is my book right here.
Hey, Theresa, sorry to interrupt real fast. We're getting from the chat that your audio is coming a little garbled.
Oh, okay. All right, hold on a second.
No worries. I just wanted to make sure that we can hear you all right, because this is going to be a really good presentation. Please hold while we're dealing with technical difficulties. Trust me.
I was just going to do that.
When I was dealing with the fiction contest, yeah, that's way better. Beautiful, wonderful, love it.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm Theresa Villarreal. I am the author of a series called Adventures in Oculus, and I'm also a homeschooling mom, and I also have written and creator of the coloring book series E.T. Man. So this is my coloring book series. I don't know if you guys could see. Well, you can see in the comments below and on my website. Then I'm going to share with Jackie who she is, and she's going to introduce who she is to you guys. So go ahead, Jackie.
Hi, everyone. It's really lovely to have you here today. We're so excited to be a part of this event. So like Theresa said, I'm Jackie. I'm a publishing associate by day, so I work at Baker & Taylor, which is a large company where I do some sales and promotion and marketing. I'm also the United States Board on Books for Young People New Jersey State Ambassador, which means I get to advocate a lot for literacy. And I have 2 picture books coming out next year that I'm really excited about.
So today we're going to talk to you guys about who we are and also how to turbocharge your characters. So we have a podcast that shares about kidlit book reviews and interviews called the Storyteller Shelf Podcast. We are champions of children's literature from board books through young adults, and we explore the art of storytelling with detailed book reviews, share interviews, and experience literary professionals and guide our listeners to the ever-evolving literary landscape. So we just did a holiday episode. You can actually find it on our YouTube channel, which is really fun. We had the most fun in making that episode. But we have some upcoming episodes: the World of Writing Craft, Universe Building Edition, the Science Behind Book Launches, and the Recipe for Author Entrepreneurship. And you can go to our YouTube page, which is at the Storyteller Shelf Podcast, and you can find it on Spotify and Pandora. So what is turbocharging? Think of taking your character and making it from meh to pizzazz, right? So we have the turbocharging is the process of taking a basic character and adding unique, imaginative, or larger-than-life qualities that make them stand out, engage readers, and create memorable stories. It's about transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary, giving your character traits, abilities, or quirks that elevate their story and making them unforgettable. So step 1, character development. So turbocharging, how do we do that? Here's some examples. So let's take an ordinary character as a girl who loves gardening, and let's turbocharge it, right? So a girl whose touch can make plants grow instantly, and she has this gift to help her community during a drought. So that's the first one. The second one is a boy who loves dinosaurs, and let's turbocharge that, right? So a boy who discovers a time portal to the Jurassic era and friends with T-Rex. And let's pretend like the T-Rex is a dentist and he can fix teeth. So you can turbocharge that character as well. Another example would be a shy kid who likes animals. Let's turbocharge that character. A shy kid who can see animals and becomes their voice in a world where humans misunderstand them. So what does it involve? You want to enhance the personality. So you want to start with a relatable personality or trait like curiosity or bravery and amplify it into something exceptional or magical, right? So let's add some unique abilities or traits. So think of a character in a different way that adds excitement to the story, okay? You're going to elevate the purpose or challenge. You're going to give a character a goal or a conflict that's bigger than what most kids face, but still connect to their everyday emotions and or struggles. So then you're going to also add in the what if factor, okay? So what's an ordinary character, something extraordinary about them, okay? So why does this matter for readers? Well, let's think of some memorable story like characters. Anyone on here that's a big fan of Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit, right? So that's memorable storytelling, right? Anyone here? And then the other way is to inspire, being creative and aspirations for readers, right? So it amplifies emotional connection by manifesting emotion and the physicality of the character, and it keeps the reader engaged in the story. So it makes it more interesting. Okay. Why does this matter for writers? Now, this is really, really important as a writer, right? Like, we want to write because we like the idea of telling a story and being creative, right? But we also have to think. What characters make books more appealing to publishers, educators, and parents. The longevity, memorable characters are more likely to inspire sequels, merchandise, and cross-media opportunities. Hack stories with supercharged characters can teach valuable lessons wrapped in entertainment, creating lasting values for readers. Okay, so Jackie's going to share the framework, guys.
Yeah, let me jump in there. Can I do a quick sound check? Are we sounding all right to you guys?
Yeah. I don't know, like
Yeah, so I think what it was kind of coming in and out. But Theresa, your voices, or your audio and mic is sounding kind of like AI Theresa.
Oh, Theresa,
cool.
are you a
Cool
robot?
for like an audio book, but not quite as cool for the presentation.
She came out turbocharged, guys. This is all part of what we're doing.
Oh, that's actually perfect. Like, do you want to become turbocharged?
Hey, there you go. Here's our next example: is what if the host was actually an android? Got it. Nailed it. See, next level marketing.
That's how we go
right
viral.
there.
All right. So I think what I would recommend, Theresa, because it sounds like it might be your mic, I might just recommend Jackie taking points. And Jackie, we can hear you all right.
Okay, great. Well, I'll take over for now, but we'll keep it in mind for when we go to Q&A. But that's okay, guys. We'll go back to the show. So we are digging into the framework of this, and it's actually quite simple. So let's move forward to talk about the 2 steps that we're going to do for this thought process of turbocharging. All right. Are we on the next slide? My screen is lagging, unfortunately, but it's fine if you guys can see. Okay, well, I'll keep going. So first step, 1 out of 2 steps, is building a foundation. We want to ask ourselves 2 main questions. Who is your character? Their age, their name, personality traits, hobbies, goals, challenges, and why does your audience care about them? So what makes them relatable? What makes them unique? And what is the emotional connection that they bring to the reader? So that's the first step, is building your character lightly. And I know some of you probably already have characters in mind, so please keep those with you because we're going to do this together. All right, step 2 is the fun part. This is adding the turbocharge. So like Theresa said, we're applying the what if question. Going back to one of our first examples, we're talking about the girl who loves to garden. What if the girl's love for gardening gave her that magical power to make plants grow instantly? What if? This is where you get to go outside of the box, really go beyond your typical imagination and add something that sounds almost outlandish to your character. Okay, so what we're hoping we'll do is everyone will give it a try right now. So if you came in with a character, use that. If you don't have one, I would encourage you to spend a little bit more time on step 1 and then move quickly to the turbocharge. So this is just a fun exercise. Obviously, there's no grades or anything, but we'll give it a try. Brainstorm who your character is in the basics. Age, why do we care about them, personality, etc. And then apply the what if question. I think we're going to take maybe the next 5 or 6 minutes to do that. And I think while you guys are brainstorming away, we're going to talk a little bit also about the freebies that we have on hand. We have more than one, which we're really excited about, and hopefully you guys are too. The first one is we have a character interview worksheet, and this is a downloadable PDF that we will provide you the link with, and we'll pop it in the chat. That is free for everyone who attends this workshop. So you can go, you can download it, keep it. It's going to help you go through character development to build the best characters you can. And this does not only apply to children's books, it's applicable for any genre you're doing. So we really encourage you, go, give it a try, work through it, and don't stress about it, just have fun with it. The second freebie we have is we have a free mug, which is awesome. If you are like us and you love coffee or tea, we would like to give you a Storyteller Shelf podcast themed mug free of charge, and we're asking you to drop a number between 1 and 100 in the chat, and the magic number is going to be the winner, and we'll announce that a little later on. We'll give you our email and encourage you to send us your address so we can get that to you safely. And our only disclaimer for that is, unfortunately, you have to be in the US so that we can ship it to you. Nice, Anna. I see the numbers popping through. Great. All right, last freebie while you guys are working hard away is we have the potential for someone who subscribes to our website during this time of the WriteNow-a-thon. Between now and the end of the event, we will pick one random subscriber to win a free on-air book review. And of course, this is something that will have to be a children's book, but that can be a young adult book. It can be a picture book, a middle grade novel, a board book, a leveled reader, anything of the sort. So we're really encouraging you, visit our website, free email subscription, and we will draw a random person from there, and you're going to get an email from us. Just a few minutes, I think 2 minutes or 3 minutes left for you guys to work before we're going to come back and do some sharing together. Megan's like, all the numbers. I choose all of the numbers between 1 and 100. I like that method. All right, this is your 1 minute warning, 1 minute left, and then we're going to come together, and if anybody created something, we'll share it. And if not, we're going to move into actually Q&A. So let's wait for this minute to close up. Okay, guys, let's bring it back in and let's get ready to share. So if anybody went through this process, we would love, love, love for you to share in the chat who your basic character was and what was the turbocharge that you gave them. And if we have any shy people, Theresa and I can go first of characters that we've done in the past. Theresa, why don't I kind of give my example from one of my upcoming books, and then I'm going to slide it to you. Does that sound cool?
Yes, that's good.
Oh, we got one in the chat.
Oh,
Let's see.
someone's a chat.
Anna says,
That's cool. Thank you for sharing. This is so cool.
Anna says, I'm writing a chapter book with a Brazilian doll who is chubby, has long curly hair, and she is brave. But what if she is not only brave, but a superhero? She just doesn't know it yet. Well, that's the best kind of superhero, right? The ones that don't know it yet. That's great, Anna. I love it.
Cat who is a gift to children who lives in a lighthouse in space. Oh, that's cool. His job, respects the snakes. I like that.
I
That's
love
cool.
it.
That's cool.
Respects the snakes.
awesome.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's beautiful, Dana. Thanks for sharing.
that's cool.
Anyone else want to hop in there? Theresa, do you want to give one example from your book?
Oh, yes. Okay, so in case like you guys didn't know, I write middle grade. I have a series, and one example would be my main character. His name is Dominic, and he has to go through a portal to another world, another dimension from his closet. And he meets some interesting characters like Barnabas, who happens to be a Yeti, and he is a wizard. So, like, you know, and he helps Dominic along the way to help to save a land from Spider Witch, who has snake hair and a spider body. So, you know, that's
great.
That's majorly turbocharged characters.
It's like
Say that.
turbocharged on fire. It's like
Yeah,
not
exactly.
just a friend, but also a Yeti and a wizard. We have another comment from Megan who says, Kyra is a bookish preteen who dreams of becoming a guardian that helps people and brings smiles to those she assists. That is awesome. That's kind of what I wish I was too. So Kyra might be my spirit animal. That's awesome. All right, why don't we move into, one more. We have Courtney who's chiming in, a young girl who uses her sassy nature to encourage shy children to stand up for themselves. When she holds hands with a shy child, she can share her sassy abilities with that child. How cool is that? Oh, I'm ready to read that right away. Actually, I'm ready to watch that as a TV show, to be honest with you.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
That's great. Thank you so much for sharing, guys. We're so excited that you kind of went through this process. We know it's only 2 steps, and it's something that a lot of writers kind of do intuitively, but breaking it down actually really helps you when you're in that beginning phase of character development. It gives you a scientific formula to follow and make sure that you're thinking of this every single time. So yeah, let's come back and do some Q&A. I know you've just met us, but you know that Theresa and I are authors. Theresa in middle grade. I'm picture book level. I work in traditional publishing, and Theresa is a self-published author. So if there's any questions that you might have for us or about our podcast that we do, which is airing next year, which is not too far away, just a couple days from now, please go ahead and pop those in the chat. And we'll give you some time to think. Don't worry.
Yeah, but also we have our holiday episode that's already up on our YouTube channel. So in case like you guys want to check that out. And again, apologize for my my sound. There's a storm in my area, so I do apologize, guys, about the sound. So that's again, sorry about that.
Yeah, the tornado made her sound like a robot, obviously.
Yeah, isn't that awesome? Fantastic.
Oh my goodness.
Yay! And apparently my sound is fixed, so it could have been my AirPods or it could have been the tornado in the area.
Yeah.
So I'm not 100% sure.
I'm
but
voting
yeah.
tornado. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, if you don't have any questions for us, we are going to announce the winner of the mug is Songju. I hope I said your name right. But please send us an email at thestorytellershelfpodcast@gmail.com. And Theresa will put that in the chat.
Yes.
So we will.
Be happy to put our.
Yeah, please send us an email. You can just name it mug, and we will know what you're talking about. Send us your address, and we will get that to you.
Yes.
That way you can enjoy some nice coffee or tea.
Yay. Okay. So we are so excited. And thank you guys so much for listening to us. I think we're going to move on to what, Q&A? Yeah, right?
Yeah. If you guys have any questions, we still have some time. Courtney says, I feel like that exercise was more difficult than I thought it would be. I think taking our time to break it down really makes you think. Thank you, Courtney. It's really true. When I first heard this method, I thought it was kind of obvious, to be real with you. I thought it was kind of silly to even talk about it. But the more I started writing, especially writing to be published, right, send out theory and do all the fun stuff with, the more I realized that it really helps to have these itemized, like I said, formula to come back to. Make sure that you're always hitting on the depth in everything you do. And that can be characters, that can be plot, it can even be things like, illustrations and book covers. But just having that prompt, it really does secure some sort of process in what you're doing. So yeah, it can be harder than you think it was. That's totally normal.
Yeah.
Let's see. For those who did the exercise.
Oh. Congrats. Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Right?
That's exactly right. And that's something that we're going to be talking about. You mentioned pitch. Thank you, Dana. I appreciate that, because on our podcast, we're going to be talking about that in the next few months on one of our episodes. So yay.
Yeah, some people are pre-prepared, like extra prepared ahead of time.
Exactly. So if you guys have any questions, please feel free to put it in the chat, or just let us know, because we are here for you guys.
Yeah, we're pretty friendly too. Hard to tell sometimes when one of us is a robot, but she's here in peace. She's not taking over the world. Promise.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys, we are going to make sure once again that our link to our podcast is in the chat. That's our website, and we're really hoping and encouraging you guys to subscribe if you can, because that helps us reach more people. But also, we really want to offer the free book review to someone. A little selfish in that instance. But thank you so much for chiming in. Thank you so much for doing this exercise with us. And we really hope that it's helpful to you in the future. Please don't abandon it. Please do go to the link we sent before to get that character interview worksheet. It's going to guide you into character development, I promise, in a way that you haven't thought about it before. So we're here for you. We want to support you in outlining and succeeding. So thank you again for listening to us. We really appreciate it. And thanks, Jared, for having us here.
All right. Wow. Thank you. Thank you both for joining and hopping in. That was actually really cool. Like, I know I don't actually write children's stories, but thinking about turbocharging a character, I feel like that could have applied or that applies outside of the genre. So I was asking her, like, would I turbocharge my character for a fantasy story?
Yeah, you can use it for any genre.
What if I just give them a magic ability called Turbocharge? Does that count?
Yeah. Do it and let us know so that we can get really excited about it.
Oh man, well that was really cool. I'm glad we were able to work through the technical difficulties. I think considering that you're dealing with a tornado warning, I think that makes sense. You have every excuse in the book. Absolutely.
So yeah. Thank you guys so much. This was so much fun. This is really great. Thank you to everyone for putting in your comments in the chat and for watching us even with technical difficulties.
And I'm trying to work through all the things. Well, Thank you both for joining me. And once again, it's a pleasure meeting and having both of you on the stream. We are going to be hopping soon into a writing game. You, of course, are both welcome to join. But thank you again, and I'll let you guys get going for now.
All right. Bye. Thank you guys. Take care.
All right. So that was wonderful. What a fun little exercise. I know you guys know me. I love character development, and anything that has to do with characters, and especially turbocharging characters, like that was a really great exercise. So definitely make sure that you hop into the links that we posted down in the chat if you want to get access to that. And I know we did a couple of the giveaways during it, so I think that worked out pretty well. So I'm glad that was pretty good. And then yeah, so let's just do a quick check-in before we hop into our next event. Let me pull it up here. How are you guys doing? How's the community? How are you feeling? Have you got enough coffee? Have you gotten enough catitude? How are we? I know we've I'm like, what? I just kind of lose track of time when I start doing these things. We are 2:10. So we're about 4 hours in. We're doing pretty good. I'm still wired. I'm probably just going to be drinking coffee all day. Maybe I'll just do some stretching to make sure, stretching my finger muscles. I'm like learning all the different things. We've gone through blurb writing. We went through if you're getting stuck and what to write in front of a blank page. We touched on memoirs and children's with characters and our mental health discussion. We've really gone through a lot so far, because next we're going to be hopping into a fun writing game. We're going to be doing something a little bit more interactive. So that will be cool. But before we do, let me pull up my screen. So with where we're at with our schedule, we're about to hop into our writing game next. Man, but I would love to hear from the chat. And by the way, I love how involved you guys are. We're loving seeing the comments. You guys have been really, really awesome. Megan was like, I also got my latest chapter, my fanfic completed today. Awesome. Excellent. Like, you completed it during this stream. Woo! Making some progress here. That's what's up. We're hopefully getting some good writing in today. Jackie, like, Jared, not enough coffee or tea in the world. Oh, but doing stellar. Thank you, my friend. Hats off to you. Jared, Repeat, and Briana, this has been a great day so far. I know. And we're not even halfway through. Like, this is fun. Senza, welcome. You're like, I just got on the stream, 2 cups of coffee in, just set up a new project. Ooh, that's exciting. I love your little character icon, by the way. That's very cool. Let's see. Anna, fun day. ML, never enough coffee. This has been very well put together, educational and inspiring. Appreciate that, my friend. Thank you so much. Yeah, root beer is great when you're thirsty. always a tasty treat. Definitely love seeing all the vibes from the community. So, but okay. So as I had the schedule pulled up, let's see where we at. So we just finished with our Turbocharged presentation, and we're about to hop into our next writing event. So we're going to hop into a writing game. But before we do, let's just do a quick announcement. The WriteNow Discord. Do you want to be a part of an active writing community? Whether, let's say, you want to interact with other writers, you have questions, you like sharing memes, you like playing games, you like just chatting. There are so many ways to be involved. Come join us in the WriteNow Discord. If you want to come join our community, it's very active. We have many conversations going on daily. The link is down in the YouTube description. I also just dropped it down in the chat as well. So come join us in the Discord right now. Absolutely. Discord has been one of the greatest things that we've tried this past year, and everybody in the Discord community loves it. Right? It's a great way to be able to network with the other writers outside of the live streams. So definitely come join us in the Discord, and it is a phenomenal resource. All right, my friends. All right, beautiful. So what we are going to be doing next, we're going to be hopping into a writing game. So this is going to be super cool. Now, the writers who we've asked to come join us don't know what the writing game is. I've hinted at it. I know I've hinted at it. For those of you guys who joined us in the first write-a-thon back in the summer, back around the 4th of July, you might have an inkling, because this was one of our most popular writing events during the time. So first off, let me bring up the writers and let me get my stuff set up here. Here's our ad for the writing game. All right, and let's see which writers we have joining us in the studio. And just because you're not on the stream doesn't mean that you can't be involved. We're going to need your ideas. We're going to need your help to help us bring this next game to life. All right, my friends. So without further ado, let me see who I got queued up here. Just checking. All right, perfect. So without further ado, let me bring up my wonderful co-hosts over here, Miss Penelope Hartley. Welcome back, Miss Penelope, and our favorite chat soul. Welcome back, friends. Whew, man, we've been going strong. How are you guys doing? First off, before I bring the other guests in, how are you guys doing? Soul, you're muted.
It's good.
So Soul, you're muted. We see Crow, but you're muted.
I didn't realize that. Crow's been sitting over here next to me listening to the whole thing, and this is just awesome.
Wow. So is Crow now ready to start turbocharging his characters?
Are you gonna do that?
Oh, the look.
That look. Crow's like, yeah.
I invented that. Cool.
Oh man. Well, I hope you guys are having fun. I know these discussions, these conversations have been great. Penelope, the mental health conversation was awesome, by the way.
That was fire. Yes, yeah. That was so good.
Whew. But now it's finally time for an interactive game experience. So let me bring up the other authors. I'm going to welcome back to the stage Miss Ana Siqueira. Ana, welcome back. Welcome. And please tell me, did I say your last name right? Is it Siqueira?
Siqueira, yes.
Cicada. Okay, the cicada. I have to get names right. I always do. And we'll welcome back to the stage Mr. Chris Lilly. Welcome back, my friend. Oh, I love it. You have the dragon Mickey Dragon Mouse.
It's the pink Power Rangers. I made my own Mickey ears. I figured you were wearing a hat. I'm gonna wear a hat.
I have to match it.
I have a hat.
All right, it's hat time. People have got to match me. I kind of went with this like pseudo Indiana Jones vibe. I was like, all right, that's what we're gonna do. Okay,
you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do my hat too.
All right, apparently it's hat time.
Look what you started.
we started a hat movement. If you're in the chat, put your hat on.
We need to put our thinking caps on for the writing.
Yeah, you're gonna need your thinking caps. And let me bring up our other writer, Mr. Paul Inman. Welcome, Paul. Welcome, my friend.
Hey, how you doing? I actually don't have a hat near me, so
you're like, I guess
just put a napkin on your head. Just put a napkin.
I don't have a napkin near me. All I can do is put my book on my head.
There you go. Perfect.
It's okay, Paul. You can use the power of the beard.
Yeah, there you go. I wear my hat on my face.
So I am very excited. I am very, very excited to be able to bring this event back to the community. So back in July, we did a writing game where essentially we wrote a story together as a group. This was a real challenge. It was fun. And really the point of it is just for us to write a story together. Because what more fun is it than creating, whether it's characters, worlds, whether it takes place in the real world or in a world filled with dragons and ghouls. Who knows, right? We could go in any direction. So essentially, this is what this game is. And chat, if you're here, we're going to need your help. We're going to need your ideas. So essentially what we're going to do, we are going to write a story together. Last time we did this, I know Penelope, Soul, and Chris, you guys joined me last time back during the summer. Mm-hmm. We're going to go one by one writing a story together. Essentially what you're going to do, I'm going to pull up the word processor on my end. Let's see, I'm going to pull up the word processor on my end. The only thing you have to do is you just have to think about what is the next sentence of the story. So essentially it's kind of like challenging us to think on the spot of like, okay, what's going to be the next sentence? We're going to start the story off. We're going to do a beginning, middle, and end. We'll try to see if we can get through the story. We have a little bit more time this time, so I believe in us. And essentially we'll just go down the list. Originally I was thinking popcorn, but I was like, all right, that might, I think, okay, we'll go in order. We'll see how that sounds. And we'll see if it works out. And I have my screen pulled up here. All right, perfect. So this is going to be very, very easy. So essentially we're going to be going down the list, writing a story together. As like, this is called the Write a Story, or the Build a Story game. Yes, build a story game. So what it will be, for example, let's say I will do the first sentence. Once upon a time in a land far, far away, there was a child lost in time. All right. Then Penelope would write the next sentence. That child didn't know what to do, so he pulled out his rubber ducky because it was his favorite toy. And then Soul could do action.
I would not.
Or Soul could do whatever they wanted. Soul could be like, okay, and then what is going on here? I feel like I am lost in Narnia, right? So you guys can go in whatever direction you want to take it in. What we're going to do is we're going to try to see, and this is our challenge. Can we make it through a story? Can we write a story that actually is a beginning, middle, and end together? Last time we did this, we told the story of Gandalfina, the wizard, with the princess, the wizard, princess, space, mermaid. That was the story we got last time. So we'll see what we do now.
And I have a question. How is the audience going to help? Because you said the audience is going to help.
Perfect. Absolutely. So we're all going to be coming up with random ideas. Sometimes the ideas will flow right from us, but other times we're not going to know what to add next because we're doing this on the spot. I'm going to, if somebody's taking too long, I'll throw a timer up and we'll put you on a 30-second timer if it's taking too long. What we need with the help with the audience is we need your ideas. We want you to be involved in the story. So let's say that it gets to me and I'm like, what should this weird dragon do? Should he fly? Should he go grab his treasure? I don't know. Then somebody from the audience could have a really cool comment. I'll throw up the comments on the screen and you guys can help us build the story. So definitely, Courtney, requirement, dragon. Yeah, it has to have a dragon. All right, guys, I'm sorry if we've included dragons in this story. So that is absolutely how the community can be involved. Great question, Anna. Do you guys have any other questions? I think I explained this. Any other questions about this?
Nope.
All right, beautiful. So I'm going to start right at the top. We're going to start with our build a story game and we will see what we can do. So we're at 2:30. Want to make sure. All right, perfect. So we are good on time. So I'm going to start right at the beginning and because there we go. I love it. We're already getting good ideas and I haven't even started it. A dragon, we could do a dragonling, a dragon yokai. Remember that what happens in the alley stays in the alley. Ooh, I actually think that's a great start. Remember what happens in the alley stays in the alley. All right, that's the beginning of our story, and I'm passing it right over to you, Penelope. So you can create your own thing, you can steal from the chat, or we can continue on. I know I didn't even set up a character. I was gonna go dragon.
Yeah, okay. So remember, what happens in the alley stays in the alley. The Plesiosaurus winked. I'm just trying to think of words that you're going to find challenging to spell. Did you get that right? I'll have to think harder next time.
The Plesiosaurus winked. All right, and Soul, passing it off over to you.
The cat-sized dragon just stared at him.
The cat-sized dragon just stared at him. All right, Anna.
He asked, "What do you mean by that?"
On to you, Chris.
I'm trying to figure out. He asked, that's the cat asking the plesiosaurus, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, this is our cat-sized dragon.
Okay. So the cat-sized dragon, what do you mean by that? I can fly.
Okay, I can.
And I'm
fly.
pretty sure this is our plesiosaurus right here.
Yeah.
Can we name him? I'm gonna name him Pleo.
Yeah.
Pleo.
Oh, okay. All right, I love it.
Pleo
scratched his chin and wondered why he overshared. Wonder why he overshared.
Ooh, all right. And let's see. I can fly. Pleo scratched his chin and wondered why he overshared. He realized, Pleo realized that he was deathly afraid of cats. And this dragon resembled just that.
Oh god, now I'm just thinking of Toothless.
Like, all right, we're going in the How to Train Your Dragon direction. All right, Penelope.
Okay. Remember what happens in the alley says, then it stays in the alley, the plesiosaurus winked. The cat-sized dragon just stared at him. What do you mean by that? I can fly. Pleo scratched his chin and wondered why he overshared. Pleo realized that he was deathly afraid of cats, and this dragon resembled just that. The cat sensed his fear, and cat dragon sensed his fear and raised his scale hackles and hissed and blew fire. Something like that.
Cat dragon sensed his fear, raised his scaled hackles, and breathed fire.
Hissy fire.
And
you gotta keep the cat dragon
You could say
imagery.
hissed fire.
Hiss fire. Yes.
Mist fire. There we go. That gets some we're gonna make that bigger. All right. And Soul, what are we throwing in next?
His stubby wings fluttered uselessly against his back.
Just a second. Let me just fix this. All right. And one more time, Soul.
His stubby wings fluttered uselessly against his back.
His steady wings fluttered.
I said stubby.
Oh, stubby. All right. His stubby wings fluttered uselessly behind his back.
Whose wings? Is that Pleo's wings or?
I think the cat dragon should be the next paragraph.
Yeah, so it's
like but when you say his stubby wings, do you mean the Pleo's wings?
The cat dragon.
Yeah.
The cat
Sorry,
dragon's
Pleo.
wings.
Yeah, okay. So we have Pleo the plesiosaurus, and then we have the cat dragon with his stubby wings.
Okay.
No wonder he looks like a cat.
So Pleo decided this cat was not scary at all, and he can teach him how to fly.
Ooh. I kind of like that. It's kind of using like a lingo. He's like, "You're a cool cat." All right, Chris, what do we got next?
The item that Pleo decided to teach the cat how to fly with was a tulip. Similar to Dumbo, but let's try to get away from that, guys.
Oh, I get it now. I was like,
Yeah.
huh?
You're like, what?
That makes sense.
I had the tarot card. I had flowers on it, so I just tulip.
Oh,
Ooh, I love
perfect.
that.
Yes.
Oh wait, I just want to see that tarot card, Chris. Show me that
Yeah,
tarot
let's see
one
it.
more
Which
time.
one was it?
It was the
That was
Seven
good.
of Wands. It's not a tulip. It's a flower.
Okay, okay, you're like, all right, without going in the Dumbo direction.
Man, I'm gonna get my deck out too. That'll help.
All right, Paul, up to you, my friend.
Well, I mean, there's no way to go without bringing in some magic, right?
I mean,
So
it's,
the
we
item
can
that
go in any
Pleo-
direction.
Yeah, the item that Pleo decided to teach the cat how to fly with was a tulip. But this wasn't just a standard tulip. It was a magical tulip.
Tulip. It was a magical tulip. Ooh,
How
I
is
love
a
it.
plesiosaurus in an alley? It looks like it's supposed to be underwater.
Well, apparently this. I think this is a plesiosaurus. I think this is a
underwater alley, right?
I have one more. I have one more question.
Uh-huh.
It says cat. We have a cat-sized dragon. Does that mean that the dragon is the size of a cat, or the cat is very huge? Like I've been trying to figure that out.
No, it is a dragon the size of a cat.
So it's tiny.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a house
Like a
dragon.
dragonkin.
Got it.
We got a we got a cat-sized dragon who cannot fly.
Got it.
All right, so let's see. But this wasn't just a standard tulip; it was a magical tulip. The cat dragon went to grab the tulip, but was caught by surprise when the tulip opened its mouth and said,
"Whoa.
What are you doing, bub?"
What? Oh man. The tarot cards aren't helping at all. Okay.
We got a plesiosaurus, a cat-sized dragon, and a tulip walk into a
He's
bar.
handing him this tulip, and the tulip opens his face to the house dragon, and says, "What are you doing here, bub?" And the cat, who looks very much like an avocado trying to pick itself off the ground, but is too heavy, sobs a little and says, "I just want to fly." You happen to grant wishes?
The cat. All right, one more time for me. I just want to fly.
Yeah, I don't know. I gave you a bunch of phrases. Put them together however you want. The cat. Okay, I see a dragon cat who looks like an avocado, a lean green avocado with little stubby wings. And he cries, "I just want to fly." Do you grant wishes? I know that's 2 sentences. Use a semicolon.
I just want to fly. There we
Yes,
go.
perfect.
Do you grant wishes? There we go. Perfect. All right. Well, like, how many? Who's going to be able to create the run-on sentences for us? You'll be like, all right, one thought, comma, parentheses, semicolon. All
There's
right,
a couple
on
M
you.
dashes in there too.
You would. All right, so
The magic tulip falls silent in disbelief.
fell silent in disbelief. Ooh. Sign tells me Magic Tulip has a bit of a personality.
Okay. The magic tulip gobbles up the cat dragon.
Ooh, the plot thicken. The magic tulip gobbles up the cat dragon.
Thank you.
I was like, man, this is a hungry tulip. So now we just got the plesiosaurus who offered the tulip, and the tulip just ate the dragon, or the cat dragon.
Yes.
All right, Chris, where are we taking this?
Unbeknownst to the tulip, A knight in shining armor on a unicorn named Rainbow Sparkles.
A knight in shining armor. A knight in shining armor on a rainbow unicorn.
Sure.
Called Sparkles.
Called Sparkles. Appears
Did
to
what?
save the cat dragon.
Appears to save the cat dragon.
Sadly, he was drunk.
Wait, the unicorn. Then yeah, I'm just gonna say the unicorn because that just sounds funny.
Oh god! Like one of them was drunk.
Both. They just got out of the club.
Change it today. Sadly, they were drunk.
They were drunk.
Sadly,
It was a
okay, we'll
Saturday
do it.
night.
Sadly, they were drunk. Oh man. Calls for appears. So I'm notes to the tulip, a knight in shining armor on a rainbow unicorn called Sparkles appears to save the cat dragon. Sadly, they were drunk. Sparkles waved his magic horn and let's see. Sparkles waved his magic horn and what should happen? What should happen?
I keep seeing the magic horn like swipe across the tulip and the tulip goes flying. That's what I keep seeing, but you can do whatever.
Sparkles waved his magic horn and suddenly the tulip started acting drunk as well. All right, Penelope. I was like, oh, I guess we're gonna figure out why they're so drunk.
Put up your dukes, the tulip said, slurred.
Put up your
His little petals. His little fighting petals.
The tulip slurred
Yeah.
and put up slurred while putting up his petals.
His petal dukes.
His pedal dukes. Oh my god, I love that. All right, so
Cleo stood back, unsure of what to do.
As do most of us.
There we go.
And then he repeated the sentence. Remember, what happens in the alley stays in the alley.
Ah, good. I love that. Remember what happens. Oh my god. Okay, that was pretty perfect, actually. All right, Chris.
That's when Pleo decided to go back into the sea and wait for the next full moon to come back up. I had the moon card, so I had to put the moon in there.
And wait for the next full moon to come back up. All right, Paul, are we continuing right there or are we jumping ahead in time?
Let's do a new section.
Okay. We'll do a little.
Are we going under the water now?
Yeah.
Are we going under
All right.
the water?
So,
oh,
let me think about.
Everybody wants to go under the sea.
Oh,
That's a dinkus.
Darkness filled the room.
Room. We're in an alley. Which room?
Oh, now we're in a room.
Now we're in a room. Darkness filled the room as Meredith's eyes adjusted.
I like it. We're introducing our supporting cast.
Oh, I'm not done.
All right.
I'm not done. There's more.
Oh, okay.
This is a quote. As Meredith's eyes adjusted, quote, "That was the weirdest dream I've ever had. I
there we
shouldn't
go.
eat right before bed.
Perfecto. Love it. All right. Let's see. Meredith got up. Meredith got up as, let's see, as Meredith's eyes adjusted to the light, she rose to wake. She rose to get up, but felt, as Meredith's eyes adjusted to the light, she rose to get up, but felt her leg. As Meredith's eyes adjusted to the light, she rose to get up, but found herself in a dungeon.
Oh.
Lordy Lord. She looked outside and saw Mars rising and wondered what she was doing in outer space.
Oh.
You did it first.
I did it first. I blinked first.
All right, so
How did I get here?
That's a great question. I'm asking myself the same thing.
Then Sparkles said, I guess you were drunk too.
Oh, that's great. I guess you were drunk too.
I'm just imagining Sparkles, the beautiful unicorn, in this like dungy, dirty, like dungeon.
I
with,
always see Sparkles as like that Charlie the Unicorn type character from many years back. All right, Chris, where do we take Meredith and Sparkles in the dungeon in outer space?
Meredith looks to her right and sees the knight in shining armor, also just still wasted, and says, "Brother, why are you here with me?" You got the Six of Cups.
There you go.
Love it. And Paul, where do we go next?
Okay, so this is a quote. It's the knight speaking. Says, "I don't know. This is your dream."
Meredith, I don't know. This is your dream. Meredith turns to Sparkles and asks, let's see, what? I guess you were drunk too. Meredith turns to Sparkles and asks, how?
Where's Pleo?
If this is a dream, where's Pleo? All right, Penelope.
Okay, let's see what I've got here. Outside the dingy window, the full moon rose, and Pleo swam across its cosmic surface.
Acid in the window.
Oh, there he is.
And Pleo swam across the, what was it?
I don't know, like swam across, he swam across the, like Santa Claus in the night,
Swam across the space, the surface.
The universe.
Yeah, it's time continuum.
And swam across the
void?
The time continuum.
Ooh, the void.
The void's a good
And
one.
swam across the void. Outside the dingy window, a full moon rose, and Cleo swam across the void of the universe.
It would be an awesome picture book. This would be an
There
awesome.
we go. I completely agree. ML is like, OMG, I want to see this as a picture book. Completely agree. And by the way, Beth, congrats. Thank you for joining the community. I always have to shout it out. Thank you. Thank you so much, my friend. All right, and let's continue on with this story. So let's see who was outside the dingy window. On to you, Chat Soul. Okay, so we have Meredith is in dungeon with our Sparkles and the knight beside her. It's her dream, and Cleo is swimming through the void of the universe in space towards them.
Meredith shook her head, wondering how deep the dream was.
But Sparkles pinched her, and she was not dreaming.
Plot twist.
All right, and Chris, where do we go next?
Well, that just changed my whole thing I was going to do. Okay. Meredith's therapist, an angel from above.
Oh my God.
Says, why? How was that episode?
I love this. Like, half of us keep trying to tether it back to the real world, and then we're just like, no, we're just going to send it into who knows where, into the cosmos. All right, Paul, what do we got?
Originally, the Temperance card was going to be an angel who captured her, but Meredith was taken out. I was really going to. That was
all right. He's a good angel. All right, we got a good angel now. Well, I guess technically we haven't clarified if the angel's good or bad. We just know the angel's a therapist.
Yep, that's all we know.
All right, Paul, what do you got for us?
I guess I have to. I don't know this. Sorry, hang on a second. All
right.
We've taken such a pivot. I'm off. Okay, I got it. I think I got it.
Okay.
Meredith ignored the question.
All right, Meredith is a little spicy. All right, Meredith ignored the question. Actually, I'll go. Meredith ignored the question.
I went to sleep.
Let's see, how's that episode? Meredith ignored the question. How is it being how
is it being a figment of my imagination?
Hey, I like it. That is a good one. How is it being a figment of my imagination? I love that. All right, no, on to you.
Control of her dream.
What did she eat before she went to sleep?
I guess that's a question. I know I almost did drugs earlier.
I was like, is it mushrooms? It was mushrooms. Shiny little mushrooms. I am quite content to continue in this surrealist fantasy, Meredith said, crossing her arms and pouting indignantly. Don't ask me what I just said. I don't remember.
Indeed.
That's surrealist fantasy, like this.
That actually works.
And did it work? Okay, we're good.
Awesome, and I think that can go like that. All right.
Without the quotes, though.
Yep, there we go. You're like, I spell good. I promise. All right, so.
The angel gives her a disappointed look and says, "This is not a fantasy."
No. Ooh.
Most of this is a philosophical debate about whether or not it's real.
This is not a fantasy.
Mm.
You, let me see. Pleo is coming to marry you.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. All right, so it's going to be the angel still. Pleo is coming to marry you. Oh my goodness, the plot thickens. This is a romance. We're doing like a romantasy, apparently. We're doing like dark indie romantasy. All right, Chris, where do we take it from here?
We take it from a knight in gold armor.
Ooh.
Says, not if I can help it. I want to marry Pleo.
Ooh, not if I can help it. I want to marry Pleo.
Take that, Meredith.
Oh my god, that's funny. And then Gomer says, "Not if I can help it. I want to marry Pleo."
Oh god.
Right? I know that was like a sentence, but that was funny. All right, Paul.
Knight in gold armor. The drunk knight in silver armor. Was that what
the brother?
What? Sorry.
The brother, her brother. We haven't
Yeah.
named her brother, but her brother, sure.
Her drunk knight, comma, her brother. The drunk knight, her brother, Chet.
Chet or Chad? Chet.
Chet.
The drunk knight, her brother Chet.
Tripped over his own feet.
Nice.
But managed to slur.
I want to marry Pleo.
I want to marry Pleo.
This is a definitely what stays in the alley, guys.
Yeah. Right.
The drunk knight, her brother Chet, tripped over his own feet, but managed to slur, I want to marry Pleo. All right, brother tripped over his own feet, but managed to slur. It's me. This might not be a
Courtney,
children's
I
book.
agree with that one now.
Oh, that's funny.
That could be a children's picture.
Maybe not a children's
It
picture.
could just be a picture book.
Hilarious. Let's see. So we have the two knights. All right. So we have the two knights.
Yeah, keeping up with this cast of characters is fun.
Okay, yeah. So I'm like, okay. So we have. Okay, yeah. So we have quite a number of characters. So we're in a space. We're in a dungeon cell in space, or in some type of dungeon in space. We have Meredith. Who I think Meredith might be our protagonist. We have the two knights, and then we have Pleo coming to save them. Okay. Pleo swung open the door, which smacked the angel in the face and announced, "But Meredith, I want Meredith. I My heart is yours.
Oh, not if I can help it. Sparkle says, diving forward and running Cleo through with his horn.
What? Not if I can help it.
Your heart
Sparkle
belongs
said,
to no one now.
running forward and doing what?
Stabbing him in the heart with his horn.
And
Poor
not if I
Cleo.
can
Well,
help
we're
it.
just gonna
Sparkle
get
said,
dark.
running forward and stabbing Cleo in the heart.
This would be
I like
immediately banned
violence,
in so
yay!
many places.
Oh my god.
Cleo batted their eyes, flattered to have so many suitors, but then action happened. So I was like, okay. We haven't heard from Sparkles in a minute. And I've seen Cabin in the Woods too many times.
All right, so where do we go next?
A hiss sounded from outside. Did no one ask what Meredith wanted?
Side. Ooh. Did no one ask what Meredith wanted?
I feel like that's the cat dragon, the unnamed cat
I feel
dragon.
like it is. Yeah, this feels like Cat Dragon is still here.
Like,
Oh, yeah,
it
no,
took
that
him
was
a
my
while to get
intention.
out
No,
of
it's
the
got to be the
tulip.
tulip. Didn't the tulip eat the cat dragon or something?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. That might have been the
No, I
dream. We
haven't-
might be doing some
there was a-
Inception here.
Maybe it was the tulip.
Oh, yeah.
A Martian
It was a
tulip.
tulip.
Ooh.
Okay, so if it was the tulip says, I know how to solve that problem. I'm just gonna eat Meredith too.
Says, I know how to solve this problem. Oh, that's funny. All right, Chris, where do we go next?
With a crack of as a crack of lightning hits the building. I have to remember all the characters that we have here. Both knights and Sparkles fall from the sky to their deaths.
Ooh, fall from the sky to their deaths.
Trying to get rid of some characters here, guys.
Yeah, there were way too many characters. Yeah.
There's not enough
Let's
characters.
try to clean this up. Let's get rid of some characters.
Chat, you would. We can
All
use
right.
it.
Okay. Mildly devastated, Meredith fell to her knees and shouted into the void, "No, my drunk brother." No, shouted into the void.
Yeah, I see him shut.
But she has been eaten. She disappeared too.
The tulip just
Oh,
said
she
he was
already
going to
eaten?
eat
I
her.
didn't think
She
she was
hasn't been
eaten
eaten.
Oh
yet.
yeah, maybe didn't eat yet. Okay.
Oh yeah, Tulip hasn't yet. So far, the Tulip has declared they're going to. Mildly devastated, Meredith fell to her knees and shouted into the void, "No, my drunk brother." And her words echoed throughout the vastness of space right before she was devoured by the tulip.
Who's our main character?
I think that's the
I mean,
end.
I tried to get
we
rid of
still
some.
have.
I tried to get rid of
so
some excess fat.
so technically we
how
have.
long is that
all right.
story gonna go? How long? How many minutes? More minutes we have?
All right, so we got about, let's see, so writing game, we got about 15 more minutes of this segment, so we should probably start going towards the ending I was like, all right. So we have our 2 knights fell to their death.
No, they're dead. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
gone.
Yep, 2 knights fell to
Yeah.
their death. We had
Sparkles
Sparkles
too.
fell
is
to
dead.
their death.
And Meredith is now dead.
Meredith.
Meredith eaten.
So we go
by,
back to just the cat dragon and Pleo. So we
Yep,
can
now we
finish
have the
like
tulip,
the beginning.
And
we have
Pleo.
Cleo, and the cat
Cleo
dragon.
got stabbed by the unicorn horn.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Pleo's
Pleo,
gone too. And I think the cat dragon got eaten, so all we're left with is Tulip.
Yeah.
No, the cat dragon
Ah.
wasn't eaten. That was just in the dream.
Cleo,
I think
stabbed.
I thought it was still all an ongoing dream.
I think Act 3 needs to be
Yeah, that's what I
within the
thought.
stomach of the tulip where Meredith and the cat dragon are.
Ooh.
All right, so I think a good executive decision is scene break. I think that was a good beat, and take us into Act 3. And I think these are where characters are at right now. 2 knights fell to their death. Sparkles fell to their death. Meredith eaten by Tulip. Pleo stabbed by Unicorn. So I think we just have Cat Dragon and Tulip.
Cat dragon,
Cat dragon,
tulip, and
Tulip.
Meredith.
Nope, Meredith was just eaten by Tulip.
But I think we should go into the
Who was
stomach
cat
of
dragon?
tulip.
We could. We absolutely could. Oh, okay, we could.
Go
That
into
was
the
me. So
stomach of
technically,
Tulip.
this goes to Penelope. It's your call.
Oh, don't make me make decisions.
Oh,
I'm not gonna
man.
make that decision. I like that too though, but like I'm trying to figure out what. Yeah, I like that. I like the 2 people hanging out in the stomach. In Tulip's stomach, Meredith and Cat Dragon, whose name was Jeff, blinked groggily at each other for the Tulip's stomach juices were making them feel funny. This is existential horror now.
Funny. We took it in a dark direction.
I thought it would be cute and like I thought it would be cute in like Alice in Wonderland, but then I opened my
You
mouth
haven't.
and
No.
Bile.
This group was never going to
Alright,
make
so-
it Alice in Wonderland cutesy.
All right, guys. So we're gonna wrap this story up. Let's see. We'll go one more full round and see if we can do it. So then we can do a full reading of the story and see what it actually sounds like.
Oh, you guys are not gonna like me then.
Courtney's
There was
like,
a
this is a great
gurgling
story to
sound,
showcase.
and Tulip spit them both out.
Wait, what was that, Soul?
There was a gurgling sound, and Tulip spit them both out.
Ah.
Gurgling sound and Tulip spit them both out.
And,
All right, Anna.
and then Meredith woke up and it was all a dream.
Okay, and we're like, let's clearly define this. And then Meredith woke up, and it all was a dream.
The culprit of her dream was her dealer, her drug dealer.
So we're just gonna go with the drugs or the mushrooms or something.
Yep, mushrooms. Mushrooms.
All right, Paul.
Mushrooms. Yeah.
And Meredith thought, that's cool. I wasn't ready to get married anyway.
Meredith took another handful of mushrooms and went back to sleep.
The
With-
end.
With her.
Wait, do I get one? I want one.
Meredith took another handful of mushrooms and went back to sleep with her stuffed dragon, cat, and plesiosaur animals in her hands, in her arms.
Aww.
I was gonna have her be a writer and sit down at a typewriter and type, even though the little thing started floating off.
And what? Wait, what started floating off? We
the,
got our
the laptop. The laptop starts floating, and she finds it harder and harder to type on it. Because she has a handful of mushrooms.
the
last sentence is the end.
The end. That's it. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. That's what I said. The end.
The end.
No, Finn.
Oh, Finn. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, Finn. With
All
emojis is
right.
fine.
So we will do that. And I think we came up with quite a story. This is a great story to showcase our mental health. I think completely agree. So, all right, guys. So let's see what story we came up with. Clearly, I think we went on quite a journey. If anybody has a name for our story, this is going to be important.
Oh my gosh.
All right. So I'm going to read through it and let's see what we got. Remember, what happens in the alley stays in the alley. The Plesiosaurus winked. The cat-sized dragon just stared at him. He asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I can fly." Pleo scratched his chin and wondered why he overshared. Pleo realized that he was deathly afraid of cats, and this dragon resembled just that. The cat dragon sensed his fear, raised his scaled hackles, and breathed mist fire. His stubby wings fluttered uselessly behind his back. Pleo decided this cat was not scared at all, and he could teach him how to fly. The item that Pleo decided to teach the cat how to fly with was a tulip. But this wasn't just a standard tulip, it was a magic tulip. The cat dragon went to grab the tulip, but was caught by surprise when the tulip opened its mouth and say, "What are you doing, bub?" The dragon cat, who looks like a little avocado with stubby wings, cries, "I just want to fly. Do you grant wishes?" The magic tulip fell silent in disbelief. The magic tulip gobbles up the cat dragon. Unbeknownst to the tulip, a knight in shining armor on a rainbow unicorn called Sparkles appears to save the cat dragon. Sadly, they were drunk. Sparkles waved his magic horn, and suddenly the tulip started acting drunk as well. "Put up your dukes," the tulip slurred while putting up his petal dukes. Pleo stood back unsure of what to do, just like most of us, and then he repeated the sentence, "Remember, what happens in the alley stays in the alley." That's when Pleo decided to go back into the sea and wait for the next full moon to come back up. Scene break. Darkness filled the room as Meredith's eyes adjusted. "That was the weirdest dream I've ever had. I should have ate right before bed." As Meredith's eyes adjusted to the light, she rose to get up, but found herself in a dungeon. She looked outside and saw Mars rising and wondered what she was doing in outer space. "How did I get here?" Then Sparkles said, "I guess you were drunk too." Meredith looks to her right and sees the knight in shining armor, still wasted, and asks, "Brother, why are you here with me?" "I don't know, this is your dream." Meredith turns to Sparkles and asks, "If this is a dream, where's Pleo?" Outside the dingy window, a full moon rose, and Pleo swam across the void of the universe. Meredith shook her head, wondering how deep the dream was, but Sparkles pinched her, and she was not really. Meredith's therapist, an angel from above, says, "How was that episode?" Meredith ignored the question. "How is it being a figment of my imagination? I am quite content to continue in this serialist fantasy," Meredith said, crossing her arms and pointing indignantly. The angel gives her a disappointed look and says, "This is not a fantasy. Pleo is coming to marry you." The knight in gold armor says, "Not if I can help it. I want to marry Pleo." "Take that, Meredith." The drunk knight tripped over his own feet but managed to slur, "I want to marry Pleo." Pleo swung open the door, which smacked the angel in the face, and pronounced, "But Meredith, my heart is yours." "Not if I can help it," Sparkles said, charging forward and stabbing Pleo in the heart with his horn. A hiss sounded from outside. "Did no one ask what Meredith wanted?" The tulip says, "I know how to solve this problem. I'm just going to eat Meredith too." As a crack of lightning hits the building, both knights and Sparkles fall from the sky to their deaths. Mildly devastated, Meredith fell to her knees and shouted into the void, "No, my drunk brother!" Her words echoed throughout the vastness of space right before she was devoured by the tulip. Scene break. Meredith and Jeff, the cat dragon, blinked groggily at each other as the tulip's stomach juices were making them feel funny. There was a gurgling sound and Tulip spit them both out. And then Meredith woke up and it was all a dream. The culprit of her dream was her drug dealer, and Meredith thought, "That's cool. I wasn't ready to get married anyway." Meredith took another handful of mushrooms and went back to sleep with her stuffed dragon cat and plesiosaur animals in her arms. Then,
All right, so I'm taking this from the chat, but this should be called Drugs Before Marriage.
I have a thought.
I think that is an excellent title, Drugs Before Marriage. There we go. There's our excellent title.
The question I'm having probably for a second one, or if it was just in her dream, who was the one that hissed? Is it Meredith? Who questioned Meredith? The Meredith question.
I'm pretty sure it was the cat dragon.
I thought it was the tulip.
Oh,
From inside the tulip.
Oh yeah, that's probably what it was. Cat dragon or inside the tulip, one of the two.
Just saying. It just says a voice hissed, and I'm like, whose
Yeah,
voice?
or if the tulip is magical, then it absorbed its abilities, including the ability to hist mist and hist generally.
I think that was quite the experience. Did you guys have fun? What did you guys have fun with our? It was like that was quite a lot of cast of characters. I think we got 7
not
characters.
have
in there?
fun doing this.
Yeah, so it came up with a perfect name for this event: Unhinged Writing. That is a perfect name title. I love that.
Yes.
Absolutely love that. I was like, yeah, I mean, I wrote the characters down. We had 2 knights. One of them was the drunk brother Chet. The second, the Silver Knight, Gold Knight, Sparkles the Unicorn, Meredith, the Talking Tulip, Plesiosaur, Cat Dragon. Yeah, so we had 7 characters.
And
the
angel.
angel. You're right. I forgot the angel.
What was the word count on that? So many characters for like
Angel the
800
therapist. Yeah. Oh, let's see what. So 7. So about 800 words, just south of 800 words.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, guys, we're gonna submit this to a fiction contest, and this will win all of it.
And lose.
They're like, wow, how's this story so creative? It takes it in a direction.
It's got
takes
6
a village.
authors.
It's like
Sorry,
a
a direction, more like 10 directions.
It's like a rat king, you know, when the rat tails all get tied up in the middle, and then it's all everybody's trying to pull it in different directions. Like that's definitely how that story feels. It sounded a lot better than I thought it would when she read it out loud, though. It was like there was a rhythm to it.
Yeah, there actually was a rhythm to it.
That was 9 tarot cards. That was 9 tarot cards.
And I think it works that it was the marriage theme. I think because we went in that theme, you could argue like, okay, it's like a dream lead up. I think it worked. So definitely really great work, my friends. I had a phenomenal time writing that story with you guys. That was amazing. With the story itself, I'll probably take it through a single, very easy edit, and then I'll send it out to everyone, and we'll throw it up on our socials after the WriteNow-a-thon.
So for the next write-a-thon, apparently you need to say thinking caps.
Yes.
And also
so thinking caps required.
And call it also your unhinged writing experience or something.
Unhinged. I know. I love that. That was Soul's idea. As like the unhinged writing experience. Thinking caps required.
Yep.
Well, I had such a phenomenal time with that, my friends. Let's see. As I look at the schedule, so we're going to be moving right along to the next event. I know Penelope, Chris, Anna. I know we've already done some ads already. For anybody who wants to like check out any of our authors here, any of our guests, everything is linked down in the YouTube description down below. And I know, Paul, I believe we'll see you for another event coming up in just a bit. So I'll let you guys get going, but this has been great. I really hope you guys join us for the next Writing Unhinged, and you guys are awesome. This was a really great group to write with.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Thanks so much, my friends. All right, let me drop everybody. Perfect. And wow, what an event. What a crazy event. So that means we're going to be moving right along into our next series of workshops. But before we start getting into the next series, let's say 2. Perfect. So we are on a good timing. Before we hop into our next workshop, and we're going to be going into the round of romance. We got some romance workshops coming up just around the corner. But before we do, let's wake up the chat. How are you guys doing? And is anybody ready for another free giveaway? Please tell me, is anybody ready for another free giveaway? I know I am. We got some cool, fun things to do. How are you guys doing here? Did everybody enjoy our story, Drugs Before Marriage? I didn't know that we were going to be creating a story with Sparkles the Unicorn, Plesiosaurus, Knights, an Angel. Like, we got all the things. Kind of, it went in a couple different directions. Courtney was like, it gives Hunter S. Thompson and the Gonzo style of writing. And I was like, the next Right Now event needs to get all the artists to turn this into a picture book. Oh my goodness, that'd be so funny. So proud of Kaufman's ability to stay on schedule. Oh, thank you so much, Courtney. You know, we're trying. This is what happens when we bring other writers together, because we're only on Kaufman time when Kaufman's the only one streaming. Oh man. But who's ready for another giveaway? So we're going to be doing another giveaway right now. So are you ready for this story? So this is a free book giveaway. This is a digital download. So the story is Callistra. Okay, wait, let me make sure I say it right. Cagliostro, Tale of the Everton. I'm pretty sure it was the Everton. This is book 1 by author D.L. Tillery. I was like, making sure I could actually see all that. So this is one of our other authors who's going to be joining us. I believe either later today or tomorrow. D.L. Tillery is an awesome individual, and I'm really glad they're going to join us for this event. But we're doing this giveaway right now. So if you want to be involved in this, let me pull up my timer. I was like, do not lose my story. Going to pull up the timer. Perfect. We're going to set the timer. So you have 2 minutes. If you want to be entered in the giveaway, type #tail and let's start the giveaway. Going now. All right, perfect. And we got the giveaway. So if you want to be entered to win in this, type #tail. Type #tail into the chat to be entered in this free giveaway. This will be a free digital download of this book. So, Cagliostro, Tale of the Everton, in a world shrouded in mystery and silence, where darkness weaves its intricate web, Cagliostro Masterson walks a path unlike any other. Enduring for over 7 centuries, he remains haunted by the enigma of his own past. Resigned to his solitude, he traverses both mortal and veiled realms until a desperate cry pierces the stillness of dusk. Oh, that actually sounds kind of cool. That sounds like a great story, actually. This definitely sounds, I know DL, I believe, tends to go in the horror and supernatural direction. Let me pull it up. Yes. So author D.L. Tillery, better known as the Mistress of Horror, is known for her short horror tales and poetry. Excellent. So the message she loves to leave for all her readers is to stay scared. And I was like, this kind of looks like this is going to be like maybe supernatural-esque horror. This could actually be a really, really cool thing. So if you want to enter to win this free giveaway, enter into the chat. We got 30 seconds. Type in #tail. Type in #tail into the chat to be entered to win this giveaway. All right, so #tail, and we will see who has won. All right, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. We are counting down. All right, who's going to win this free copy of this ebook? This is a digital download, which will be delivered right to your inbox. It'll be delivered right to you, and that is time. 2 minutes and time. All right, and let's do the drawing and see who we got. The winner is... Oh, it's so close. Courtney. Wonderful, 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 Courtney. So you are the winner of this giveaway. Let's go here. The giveaway winner form. So I'm going to drop that down in the comments. Make sure to fill out the form. I just dropped that down there, Courtney, for you to win and for you to put in your information. So that way you can be entered to win. Perfect. Excellent. Wonderful, wonderful. So Courtney, that was excellent. Glad we were able to do that. And that's going to lead us into the next segment of the event. Let's see. Okay, so let's go right into it. Courtney, congratulations, my friend. You're gonna definitely have to let us know what level of scariness it is. You're definitely gonna have to let us know, my friend. Now, before we go into the next event, we just did the giveaway. So let me see where I am at here. So before we go into the next giveaway, we're going to do a quick ad spot. So our next event, we'll be doing the Writing Short Romance Books in Series with author Briana Bass. But before that, we have a message from one of our sponsors. All right. And welcome back to the stage, everyone's favorite, Miss Penelope. All right, Penelope. I think you're muted.
Actual words coming out now.
Hey, there we go.
Yay! All right, I'm here to talk about my book, Theresa Requiem. It's a book I wrote. This is if you were here for the mental health discussion earlier, this is the book that I wrote in an attempt to heal my broken heart. I don't have a lot to say about it. I don't have an elevator pitch even. It's just, I think it's better if I just open up a page and start reading. So when I opened it up to a random page earlier, it opened to one of the poems that I included in this. So I'm just going to read this. And after that, I'm going to drop a link for it in the chat. It's always free. So you just follow the link to the book funnel and you can download a PDF or an ebook and read it at your leisure. Hope you like it. So this is chapter 11. And it starts out with a poem called Cross. I bear the weight of my father's judgment like a cross. It is heavy and I stumble, often. I complain about it to him, but he doesn't care. The slapdash carpenter prefers to ignore the wood he strapped to my back when I was 2. Once twigs, now a crucifix of railroad ties. He doesn't see the scar from the nail askew that digs into my ribs, and no one sees the blood until it splats against the kitchen floor. Clean up that mess. He sneers at the hunchback, but not the why. The why buckled under the weight, unaware, like his parents before him and their parents before them. Stand up straight. I complain, and he presses his hand into a well-worn groove in the wood to prove some point I've never understood. I bear the weight of my father's judgment like a cross, so someone else doesn't have to. I won't always carry it. Someday, and someday soon, when I am ready to do my part to mend the human race, I will find one of Chiron's sun-soaked meadows, and I will kerplunk that heavy-ass burden into the soft, forgiving grass. I will learn to walk tall again. That cross will rot to pieces under every new crop of summer wildflowers, until nobody who wanders by will recognize that a cross ended there. That is Theresa Requiem. It is. Thank you. And you can download a copy of it there. That's all I've got for you. Enjoy.
Wonderful, wonderful. I might be biased, but Theresa is a very great book.
Yeah,
might be a little biased.
You might be, yes. So Kaufman edited Theresa Requiem, and
definitely biased. But one of the things I can always say, you guys know me. I've done so many live critiques, live readings, and then I've also done so much editing work for clients, especially over the course of the past year. And Penelope, who not only has a background and an education in the writing space, her language and word choice is very obvious. It's very obvious. Penelope has a poetic rhythm and sense with her writing, and it's very phenomenal. Very, very well put together writing, editing or no editing. It sounded great even before I touched it. So definitely wanted to give that shout out, Penelope. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's just, it's a work that's very close to my heart. I was very selective about my editor, and I was really lucky I stumbled onto you for that. So I hope that anybody reads it, takes away something from it. Oh, ML said great read. Thank you.
Aw. Thanks so much, ML. So,
right.
Penelope,
Bye.
thank you for joining us. And I'm sure you guys will see Penelope in just a little bit. So we're going to be hopping into the next event with author Briana Bass. So quick check-in. Have you guys, are you getting your coffee refill yet? How are you guys doing on caffeine? We are now 10, so we're about 5.5 hours in. I was like, oh my goodness. I can't believe. Literally 30 more minutes, I'll have surpassed my longest stream. My personal longest stream was the first write-a-thon, which is 6 hours. So guys, join me. How are you doing? Just want to do a quick check-in with the community. Drop a comment. Are you still awake? Have you had your next round of coffee? Are we ready for the romance hour? We're about to get into some great romance presentations. I know, well, I personally don't write the romance genre. I'm very intrigued by writing characters with romance arcs, personally. And I know, especially maybe later later stories in Scarecrow, there are definitely some characters in my world that have romance arcs, and I'm very, very intrigued by it. Especially whether you're a romance writer or another genre, romantasy is very popular. There's a reason that the romance genre is one of the top genres and has been, along with fantasy, for the past couple of years. So very, very cool. And then even as you guys can see from our event list, we're now going to be hopping into writing short romance books and series. So if you're a romance writer, this is going to be right up your alley. This is going to be perfect. And let's see, let me hop in here. Excellent, Adrian. I am so into the romance hour. Yeah, so guys, this is anybody who's a romance writer, or even if you just like you write romance arcs for your characters, this is literally going to be perfect for you. This is going to literally be the hour for you. Lynn, I am so excited for the romance hour. AJ, looking forward to doing the spice talk tomorrow. I know not all romance needs it, but I prefer a well-spiced romance. Yes. For those of you who don't know, AJ is going to be leading a workshop presentation tomorrow about writing spicy romance scenes. It's going to be incredible. For any of our spicy romance writers, that's going to be one of our presentations tomorrow. I can't wait. I am too. I don't even write spicy romance, and I want to know like what's like the style. So I am stoked. And without further ado, let's kick off our romance hour. So we're hopping right into writing short romance books in series. Learn practical tips for writing short form romance stories, including how to create a storytelling formula that incorporates romance story beats and tropes. Discover how to organize and plan a multi-book series with tips for both plotters and pantsers with our author, Briana Bass. So let me proudly welcome to the stage author Briana Bass. Welcome, my friend.
Thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here.
It's also a pleasure to meet you formally. Yes. I know some guests I've had on before, others are new, but I'm very happy that you're able to join us, and you get to kick off the romance hour.
Awesome. Well, I hope I do it justice.
I totally believe in you. Do you have anything that you're going to throw up on screen at all?
I do. Yeah, I have a presentation.
Perfect. So you can just click on the present button down at the bottom and it will show up on screen for you.
Perfect. Let me grab that. We'll get started here.
All right, and let's see, we're going to get that queued up right now. All right, perfect. And were you able to find it all right on your end? Perfect. And I think we got that added to the stage. Yep. Awesome. So, Briana, what I'm going to do is we'll throw it up on the stage for you.
Excellent.
You're welcome to introduce yourself and kick off, and let me know if you have any questions, and I'll be back in a bit.
Perfect. All right. Well, welcome everyone to Writing Short Romance in Series. All right, and please let me know if you're not able to see the slides. I hope that they're advancing.
Let's see, Briana. It looks like I see it on my end, so it looks like we're on the front, the first one still.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There we go. Just moved to up.
All right, there it should be on About Me. Perfect. Looks like we're moving
Beautiful.
forward. All right. All right, so a little bit about me. I'm the author of 8 books and counting. I write Christian romance and devotionals for women. I also run a weekly Christian lifestyle blog called Proverbs and Pearls, and I'm president of Perfect Peace Publishing. I'm an indie author, so of course I created my own publishing company. All right, so today I'm going to go through why short format and why series. We're going to share a little bit about my planning process, talk about story beats, and my 10-beat, 10-chapter formula for novellas, as well as how to organize a series so that you can keep everything straight and not feel completely overwhelmed by all the details. All right, so my Christian romance side, everything is novellas. They're about 20 to 25,000 words each, and they're all in series. I have one completed series out and another that's starting here in 2025, but they all exist within the same universe. So they're interconnected, even though they're separate series. Why though? Why in the world would you want to write novellas instead of full-length novels? Well, novellas are great quick reads. It allows someone to read a story in an evening. I've had readers who say, you know what, I'm a mom, I just don't have time. I read a chapter, I put it on the nightstand, and then I don't go back to it for 2 or 3 weeks, and I have to reread that chapter just so I can figure out what's going on before I can move on to chapter 2, and then I don't have time for chapter 2, and it just becomes a little overwhelming. With short reads, you can read them in one evening or one afternoon. And so there is definitely a market there. If you go on Amazon and you look at the Kindle short reads, these are going to be your 15-minute, your 30-minute, your 60-minute, your 90-minute, and even your 2-hour categories. There are tens of thousands of titles within each category, and even within subgenres within those categories. So there is something for every heat level, for every trope, for every subgenre. These are wildly popular, and they're not exclusive to Kindle Unlimited. You can purchase them. I go wide with mine as well. There are other platforms where you can find these shorter books. You can do direct as well, Substack. There are other options, but there is definitely a market for these. Now, for an author, one of the benefits for doing the shorter books is that you can quickly create a backlist. So, for example, with my series, I wrote 120,000 words total. That could be one book, or I divided it up into 6 novellas. Now I have 6 books, and I had a backlist within 6 months. Backlists know that they sell. You get somebody in, they read one book, you want them to continue through the series, read everything that you've written. Well, if you don't have anything else to offer them, they kind of stop at that one book, right? So you want to get that backlist done faster. Short fiction novellas are going to be the way to go. Why write in series? Because people want to come back for more. It's a great way to grab an audience, to grab a reader, and to keep them. And they'll progress through your series. If you have multiple series, if you have side series to your series, you can keep them within that universe that they enjoy, and they'll keep coming back for more. So that's why I write novellas in series and why I encourage other people to consider writing short fiction in series as well. But where in the world do you even start with that? So I like to start with knowing the number of books that I'm going to do in a series. Doesn't mean it can't change. For my pantsers out there, it absolutely can change as you go if you need it to. But having a direction really helps. I like to know how many books am I going to have in a series, and which couples am I going to feature in each book. That helps me know if I have a couple that aren't going to feature until book 4, but I want maybe one of those lovers to have a cameo in book 1, I've already got that set. And I'm laying that groundwork for those future books. Again, trying to capture that reader's interest. I want them to come back for more. So if I introduce a character early on and then I say, hey, they're going to have their own love story in book 4 or book 5, then the reader stays engaged and they want to come back for that next book. It also helps me keep it organized so that I know what characters that I'm going to be introducing and I don't feel quite as overwhelmed, especially when you're writing in series, because you are going to have a lot of different characters that you're going to have to juggle. I also like to look at tropes and know which tropes I'm going to use for each book. This is really helpful because, one, it means that I'm definitely staying within my genre because there are genre expectations in romance, but it also can help me with the planning process. For example, the Cinderella trope. We know that there are certain expectations that go along with that trope. That can help me plot my entire story simply because I've decided it's going to be a Cinderella story. If I decide to do a nanny trope, well, now I know that at least one of my lovers has to be a nanny. That's their occupation. So now I've started to flesh out the characters. If I know that I'm going to do, brother's best friend, well, then I know that one of my lovers has a brother and that brother has a best friend. And then they're going to be the lover to my first heroine or hero, right? So now I'm starting to develop the characters. I'm starting to develop the relationships simply by choosing what tropes I'm going to use. It also keeps me from reusing the same tropes over and over again in the same series. Now, there are some that you are going to run into in every short fiction. Insta love, of course, is the number one trope that you're going to run into because you don't have a lot of time to play with. There's not a lot of runway in short fiction. You've got to get them together sooner rather than later. But other tropes you don't necessarily want to use every single story. This gives you a little bit more variety and you can, again, kind of keep it organized. And then the last thing that I like to do before I even start writing, before I even start sitting down and really digging into my planning, is my series timeline. I want to know what is the order that these books are going to occur in. Is there a particular season or holiday? So does book 1 happen in the fall? Maybe the second book is at Christmas. Maybe the third book is at Valentine's Day. I can figure that out. I can also take a look and see, are there characters that I need to introduce in book 1 that I'm later going to then have that story for in book 4? Again, it just sort of helps me organize it. That way I can go back and I don't have to think about it later on. I already have that reference as I'm going through my outlining process and my writing process. All right, so for story beats, there are 3 that I recommend, just resources that I use to create my story beats and formula that I follow for all of my novellas. The first is Romancing the Beat by Gwen Hayes. Then Save the Cat Writes a Novel by Jessica Brody. And the last one is Erin Kinsella's Romance 101, Romance Story Structure. That's a YouTube video that I highly recommend. All 3 of them will give you a lot of information about the different story beats for novels in general, as well as for the romance genre specifically. What I did was I kind of took those and made them my own, because you can't do every single beat in a 10-chapter novella. It's just not possible. You're going to have to condense some. You're going to have to completely ignore some. And so what I did was create a 10-beat, 10-chapter formula. Now, not every chapter gets 1 beat. Some chapters will have 2 or 3. Others will have 1 beat for multiple chapters. You can really play with it and make it your own for a little bit of variety. But these are the 10 story beats that I always hit in every single novella. We have the meet cute, the relationship rejection, considering the relationship, intimate panic, vulnerable reconciliation, acknowledgement and collapse, the breakup, emotional triumph, declaration of love, and of course, the happily ever after, or at least the happily for now. In some instances, yes, I do them one per chapter. In others, like I said, I will mix it up and combine them. But then what I'll do, once I have my 10 beats listed, and I do this for every single novella, I outline it with these 10 beats. And I will go ahead and do each chapter, because I do male, female, and so I will alternate the point of view, first person, and I'll put, okay, Lila is chapter 1, Nolan is chapter 2. And then I'll go through and say, okay, this is the meet cute. It's going to happen in this chapter, and this is what it has to look like. And so I'll kind of outline based off of this formula. And it gives me a way to move forward without having to figure out, oh man, what's got to happen later on in this story? Where am I going? It gives me that heading without having to really think about it and go back to the drawing board every single time. So I'll have my 10 beats, I'll have my 10 chapters, and I'll start to outline. I am a plotter. I love me a good outline. But even for my pantsers, you can at the least use this just to give you that direction. You don't have to go into the nitty-gritty like I do with some of mine. The other thing that I will do is I will actually outline every book in the series before I even start writing the first book. And I do this for a couple of reasons. One, just to make sure that I have everything laid out. Again, if somebody needs to cameo or there's something that's referenced in book 1 that I want to later reference in book 5, or that I want to foreshadow in book 1 that will later happen in book 5, I'm able to go ahead and get all of that organized up front. The other reason I do this is for my Excel sheets. I love me a good Excel sheet. This is how I organize everything. What I'll do is I will create an Excel sheet for my main characters, my secondary characters, tertiary characters, even buildings. So my romances all happen in the same small town. Well, I need to make sure that if somebody walks into the bank and the bank has mauve walls in book 1, that unless the bank has had some kind of renovation, if somebody else walks into the bank in book 4, it still has mauve walls. And so I'm able to organize all of that information just using the spreadsheets. I'll also go in, I'll color code by my couples. I'll go in and I'll include the ages, their physical attributes, so hair color, eye color, any distinguishable scars, tattoos, that sort of thing. I'll also include little quirks. Like I have one character that says buddy. He says buddy all the time. And that's on the Excel sheet. He says buddy a lot. And so those are things that I can, again, reference as I'm going. And I don't have to think about them. Like, oh boy, what was that character's name? Or what was their eye color? I can just go back to the Excel sheet and pull it up. And there's that information for me. It also helps me to organize how the different characters know each other, especially with my secondary and tertiary characters. So for example, with this one, in my first book, I have a character, Lila, who is a journalist in Chicago, and then she moves back to her hometown. Well, there are people that she is still connected with in Chicago, like her editor, Linus, and his husband, Marcus. And then I have characters in this small town, like the mayor, Cyrus. And so it's able to, by using the Excel sheets, I'm able to stay organized on how the characters are connected. Linus and Cyrus don't know each other. I can never put them in a room together and act like they've known each other for years, right? So I have to make sure that I have this organized so that I know who the characters are, how they're connected, what they look like, quirks and attributes that they may have. And then I put it in an Excel sheet that I can reference at any time. And I don't have to go back and dig through my manuscript and try to find that information. All right. So I love talking about writing. So if you want to keep in touch, I'm on Instagram and Threads at author Briana Bass. You're always welcome to email me as well, brianabass at authorbrianabass.com. But reach out. I love talking about writing. So if you have any questions after this presentation, you are more than welcome to hit me up. All right. Are there any questions in the chat?
All right, Briana. So it looks like you had
Thanks, Lynn.
it looks
Yeah,
like that was pretty good. I was just hopping in there to help you out. I saw there was a lot of love here in the chat
You're good.
for
You're
your
good.
presentation. So I was definitely seeing some good things. I know I could tell that I saw Lynn was like, I read Romancing the Beat every time I outline. I know every single time I see talk to romance writers, hearing that Romancing the Beat is very, very popular. Very, very, very popular. And I know that definitely speaks for romance writers. And I saw Dana said, I write paranormal romance, have one book and several novellas. I use for PR reasons. They're under a pen name. Oof. Yeah. A lot of romance writers write under a pen name. Let's see. And I know we saw Penelope asked, what inspires you as a writer?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's a really good question.
Yeah. So Penelope out here with the good questions. Two things really inspire me. One, I love and I love happily ever afters. I blame Disney for a lot of that. I grew up in the 90s Renaissance, and that kind of just stuck in my brain. But also my faith, that's a big part of it. I just want to encourage everyone to just have faith and be positive. And I know there's a lot in the world that doesn't always lend itself to love and positivity. And I just want to put more of that out into the world. So yeah, that's really what inspires me.
That's a very positive, very, very positive answer. That's really good. Let's see. Lynn was asking, what is the most challenging part of your writing journey?
Ooh, the most challenging part. The business side, honestly, is the most challenging part and the scariest. I've never took a business class. I took plenty of creative writing classes in college. I was an English major, but the business side was daunting. You suddenly have to learn things like insurance and what's LLC, and I think that was the terrifying part. There are days when I think, should I have
Briana, it looks like we might have lost you. You were cutting in and out. But it sounds like from what Briana was sharing that it was about it sounds like it was about being an author and doing the whole online author journey. So it looks like we might have lost Briana for just a second. I'll see if her internet allows her to pop back up. All right, so we're kind of waiting. I was seeing if you're there. Briana, you back with us? Possibly. I know you're kind of going in and out, but I know I'm actually not surprised to hear that because a lot of writers struggle with building a business and building a brand in the digital age. A lot of times we're like, okay, we want to write a book. That's the fun part. We write the book. Maybe we get through the editing, we get the cover design, all that stuff. And then we're like, well, what's next? Like, it's not just going to sell itself. The algorithm won't sell it for me. And then like you have to do the whole thing of build the brand, the social media, the podcast, the advertising, the building the readership. And it's an entire process of which like authors didn't do that 10, 15, 20 years ago, right? It was more gatekept behind traditional publishing. And I think that's why it puts us behind in such like a unique position. That's why I feel like we're in the best spot ever to really be able to market ourselves and take ownership over our own destiny, our own writing, and our own just output, which I absolutely love. I'm sorry.
Totally agree.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry if I missed this, but have you how long have you been an author for? How long have you been working on some of your romance books for?
I've only been doing this for about 2 years now.
About 2 years? Okay. That's not too bad at all. And that's actually really awesome with how knowledgeable you are. Do you feel like you found a lot of success in marketing and like putting out your romance series?
Mm-hmm. It depends on the month. I will say that. Okay. One of the great things about writing short fiction is that you can take advantage of everyone trying to achieve their 2024 reading goals at the end of the year. And so December tends to be a really great month for that kind of thing. February is a great month because it's Valentine's Day. Everybody wants to read romance in February. So it definitely varies by month.
Yeah, I could totally see that. So is February like the romance month of the world because it's Valentine's Day? Yeah, because not being a romance writer, I think it's like kind of hard.
February's
so I'm just not
a good month, but it's also a challenging month because everybody's publishing.
So it's like there's more interest, but there's more competition. That totally makes sense. Yeah, I guess I'm not surprised by that. And I mean, especially Valentine's Day is right around the corner. And I know Penelope was saying, great answer. I write a lot of dark stories, but I tend to be drawn to romance for the same reason. I think there needs to be light in the world. And Dana's like, writing is a business. I learned that as well. Even big name authors are having to do their own PR work. I have several I watch who are doing just that. I think that's just the craziness of the world that we live in. It really is. So yeah, so I think that's I think that was some really great conversations and some really great aspects around writing romance. Briana, I really want to thank you for joining us and sharing everything. I felt like for anyone who's a romance writer, that was definitely very informative.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Is for Briana, so for our audience, anybody who wants to like know more about you or wants to go check out, is there anything that you're like advertising or marketing right now that you want the community to know about?
So I do have my completed Hollow Bridge series out, including the hardcover special edition anthology collection.
Ooh, that
with
is exciting.
all 6 of the novellas and a bonus short story that you can only get with that edition.
Ooh, I love that. And then I know that we had your link for the Story Origin app. That was that the link to one of your novellas? Perfect. And it looks like Dana said she found you online already. Perfect. Easy. And then for anybody who wants to know more, find out more about Briana, I know this is the link that you shared with us, which looks like it leads to the Story Origin app. So there's that. I just dropped it in the comments for the community. And it's also linked down in the YouTube description down below. But awesome, Briana. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been really great.
You can also find me at my website, author Briana Bass.
Perfect. I know we were dealing with a little bit of a lag, but I just want to say thank you. It's been awesome, and I appreciate your time.
Perfect. Well, this has been so
awesome. All right, Briana. Thanks again, and I'm sure we'll talk with you later. All right. Beautiful. Wonderful. So that was really, really helpful, especially for those of you romance writers here in the community. But don't worry, because we are actually going to be continuing the conversation with another romance segment that we're going to be starting shortly. Awesome. All right, perfect. But before we hop into that next presentation, so let's first off do another freebie. Who wants another free giveaway? Another free giveaway. So it's time. It is time for another giveaway. And this time we are going with signed copies of Rise and Fall. Perfect. Wanted to make sure that I can get that. Wanted to get book definition. All right. And I want to say that Rise is by author Brian Guthrie. Let's see, by Brian Guthrie. Perfect. Here we go. So Rise is a really cool world. I want to say that it was science fiction, I believe. It's part of the Future World series. On a world brought to the brink of destruction, life now clings to the shattered remains of the planet's crust. These fragments are the shells, fragile wastelands of desert and rock, protected from the colds of space by a water shield. So I'm going to continue on with this, but for those of you who want to enter, all you have to do is type in #Rise into the chat if you want to be entered for this free giveaway. This is for physical signed copies of Rise and Fall, which is the first 2 books of the Future World series. So type in #Rise. Brian is an excellent author, and we're going to be seeing Brian joining us tomorrow. Brian will be joining us tomorrow in some of our events. So this is a really, really cool thing. Come join us. And yeah, so tap in #Rise into the chat to be entered into the drawing. All right. And let's see. So where was I with the description? In the struggle for survival, its people have depended on ancient technology controlled by the omnipresent network to sustain the entire population, but the network is breaking down. Water is sparse and a complete societal collapse is imminent. As the stakes become clear, the inhabitants of the shells begin to turn on each other and appear headed for an all-out global war. Now the paths of several strangers will converge at the opportune moment, from a woman who seeks to protect her family as it's ripped apart to a prison warden hiding from his past. This unlikely group has little in common, but together they may hold the key to saving humanity from its worst enemy, itself. So this sounds like a really, really cool, like almost maybe like a post-apocalyptic future world. I mean, obviously it's called Future World, so it's a post-apocalyptic type world, which is a survival type, which is definitely right up my alley. So definitely type in that hashtag rise to be entered into it. These are 2 signed copies, right? So these are 2 exclusive signed copies. Put that in, and that, let me pull that up, and I think we are set. So let's enter. The timer ended. I know I didn't throw it up on screen, but let's start that drawing and we will see who wins a copy of hashtag rise. All right, and let's see what we got here. And drum roll, and ML, wonderful. Congratulations, my friend. Let's go. Absolutely. Congratulations, ML. Beautiful. So definitely make sure to, for you to win, ML, definitely enter in the giveaway winner form. So ML, make sure you go into the giveaway winner form, you fill out your information so that way we can get you those prizes shipped over to you. The autographed copies, the exclusive autographed copies of Rise and Fall. And you're going to have to tell us, ML, how cool they are. You're going to have to tell us how cool of a world they are. So definitely, ML, make sure to put in your information and we will get that prize, that giveaway to you in the month of January. All right. Beautiful. Wonderful. So thank you all for participating. And don't worry if you didn't win, because we got more giveaways right around the corner. All right. So with that giveaway out of the way, let's see. And perfect. So we are just about to hop into the next presentation. So now's probably a really great time for a quick announcement. For those of you who want to be part of the WriteNow community, we actually launched in, I want to say it was beginning of November, we launched our membership program. Essentially, the YouTube membership program, you get access to the monthly critique group for only $5. Super cheap. Most critique groups with a lot of authors are usually extremely pricey. Essentially what it is our critique group meets once a month on the 15th. I'm trying it out for a few months to see what the how the community takes to it. And so far, of the past couple critique groups we've done, they've been very phenomenal. Every writer who's shown up has gotten exponential feedback. It's a closed session, so you can show up, you bring an excerpt of your work, which you read aloud, and then you're going to get feedback from all different styles of writers. It's very cool. We meet on the 15th of every month. So if you want to become a YouTube WriteNow channel member, you'll get access to that critique group along with the icons and logos and stickers, which are coming. So down below the YouTube description, tap that join button and you'll join the WriteNow channel membership. All right, my friends. So with that out of the way, I was like, I know we've seen some channel members today, so I am stoked and I'm ready to continue on in our romance hour. So we're going to be hopping straight into our next romance segment. And let me pull up. Awesome. So we're going to be pulling up and chatting with author Alessa Winters in the Self-Publishing in Romance. Perfect. So this is a quick presentation regarding publishing tactics and techniques in the self-publishing world of indie romance. Alessa has published many books in the category, and I know she's going to be sharing some excellent insight and some tips and things that have worked really well for her in the romance genre. I know every single time a romance writer has a question, Alessa literally always has some really knowledgeable answers. So I am so happy and so proud to welcome and bring to the stage author Alessa Winters. Welcome, my friend.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good. Long time no see. I'm very, very happy to have you joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm. I feel like every single time I have writing-based questions, you always have like the most phenomenal answers.
Thank you.
So I know we've been going through our romance hour. Briana's presentation was really awesome. I was like, it makes me wish that I wrote romance. I'm like, I wish I did. Now I feel like I have to add like romance sub-arcs into my next story. That's what's going to have to happen. But we're going to be continuing on here. I know, Alessa, we have your presentation all queued up. Just holler at me if you have any questions or need help. We'll moderate the comments, and I'll be back on shortly.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Alessa Winters. I also go by Writerlyn on the Discord, so if you've seen my comments, that's me. A little bit about myself is I have been self-publishing in romance since 2018, and I have 15 books published, and I have done one book set as well. I've been in a couple of anthologies, all within the romance sphere. Alrighty, so just quick going over the topics. I'm going to touch on cover, title, blurb, places where you could publish, rapid release, marketing, and how to know if you are succeeding. And just as a sort of disclaimer, this little talk is, all of it is assuming that you have written a well-structured romance novel that conforms to audience expectations. Because as you have undoubtedly heard, romance readers have a lot of genre expectations. So all of this assumes that you are writing towards an audience that wants to buy your book. There is a lot of, intrinsic creative nature of wanting to write the most unique or the most different or the most creative. And this is geared towards, I want to write towards this audience and the escapism that they specifically are looking for. I often say when I'm talking is like, you're here to find readers, not write the next best American novel. But if that happens, it's cool. All right. So heading right into it, cover, title, blurb. When I was getting started in self-publishing, there was a gigantic Facebook group. It still exists, even though it's smaller now, called 20 Books to 50K. And they hammered on cover, title, blurb, that you need all three of these to succeed in self-publishing, and they all need to line up and be good together. And without all three, it's just really hard to succeed. You could have the best written book, an amazing title, an amazing blurb, but if the cover doesn't show what it is or doesn't conform to audience reactions and expectations, they're not going to buy it. All right. So a little slide on covers. This is all stuff that seems somewhat easy to understand, but putting it all together is really important. The covers must match genre and subgenre expectations. So obviously I am talking about romance, and historical romance and paranormal romance have massively different genre expectations on the cover. And the key is, if you're ever unsure, just start looking at other books in your subgenre. Whenever I am going in and designing a new cover for a series or going to be commissioning a new cover from an artist, I always go and pull covers from the top 100 of my subgenre in Amazon. And that gives me a really good idea of what are people buying and how can I make mine fit into the expectations of what the audience wants. The other thing is, and this is something that I cannot stress enough, make sure your cover is clear and legible in thumbnail. Because, unfortunately, for a lot of self-publishing, you're selling books in thumbnail. You're looking at them on Amazon and they're scrolling through a bunch and all they see is the title and maybe the cover. You want your cover to look good and recognizable in that thumbnail. So, titles. Here is something that I see a lot of people struggling with is, does the title clearly tell the audience that this is a romance novel? That is, if somebody sees a cover that they like and wants to look at the title, and the title has nothing to do with anything that could possibly be a romance, they might take a step back. Does the title give the audience a clue of what they can expect? Like, does it give them an idea of, oh, here is the sort of book I will be going into, so that they know that when they purchase or borrow on Kindle Unlimited, that this is a safe bet for them. Money is limited in this day and age. They want to make sure that their money goes to something that they know they will like. And then further for romance, and this goes also into, science fiction and fantasy, but does the title suggest a subgenre? And that is where it gets really tricky, because what you think, oh, this is a great title, it's great for the themes of my book, it's great for the characters, and I am writing a paranormal horror romance, and the title is something cutesy and small town, there's going to be a dissonance there. So here's some good examples of covers and titles. You could tell, even though these are all 3 romance novels, you could tell very clearly what subgenre they are. You could tell that Courtney Milan's amazing The Duchess War is a historical, both by the font, by the name The Duchess War, and by the dress itself. So it's a very good indication of this is the content that I am going to get. So readers browsing in a bookstore or browsing on Amazon will be able to look at that and go, oh, that's historical. Same with Roxy's Ray, Lunarian Warriors. This is the cover for a bundle, but I really like it because it shows that this person isn't human. There are science fiction elements with the sparkling blade and this, planet behind them. And it catches your eye with the colors. So it's just a great indicator that this is going to be a science fiction romance. There's going to be, at the minimum, other planets. And then we have Opal Rain's A Soul to Keep. This is a paranormal horror. And you could tell that pretty clearly. Like, you would not pick up that book and think this is going to be a historical romance with balls and dress gowns and mannerisms and things like that. This is going to be something spooky, something horror. And again, you're just going to have to look at the other examples in your subgenre. So the next slide, I have some bad examples of my books. This was when I was first starting self-publishing, and I had no idea what I was looking for. I was self-publishing paranormal romance, and I found covers that looked just like the characters and thought, this is enough. So these covers are pretty, but looking at any of these, you cannot tell that this is a paranormal romance series. You could kind of get the guess by the title, but also the title's not easy to read in thumbnail because of the cursive and the font that I used. So you wouldn't look at the picture all the way on the left, marked by the demigod, and think that is a paranormal romance with a secret society and demigods and succubi and all of that. That's not what you would think when picking up this book. Same with the Succubi's Choice. It looks sort of like a high-class contemporary fiction, which it is definitely not. And the same with Katya and the Young God. For one thing, the font for God, you could barely read, especially the smaller it gets. And there's nothing on there that will suggest that this deals with, underground cave horror paranormal. So I wanted to include that because this is a mistake I made, and it is a mistake I see a lot of young people first starting making, is they don't take into account what expectations are there for their subgenres. So next part of the trinity of marketing is blurb. Now, we had a great talk earlier today about blurb writing, which is going to be way more helpful than my little, couple slides on it. But the big thing is, does the blurb entice the readers? So by this point, they've already read your title and go, hey, this is something that I want. They've seen your cover and said, hey, this looks like the other books that I want to read. I think this is a safe bet. And then they click on the Amazon opening and try to read, what is this about? So this will make or break the audience purchasing your book. Unfortunately, there are no shortcuts. Many authors, myself included, revises the blurbs throughout the life of the book. My best-selling series, which is this one, and I'll talk about it a bit more later, I have revised that blurb about 4 times. And it is currently selling pretty well, so I'm not going to touch it again until it starts to, peter out again. But the things to look at for your blurb writing is to read as many other blurbs in your genre and subgenre. So what style are they in? Right now, there's a big trend in indie dark romance where they're in first person even when the book itself is in third. How long are the blurbs? For a period of time in, I think, 2000 to 2001, 2002, they were incredibly short, like 3 lines, maybe 4 lines. Now they are longer. You have to keep an eye on them, and it's ever changing. What do the blurbs tease? Do they end on a question? In the blurbs presentation given earlier, there was a great thing about, do they tease the main dramatic question, which in romance is, will they get together, or what will stop them from getting together? And being able to put that in place for your own book is, 1, difficult, and 2, really good for you to have. And how do they signify the subgenre? If you are writing a science fiction romance, is there space? Is there talk of planets? Is there talk of spaceships or aliens? Paranormal. Does it hint about magic? Does it hint about an underworld of things that we do not understand? Another common one is Omegaverse. Does it give you an example that this is specifically about that subgenre? Because if people pick it up, will they be surprised by it? The other part is, how much of the plot do your other examples give away? And this is another thing that comes and goes in trends, is there was one time, I think, right before I published, so like 2017, 2018, where people were giving out the entire plot of their ebooks in the blurb, and I was finding myself not picking them up and thinking, oh, I don't actually need to read because I know what's going to happen. For a little while, there was absolutely nothing about the plot. It was just sort of like tones and listing tropes. So this is going to be just, you have to keep an eye on what other books in your genre are doing for your blurbs. Let's see. Where to publish? This is a question that I get a lot, is where do you decide to publish? And there's sort of 2 main trends of thought within indie and self-published romance about where to go. The first one is Amazon and Kindle Unlimited. All of my books are on Kindle Unlimited, so I'm a little bit, biased towards it. But Amazon is one of the big places where people go intentionally to shop for books. Kindle Unlimited is their subscription service where readers pay, I think it's $11.99 a month to unlimited access of the books in the program. And authors get paid out at approximately a little less than half a cent per page read. And that also, goes up and down. Sometimes it's been really high, sometimes it's been unfortunately low, but you get paid per page read. So if an audience member reads through like 5 pages, you get paid for 5 pages. If it's if somebody reads through your entire series, so say you have a 6-book series and every book is 400 pages, you get all of those paid per page. So the thing I like to tell people about Kindle Unlimited is it's heavily genre dependent. For romance, that is to our benefit because the average romance reader reads 2 to 3 books a week. And if they read that 2 to 3 books a week, that's a lot of money if they are buying the ebooks every single time. So a lot of romance readers go into Kindle Unlimited because there's so many books they could read for a cheaper deal for themselves. However, to be in Kindle Unlimited, your ebook must only be on Amazon. Your paperback could be anywhere, but your ebook has to be just on Amazon. And that is a deal breaker for a lot of people. A lot of people want to be able to post other places. They might have some trouble with the business practices of Amazon. That's a big one I hear. Or they get their friends saying, I don't buy from Amazon. Where else can I buy it? To be in Kindle Unlimited, you do have to be on Amazon. And only on Amazon. So the other sort of trend of thought is called Wide for the Win. And then there's a Facebook group and I think a couple other groups called Wide for the Win. And that is ebooks across all online retailers. And there are as many online retailers as you could possibly imagine. So Apple, Google, Smashwords, Barnes & Noble, Kobo, all of those. And exclusivity is not required. So you could have your ebook elsewhere, and it could also be on Amazon, just not in Kindle Unlimited. So, however, especially for romance, it is not always the most profitable for the genre. For other genres, I know my partner does science fiction, and being wide gives him a bigger breadth of an audience because there aren't as many science fiction readers in Kindle Unlimited. For romance, however, there is. I would generally say most months, about 70% of my income comes from Kindle Unlimited pages read. Alrighty. The next thing that I like to talk about is a strategy for release called rapid release. This strategy comes from both the 20 books to 50K Facebook group and also a writing business subreddit called Erotic Authors. You wouldn't think that that is a primarily business subreddit, but it is. It's all full of business tactics for people doing romance and erotica. But the idea is you write your series and then you release them in a rapid succession. So I did this recently this last year as I had books 4, 5, and 6 of one of my paranormal romance series. And I just wrote all of them and then released them after I finished the 6th book, and put 6 weeks in between each release. So, the pros is this stays on top of Amazon's algorithm, and as you know, as indie or self-published authors, you live and die by the algorithm. So this keeps you on the top of that. It also keeps you on the top of readers' minds. A lot of readers want to binge read things. They want to be able to find a book and know that they won't have to wait forever for the next one. They want to be able to, if it's not already published, they want to be able to pre-order it, the second they finish your book and click on that link. The other pro is it's shorter bursts of intense marketing. Around releases, it can get very stressful with all the marketing that you have to do and all of the promotion and all of the coordination. The rapid release, instead of spreading it out throughout the year, sort of focuses it in on a certain time. I know some writers who will write entire, 10 to 12 book series and then release one a month. Some people do every 3 weeks. I have found that 6 to 8 weeks works well for my books, but again, that depends on the genres and the lengths of your books. The biggest cons are the patience that you have to write your book and then sit on them. Because I don't know about you, but when I finish a book, I want to get it in readers' hands immediately. And it could be inherently frustrating to have to wait. And rapid release, you have to do the waiting. The other one is long periods of no publishing. So you'll find that, I'm publishing, 4 books this year, but then I have to write the next series, so I might not be publishing next year. And people can look at that and feel fear or frustration with oh no, am I going to be making a big mistake by falling off the publishing ledger for so long? The other part is it's fundamentally exhausting. As somebody who just did a rapid release cycle and moved in the middle of it, it was really difficult to coordinate. And something that I wouldn't really recommend if you find it too exhausting or you don't have the time to dedicate to it. But if you do, you could find some really good success and read through on it. All right, I'm just going to go over a quick couple topics of marketing fundamentals. There are obviously, like, people have done entire, like, hours upon hours of course series on marketing fundamentals. Go into any self-publishing Facebook group or business, you know, development convention for self-publishers, and you will find everybody talking about marketing fundamentals. So I'm not going to go into like all of the details because that would be unrealistic for this short time frame. But one thing to keep in mind is for a lot of marketing and advertising places, you could craft A and B testing. So you could see if audiences react to A, you know, this cover or this graphic more, or I have this little, you know, 2-line blurb, or I have this 4-page blurb on Facebook where they have to click expand and continue reading. You could play around with graphics. It's sort of like I have one ad that's just my cover, and I have another ad that's my cover in a Kindle with somebody's hands holding it. And which ad performs better depends. So, and then where to market. So there's a couple of easy places for indie authors to just sort of jump in on marketing, and is, I would say, relatively approachable in terms of cost, because most of these you could start at $5 a day. So Amazon marketing, people are already searching for books. They are already in a shopping mode. They are already looking for books. Like, say you might go, hey, Kindle Unlimited paranormal demon romance, and you could pay to show that your books fit those keywords. Downsides, it's super high competition because even the like big 5 traditional publishers, and pardon the typo there, will give you issues, and they could 100% outbid you. It is also slightly difficult to keep track of how much money you've spent and where the money goes. So the other one is paid social media marketing. I do the vast majority of my marketing on Facebook. There is an ease of finding audiences, getting blurbs, and getting people invested. I, for this series, wrote a really nice prologue. It is about 3 pages of a prologue, and the like first couple of sentences grab people, and then the last couple of sentences absolutely grab people. So people will be clicking on Facebook to read more, and then by the time they read more, and by the time they're done with the prologue on there, they want to click more. So I get a lot of people that way. Let's see. A lot of social medias, TikTok, Tumblr, Reddit, Twitter or X, and I think Blue Sky is developing it, but they don't quite have it down, all have methods for promoting posts. The downside is people might not be in a shopping mode when they're on those social medias. I would be amiss to talk about marketing without the free social media marketing of going viral. That's difficult, and there are so many things and so many classes where you could find ways to do that. And it's always something to do with luck. So something about finding keywords that I wanted to highlight real quick. On Facebook, ignore my really crude screenshots. You could, and anytime you get an advertisement on anything, this is a book, but on any advertisement, you can click those 3 dots, click why am I seeing this ad, and then click advertiser choices. This is where I get most of the keywords and similar things to publish, to get my readers. So if you are at all planning on doing Facebook marketing, I would suggest you start clicking in on those, especially if you want to get ads that are similar to the books that you're publishing, and see what they are aiming at. Alrighty. The other quick thing is how to gauge success. The quick one is, are you making more money than you are spending? Most marketing services will break down if the clicks are going to which keywords, which clicks and where, how much money you're spending per impression and click. You can get reporting on how much money you make through where you publish. The next slide, I'm going to give an example of my Kindle, my KDP reporting, Kindle Direct Publishing reporting slide of income for the year. And most book places will give you some form of this. So for this, you could pick any of these options. You could pick year, all books, you could compare books. You could filter by if you have different pen names, books, marketplaces. So if you wanted to see, I just want to see how well I sold in the UK, there's the way. Formats, do you want paperback? Do you want ebook? Things like that. And you could even use the calculation for the Kindle Unlimited rate. You could say, I think it's going to be the same as last month. I think it's going to be more. I think it's going to be less, and get adjustments there. Now, if you're advertising on different places and publishing on different places, you could go and create a bunch of spreadsheets. This is just a quick example of spreadsheets that you could make. You could track how much you're making by sales, how much you're making by KU or KE&P reads, where you are spending. This is just something that me and my partner developed, mostly my partner, on Excel. So keeping track of these so you could get an idea of if I am successful or not is tantamount. There have been several people I know in the self-publishing world where they are not keeping track of this at all, and they just see a number and think I'm doing good, and not realizing that they're spending way more in advertising. All right. And then I have my little self-promo thing, but let me know if people have any questions first.
All right, Lynn. So that was some really that was actually very, very informative for somebody myself who's done research as well. I feel like that helps even outside of the romance genre, which was really cool.
I know we it goes around genres. Like I said, my partner writes science fiction, and most of this applies. I think the biggest thing that doesn't apply to that is science fiction isn't as big in rapid release. And
oh yeah, romance and rapid release. Like fantasy,
yeah.
I wouldn't say is fantasy kind of goes back and forth. I think because I'm seeing such a predominance with the romantasy, the subgenre, like it's where's a lot of genre blending. But I could tell the community was really loving it. We were getting some absolutely great comments throughout. Let's see. Courtney was like, as a reader, I'm more likely to take a chance on a book if it's included in a Stuff Your Kindle Day. Kindle's Amazon. Yep. Kindle Unlimited.
Stuff Your Kindle Day is, there is an official Stuff Your Kindle Day. I think it's Facebook group. It might be a book funnel that is, that it gets a bunch of authors to put their books on free for a day. And then they email it out to their email lists. And it is, super fun because there's like thousands of books, and you can just scroll through and be like, hey, I like that cover, or hey, that title looks great, and it's free, so it's no chance. That is only good for a self-publisher if they have other books in the series, so that people could read the first one and decide to spend money on the second and further.
That totally makes sense. I could see how that would be very, very effective. I know Briana was saying, thanks for mentioning fonts. Fonts are often overlooked, but they are so important.
Oh yeah, and if you can't read the font easily, especially in thumbnail, but even just reading it, you're like, what is this? People aren't gonna pick it up.
How I'm curious. I have a question for you. How many years have you spent researching the fonts, the cover art to really get to that style where you're at now? Because you shared a lot of your books. You shared the ones that worked, and then you shared ones that you feel like didn't work. And I was like, that was impressive. Yeah. I love that you're using your own journey as a learning experience.
I wanted to show the ones that I was like, okay, this book series, I loved writing it. It was the first full book series that I wrote, and it failed flat out.
And you think the cover art was a huge factor because it just wasn't?
Yes.
Did you ever consider reprinting, redesigning, and reprinting a new edition?
I've considered it, but I don't know because I've grown so much as a writer since then.
It's
Since
like
that,
really worthwhile.
yeah, that first book was published in early 2019. So the first book of
Wow.
that series was early
Wow.
2019, and I've now written 14 more books. So I have
That
grown
makes
as an
sense. You
author.
might as well work on like where you've grown as an author and a writer
Yeah.
and where you're at now. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Let's see. I know AJ had a great question here. Is there such a thing as too many subgenres crammed into one blurb?
If it gets confusing, like if somebody is like I saw somebody who did it was a subtitle where instead of saying like a paranormal romance, it said something like a cozy high heat paranormal romance bookstore thing, and I was like, this is so many. Which ones is it? For the subtitle, and for the blurb itself, if they just list all of just like subgenres that it's a part of, some readers can get confused. They could say, hey, this is way more than I thought it was going to be.
It's kind of interesting. Do you usually see so it's usually clear what the main genre is, and then in the blurb itself will it touch on like different elements, I guess. Is that like kind of the alternative?
That was really in fashion in like mid 2023. Is like you would see like trope and like subgenre lists in the actual Amazon listings. Now you can see those in like advertising copy, like they'll see, they'll have the book cover and like all the tropes that point to it. That's a completely other thing, but people were putting all of that into the blurbs. And that was something interesting to see. I haven't seen it as much recently, but that doesn't mean that those books still aren't out there.
Right, of course. And trends, of course, come and go. So totally get that. And then AJ followed up with a second. This is another really good question, actually. Do you have much data on what percentage of your KU books are rereads? Personally, I find myself revisiting the same 10 pages in the same 3 books a lot.
I do not know. There has been some controversy of how, because you could see how many pages are coming from what books. But Amazon is not the most forthcoming to which are rereads, and some people have like tossed back and forth that the conventional wisdom is you're not getting paid for rereads, and then people are like, no, you are getting paid for rereads, and there's a lot of testing that could go back and forth, so that's kind of a controversial question. But
I could say
yeah,
that.
I cannot tell where in the book the KU reads are coming from, just which book. It is a fun thing to see on that reporting screen. You could and this was a much bigger thing when I was much more starting out and my books were shorter and I didn't have as many out, so there was less to track, where I would see, oh hey, I just got 400 pages read on the first book, and then like hit refresh on the page, oh there's 3 on the second book, refresh on the page, oh there's 10 on the second book, and you could see them reading.
Interesting. You can see that progression. That's kind of cool, actually.
But that's something you can only really do when you're starting out, because once you get, like, I have 15 books now, so I'll get book pages in huge chunks where people sync their Kindle up, or just a lot of people reading a lot of things.
That totally makes sense. Let's see. It's like, I know this was very helpful. This was a great, Alessa. That was a great section. Beth, this is just a good general question for us. Please tell me that I'll be able to view this information later. There just isn't enough time for me to take notes by hand from all these slides. So I know, we've gotten this question with a couple of the previous presentations as well. What we're going to do is we're going to work with all of the authors to get the presentations ready and available so we can get them out to the community. I would recommend that if you're not a member of the WriteNow Discord already, you should, because we'll throw them in the Discord because that's the easiest way to be able to share stuff. I think YouTube has a community feature where you can upload things now. It's new. But I still have to play around with it. But yeah, so join the WriteNow Discord, link down in the YouTube description, and we'll make announcements there after the WriteNow-a-thon ends. And then Rachel had a really great question. Do you mind sharing the difference in trope versus subgenre? I have seen Amazon punish using the title and subtitle space for this.
Yes. So when I say subgenre, I say like alien romance
like
is a
wouldn't subgenre be like romantasy? Would that be
That so
like
romantasy
subgenre?
is kind of in its weird section because it is a really new genre. So
Okay.
it doesn't fully conform to the capital R romance trends, nor does it fully conform to the capital F fantasy trends. So it's really
Interesting.
difficult to talk about romantasy yet.
So
But
then there'd be
say-
like paranormal romance is subgenre.
You could say paranormal romance is a subgenre. I generally would go more specific. So like vampire romance would be a subgenre.
Okay.
One of my series, which is the No Steam Clean series, is ghost romance. You could find like mafia romance as a subgenre, or serial killer romance. That's getting popular right now, is a genre. And meanwhile, trope is much more like found family is a trope, or you know, second chances is a trope. So sort of like the type of story beyond just the dressing that it is. So it could be, you know, like I just blanked on what I was going to say. So second chances is a big one where people, and you can find that across all subgenres. Any book could be a second chance. Any book could be a small town. It's just what is in there, and you could get even really specific when it comes to tropes. Like you'll see people talk about how this is a, you know, touch her and you die trope, or this is a male main character is stabby trope. So you can get really specific. For putting it in the title and subtitle space, Amazon can get you in trouble for that, especially if you do the really long ones. Like generally, I have found, like, so on one of mine, A Ghost of Her Own, I put a cozy paranormal romance for the subtitle. I've seen subtitles as long as 10 words, and then they got taken down. So Amazon will punish if you do too much of that because they consider it to be bad for the audience experience. And that's the big thing that Amazon's always about, is it has to be good for the audience experience.
I mean, that makes sense, right? Because at the end of the day, they want to make money.
Yeah.
And if
they know
it's
that if the audience goes somewhere else, they're not going to make money.
yeah. But granted, I don't think we see Amazon losing its 80% of the book market anytime soon. Oh man. So Rachel, that was absolutely a really, really great question. I feel like we could actually make a whole conversation out of subgenre versus tropes. Like it's got me thinking. But this has been absolutely phenomenal today. I really appreciate you joining me. I know you mentioned your books. I know you had that on the last slide. If people want to like go check them out, go find out more about you, where can they go?
I am on Amazon and Kindle Unlimited. Here is, I think it's, you know, in reverse, but here's the first book of my 6-book series, The Girl Who Brings the Dead. And it is a paranormal romance for the genre, and even more, it is a necromancer and demon romance. So if you're wanting to go more into the subgenres, I think it's generally listed under like demons and devils romance, and then wizards and witches romance.
And so that's the 6th book. Is that the end of the series?
This is the first book of the 6th.
Oh, that's the first book. I mean, because I know you just published the 6th one. Was the 6th one the end of the series?
As of right now, yes. But I know I left myself ways and characters that I could do additional books if I get the inspiration.
Of course, leave it open to the possibility. But I mean, that's great, right? So people can go check out the first book, and they have a whole series that they can binge through.
And I know, so generally the accepted wisdom is people read the first book, and 40% of those will read the second book. Generally, from second to third and third to fourth, it's anywhere from, like, if they read the first and the second, they aim for, I think, 70% read the third and the fourth. This series, I'm more at around 80 to 90% read the third and the fourth and the fifth and the sixth, which I am proud of. And for my Ghost series, it is much closer to, I think, the 60-70%. And the Ghost series is 4 books right now, but I am writing the 5th, and I have a 6th planned.
Awesome. So I'm always impressed by how many books you have in your catalog. I think it's really, really awesome. I just dropped your link down in the YouTube description. So for anyone who wants to go check out any of those books or check out more, link down below, also down in the YouTube description. But I just want to say, Lynn, it's been great. I really appreciate that you joined us. And I could tell just from our chat community that they got so much value out of our romance hour. So very, very
Excellent.
cool.
you.
Awesome. So usually I would sign you off, but I know you're about to join our discussion. So I'll bring you back up in just a moment because we're going to be hopping into our publishing discussion. So for those of you who don't know, we're going to be talking about publishing. And we're going to be talking about the publishing industry at large. Which type of publishing is best? Self-publishing? Indie publishing? Traditional publishing? Which one? Especially as we go into the next year. We're going to be having our discussion in just a moment. But before we do, quick shout out, and I guess quick question. Did you learn a lot from the romance hour? Did you learn anything? Did you learn something new? Or you're like, hey, you know what? I feel like I just got a nice little refresher. I would love to hear. Drop a comment. Was that helpful to you? Because I know, even though I'm not a romance writer, I feel like I picked up some new things for my characters and for some romance plot arcs that I'm planning for future books. So I thought that was super, super cool. Drop a comment. I'd love to hear from you. And in the meantime, if you're enjoying the stream, follow and subscribe. We're here every day with the Right Now community, 362 plus days, consecutive writing streams, and counting. Wow. Oh my God, almost a full year. So whether you're looking for a vibrant writing community, maybe you want more of these author events, or you want the podcast author interviews, writing tips, techniques. We have our weekly writers group. We have writing sprints every day. We got it all. So make sure that you smash that follow and that subscribe button, and you'll be alerted when we go live. Beautiful, wonderful. Now, before we hop back into our publishing discussion, I think it's time for a free giveaway. Who wants something for free? So for those of you who joined us earlier with our author, Natalie Locke, we're doing a free giveaway for 1,000 words to get started. So these are two physical. Awesome. Yep. So these are two physical items. So this is a physical giveaway. This is perfect if you need inspiration. You're going to write flash fiction. This is going to be great. If you want to enter to win this free giveaway, type in, let me make sure we have it set up, and it is live. So type in the hashtag 1000 to be entered in for the chance to win this free giveaway for the books, 1,000 words to get started. So type in hashtag 1000 to be entered in this free giveaway. Like Natalie was awesome with her presentation earlier. And we're going to be doing this as a giveaway. And this is going to be the physical books as part of this giveaway. 1,000 words to get started and 1,000 words to ignite romance. Each are a nonfiction writing prompt book with 1,000 word stickers. I'm like, guys, who doesn't love stickers? 101 editable writing prompts and 101 writing challenges, so that no matter your writing experience, you will be able to practice new techniques with each flash fiction piece. So make sure to type that in. All right, and as I got here, checking my countdown. All right, and we got the things here. So it is counting down. So type in hashtag 1000 to win this giveaway. And we got less than a minute. So type in that hashtag 1000 to win these writing book prompts. And I can see this one is hotly contested. I know there's going to be there's definitely some interest in this giveaway. I know I want it, but I'm not entering. Kaufman's not winning anything. That's not the point of this. The point is you guys, my friends. It is about you winning cool freebies from our author and writing community. So 1,000 words to get started. We are bringing down the countdown clock with 20 seconds. Type in hashtag 1000 to be entered. And we are approaching the end. We are getting there with 12, 11, 10, hashtag 1000. Here's your chance. Last chance to enter to win both of these physical products. And perfect. And that is a wrap. So let's draw and see who wins from the giveaway. All right, perfect. Rachel, congratulations. Congratulations, my friend. All right. And Rachel, you are the winner of the 1,000 words to get started. Make sure that you fill out the submission form. I just dropped it down in the YouTube description so that way we can get your information and get those books shipped to you. So fill out that form. Congratulations again, my friend. And don't worry. If you did not win something, you're like, hey, you know what? I missed out on the giveaway. I haven't won something yet. You're in luck because we got more giveaways coming. Stay tuned because next we are hopping into our very vibrant publishing discussion. And let me pull this up. Awesome. So this is going to be a really, really cool discussion as we were talking about self versus indie versus traditional publishing. Which type of publishing experience is king? So I am very excited about this. Make sure I got my stuff situated on my end. All right, perfect. So without further ado, let me bring to the stage our moderator who's going to be helping guide us and lead us in this discussion. Our author. Let me introduce author Dana Goldstein.
Hello.
Welcome. And is it Dana or Dana?
It's Dana.
Dana. Okay, perfect. Yes. And first off, Dana, it's a pleasure to meet you. I love meeting people virtual face-to-face.
Yeah, same. Nice to meet you too, Jared. This is amazing.
Yeah. And I was like, when I was thinking about the publishing industry and I was reading your background, I'm like, talk about the perfect one to guide us in a publishing conversation. So real quick, if you want to just intro yourself and then I'll bring on the rest of our panel.
Sure. So my name is Dana Goldstein, obviously. I am what you call a hybrid author in that I have experienced self-publishing as well as traditional publishing and indie publishing. So I've had my fingers in every single pie since my first book was published in 2017. So it's only been 7 years. Sorry, it was 2017. So it's only been 7 years that I've been in this journey, and I have learned so much, and I continue to learn every single day. And I love watching how this industry is changing for the better. I truly believe.
Awesome. So I know, once again, Dana, thank you so much for guiding us today. And it looks like we have all of our panel. So I'm going to bring everyone to the stage. I was like, make sure got everyone. Yes, we have a full house for this one. So let me bring back to the stage. Lynn, welcome back to the stage, my friend. Long time no see. And bringing in M. Irene, welcome, welcome. And we're also welcoming back from our earlier conversation, Jackie Garcia-Morales. Welcome. And again, we're also welcoming back Mr. Paul Inman, who helped us with our unicorns and our knights from our earlier writing game. Quite an experience, Paul. Glad to have you back, my friend.
Thank you.
And we are also welcoming to the stage AJ. Welcome, welcome. So we got a full group today. I'm so looking forward. Trust me, originally I was like, I wanted to be in publishing, but I'm like, nope, pull back. I'm going to hear from some other authors here. So Dana, I'll let you do the intro. You guys just holler if you need anything. I'll moderate the discussion and I'll moderate the chat and have fun.
Thank you, Jared.
I'm curious to see which industry of publishing you guys think is the best.
Fantastic. All right, I'm going to jump right in. So first of all, I just want to reintroduce myself to anybody who just joined us. I'm your moderator today. My name is Dana Goldstein, and I'm what's called a hybrid author in that I have experienced all the different paths in publishing. So I have my newest novel, contemporary fiction, is self-published. I have 2 middle grade books that were traditionally published, and then 3 memoirs that I self-published, and that's how I started my writing and publishing journey. And joining us today, I hope I'm going to pronounce everything correctly, we have AJ Glasser, a video game journalist, awkward indie author, love that, and business development at Oculus. I have Jackie Garcia-Morales. Hi, Jackie. I know we've met online. A children's author, Latina children's author, a publishing associate, and co-host of the Storyteller Shelf podcast. We have Paul Inman. Did I say that right? Excellent. Award-winning filmmaker and horror/thriller author. I have a lot to learn from you because I would love to dabble in writing horror. And we have Alessa Winters. Did I say that right? Fantastic. Yep. Writer Lynn, storyteller and romance author. And we have M. Irene, fantasy and horror author and co-host of How to Survive Until You're Published podcast. Ooh, that's a good topic. So welcome, everybody. I just want to start by everybody sharing what route you chose and why. So Jackie, let me start with you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me back. As you heard, I do work in traditional publishing, but I actually am published through an indie press, which I have a lot of passion for. And I guess we'll be speaking a lot about that soon, but I really feel that you get the human-to-human connection in indie presses. So, right, there's my vote, I guess, yeah. Preemptively.
Right. I think I should have probably given a little bit of background on what the difference is for people who don't know, right? So traditional publishing is typically associated with the big 5 publishers, which is, let's see if I can get them right, Hachette, HarperCollins, Penguin Random House, Simon & Schuster, which just got bought, and we're not sure what's going to happen. And who's the 5th that I'm forgetting?
Macmillan.
Thank you, Macmillan. So that would be traditional publishing, where you have an agent and they pitch you to the big 5 publishers, and that's your traditional path. Then we have indie, which is I personally feel has exploded in the last 5 years, and there are so many indie presses out there. These are the small independent presses, and to Jackie's point, you will get really hands-on experiences with a lot of these indie presses because they're smaller and they're intimate and they're really fully invested in the authors that they represent and the books that they put out there. And then we have self-publishing, which is it's pretty much self-explanatory, right? Where you take on, as the author and the self-publisher, you take on all the work, all the cost. You know, you find your editors, you find your book designers and your book layout people, and everything is on your shoulders, and not in a bad way. So I love self-publishing. It's been a wonderful journey for me. But let me move on to AJ. What route did you take and why?
So I would call my route circuitous. I maybe characterize myself as an aspiring hybrid. So I've never been traditionally published, but for the right book at the right time, I would definitely never say never. I have an offer of publication from an indie press for my second novel-length book. And I self-published a book last year because I was turning 40 and it was coming up on the 20th anniversary of writing the original draft of it way back in college. So it was one of, like, shall we say, a midlife crisis decision that actually panned out really well. So I found the whole process of going through querying and trying to find an agent actually made me write and publish a much better book. And then I've been a journalist for over 20 years. So there's nothing about this that is particularly mystifying or even intimidating to me. I just find it all fun. So I will continue on this route until I die, and I'll maybe treat it like a spiral.
Right. Okay. How about you, Paul? What is your journey and why?
Sorry. So I guess you would call it a indie press, but I kind of refer to it as hybrid publishing because it takes all of the stuff that you get when you work with one of the big publishers, but the publishing company that I went with uses a model where you do pre-sale. So you reach a certain threshold, and they'll give you everything, like full editorial, full cover design, everything. So they refer to themselves as hybrid publishing. So let's say that. And I've been published in an anthology which was self-published.
Okay. How about you, Em?
Okay, first off, I hope my microphone issues are resolved. Okay, awesome. So I have been published in an anthology, and I'm working towards self-publishing and traditionally publishing. Because I do write in different genres. I have a pen name for one. So I'm trying to traditionally publish in thriller and horror versus self-publishing in fantasy and some of the other aspects. And I think it just is more dependent on what I want the most creative control over is kind of how I've decided which route to go.
Right. What about you, Alessa?
Hi, I am 100% self-published. I have been self-published since 2018, and I don't see that changing.
Okay. And why did you choose that route?
So mostly because I wanted the control. I wanted to find an editor who I worked well with. I wanted to be in control of my covers. And also, perhaps most importantly, I wanted to be in charge of the timeline, because the timeline for some hybrid, some indie, and some trad pubs is huge. And I wanted to have more control over that.
Yeah, that's a big thing for self-published authors, is we love that control. Paul, with your experience with hybrid, did you have say in things like layout and cover design?
Yes, I did, actually. I had some initial meetings where we talked about what my ideas were, and then they took that and sort of expanded on that as the process happened. One thing I didn't have any control over, though, was my timeline.
Okay, so there was a schedule that you had to adhere to. Yeah, that's typical. That was the same with my middle grade novels. It was hurry up and wait, right? So this is part of the deal, like with some indie, larger indie publishers and traditional publishers. Jackie, you might want to weigh in on this, is that it takes so long for our books to get into that pipeline. And then when they do, your deadlines just seem to speed up, like almost unrealistically, right? So in my experience, I waited forever to get my my galleys, and then it was like, you have 10 days to review and send back changes. Like, I think they had the book in the pipeline for probably 9 or 10 months. So Jackie, do you have anything to weigh in on this, on things that
absolutely. The timeline for traditional publishing is it can be very intimidating, especially if you're switching over from self-publishing or indie press, where you're used to just being a little more in touch in the small steps that are happening. But remember, even from querying right through all the way to when they've acquired your book and the editorial process, it can take quite a long time. I mean, I've known some people that it's taken far over a year for them to really get everything solid and together before moving into the design phase. And like Dana said, once everything is packaged up and ready to go, it almost feels like you're in supersonic speed after that. And you're bang, 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 all these deadlines. So the timelines between all publishing, I'm going to say they're probably quite different. So it depends on you, right, and your temperament and your personality. If you have a lot of patience and you're willing to work with a team that has other goals, remember, in addition to bringing your book to life, it's also about the company. Maybe traditional publishing is more for you, but if you're a little more impatient and you want to see, your beautiful project be out there and be on a shelf, maybe something like indie or self-publishing could be more suited to you, at least at that time, for that book.
Right. Sorry, I was wondering, AJ, you said you were holding out you were going hybrid right to the end, right?
I would say aspiring to be a hybrid. So
okay.
This is maybe more a question for you, Dana. So if you've already self-published something because you really wanted to get a project out or you felt very strongly about it, but then maybe you want to go query something, does it make sense to then maybe get a different pen name or something and try to brand yourself differently so that you're brand new all over again?
Yeah, that's a good question. Alessa, you could probably answer that better because you do write under a pen name. Does anyone else write under a pen name? Oh, AJNM. Okay,
Yeah,
you did
that
say
second book I mentioned is going to not be published as AJ Glasser. I'm going to pick a pen name for that because the vibes are totally different. So I
Right.
definitely make them feel different. And then tomorrow I'm actually going to reveal a pen name that I've had for years and never talked about because I was afraid of getting fired. But I'm past 40 now. I lost that fear. So
awesome.
I was going to say it totally depends on pen names for creation for a new genre. And this is going to be something that I say a lot. It depends on the genre. Some people will hear, oh, they've just done indie romance, let's not. Versus if you come with a pen name, they might be like, oh, hey, new thing. Or vice versa. They might say, hey, we really like this romance style. Come with this. The other thing that I see is sometimes some publishers will want the inborn audience already there. So if you're massively successful, like if you're a Ruby Dixon, who has the wild runaway success of her romance series that she did self-published and is now getting trad pub, they'll probably be like, no, we want the inborn audience. At least that's what I've observed a lot on like the different self-publishing Facebook groups and subreddits.
Yeah. What about you, Em? Do you have anything to add here?
Well, I mean, just kind of like echoing off of that, I think it does depend. Alessa mentioned if you already have an audience. I think of like Aragon, that actually started out self-published. So he obviously continued it on as they bought it and then mass-produced it. But that's one I think a lot of people forget started out that way. For me, I like using the pen name just because I write in such vastly different genres. Like I have a pen name for a children's book. I don't necessarily want that audience to be picking up things I'm trying to get traditionally published in horror, especially when it's adult horror, two vastly, vastly different genres.
Right. Is that the dream though? Like, another really popular novel that started as self-publishing was The Martian, Andy Weir's The Martian. I believe E.L. James' 50 Shades of Grey was also
fanfic. Yeah. And then Murderbot Chronicles was also self-published. Right. There's many examples out there. So forgive me for jumping. As a journalist, though, my whole thing is research. So I would say that for a lot of authors, setting goals for yourself is important because for some people, this is the career. And the goal is to make enough money to be able to do this and only this. And that will always be the goal. But as someone who made that my goal in games journalism and succeeded, maybe you realized you aimed a little low. Once you get there and you're like, wait a minute, I don't have a 401k. I don't have a retirement plan. I can't take a vacation. That previous session, we were talking about rapid releases. It's like, oh, wow, that's exhausting. Maybe you don't want that to be what you're doing in your 80s, but it's going to be a different journey for everyone. So I would definitely say that the dream is always to be famous, but even that comes with a dark side. So,
oh, yeah. Oh, completely. I've always said, like, in any of the presentations or workshops or writing groups that I'm in, my biggest fear is that I will get famous and I can't just go grocery shopping with messy hair and in like torn yoga pants because I just don't want that. I just want people to read my books and, maybe I'll make a living. Like there's a difference, right, between being famous and making a living. So I don't know. I don't know that I really would want to be famous. Paul, what about you?
Yeah, I don't know where I stand on being famous. I like to create stuff because I want people to enjoy it. But really, I think I do it because I enjoy it, and other people enjoying it is just like a bonus, So I did see that in the chat. There was some questions about the KDP or print on demand. Is that considered self-publishing? Me personally, I would probably consider that self-publishing.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely it is.
Yeah, that is self-publishing. You are in control of when the book comes out, what goes in the book, and what goes on top of the book.
Exactly. What do you think has changed for the better in the publishing industry over the last, let's say, 5 to 10 years? Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Oh, I'm sorry. Please.
Oh, no, you can go ahead. I can chime in after you. Go for it.
It is so much easier for anyone and everyone to just be able to create what they want and get it out there for people to see. But on the other side of that coin is it's a lot. There's just a lot of people doing that. So that's something that I have really sort of paid attention to over the past few years, because I have not done a self-published through like the print on demand or the KDP, partially because it is pretty crowded. And I don't know if that means I'm holding out for something else. I haven't really decided which direction I want to go. I was part of an anthology, like I mentioned at the beginning here, that was self-published. And my very first thing is the person who organized that. I've just been like picking their brain. Okay, tell me what's happening behind the scenes. I want to know. I want to know this, because I might go that route. I have several things written that are just kind of living on my hard drive, and I want them to see the outside of my hard drive. You know what I mean? Eventually. So.
Right. So what, Em, you wanted to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I think my thoughts kind of echo Paul's. Just that when I initially started writing, I don't know, however many years ago, self-publishing there's definitely a stigma surrounding it. And I think we've seen that kind of break away, and like the rise of the indie press and self-publishing in general, which I think is great, because it does allow a lot more people to get their work out there rather than just what the big five deem is going to be in the market. Like you mentioned, though, it does also mean sometimes the market gets a little crowded, which is intimidating, which is also why I think I've been still pursuing the hybrid route, because I'm afraid of all the work that goes into self-publishing. But I think it's also really great that you can.
I will say, Alessa, I'll give you a second, but I just want to say to Em, the first one is the hardest. After that, it's super easy to self-publish once you figure it out the first time, because it doesn't really change from novel to novel or book to book. Alessa, what did you have to add?
I wanted to echo that. When I first self-published in 2018, even between 2018 and now, the response I got from some family members was, because I was doing romance, it's like, oh, you're writing sad mommy books. And I'm like, excuse me? But now it's much more, the attitude when you tell somebody, hey, I self-publish, is much more like, oh, hey, that's cool. Can I pick it up? And just the entire attitude of that. And people are recognizing that, oh, hey, people could actually make money on this. And this is actually a career path. This isn't just an amateur thing. That is the biggest difference that I have seen.
I have two insights. I think that a really big explosion for a lot of people is that data matters all of a sudden, because all these platforms now have like numbers of views and numbers of reads and numbers of this, and you can get so much data on the people who are actually reading your stuff, and it helps you set goals so that you can improve as a writer on your own. You don't need an editor to tell you what to do. And then the other big one is accessibility. I did a talk with the WriteNow group before about being a dyslexic writer. And sometimes I have really struggled with things like talk to text. That has improved vastly in the last 5 years alone, so that you've got people who are just nigh illiterate when it comes to actually hunt and pecking and typing. But if they can get a microphone in front of them, they could be a bestseller. That wasn't possible 5 years ago. So that is another big one I want to call out.
Yeah. Jackie, do you want to weigh in on what has changed for the better?
Absolutely. I have something that's a little bit different from what we've been speaking about, and it's certainly a bonus in traditional publishing's corner over there. But over the last few years, traditional publishers especially have been creating a lot of opportunities for authors who are of underrepresented cultures and identities. And I always encourage people, whatever type of writer you are, and I mean, you're a beginner, you've self-published, you've hybrid published, please take some time out of your year and go look to see what offerings are available to you, because your identity and culture could be in the ask for a traditional publisher that they're looking to bring more stories like yours about. And there's a lot of grants, there's a lot of awards, a lot of contests running constantly throughout the year. So that's one really positive thing. And we're going to see a huge paradigm shift in all of the types of people, right, represented across the board in all genres, which is so exciting.
Fantastic. I hope you're right. What are some of the obstacles you think to taking the leap from I've got a bunch of stories on my hard drive to now it's time for them to get out in the world? Who wants to start with that? Oh,
I could start.
okay.
The big one for me was convincing myself that it was a good use of my time. It was convincing myself that, hey, not only will other people like reading these, other people will pay you to read these. And just the mental game of, am I writing something that is good enough for that, was a big hurdle for me. Like, once I got over that hurdle, and if you write fan fiction, you already have like the cheat code to that because you already know that those audience members are out there. But once I got over that, because I came from a creative industry that was very, sheltered and gate kept, and getting past that was a big step for me.
What about you, Paul?
Oh, that's where I am in my journey here. That is the $1 million question currently. Like, what do I do? How do I know when it's the right time? How do I know when things are right? And I've been, submitting a lot recently to indie presses and publications with short stories and things. Because I've been writing, I don't know, we probably all have spurts of different things, but short stories has been my jam for the last 6 or 8 months. I just want to make sure that what I write is ready, first of all, to be seen by others, and is something that I want to share with people. And generally that's where I am. I don't necessarily look at this as a full-time job for me, because it's not. I mean, I'm not there yet. So I kind of want to just see where the wind blows me a little bit. I know that sounds very like wishy-washy, and that's not what I really want. I want to do this, but the reality is I have a full-time job and a family, and I have to pay bills and make sure that they can eat.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and a lot of people are in that situation, right? Like, self-publishing, without question, is going to cost money, and it might not be money that you have kicking around because we all have other responsibilities and bills. So that's a big barrier. I feel almost as big a barrier as finding an agent and finding a traditional publisher, or querying indie presses. Like, if you don't know how to do it, like, it's astonishing enough that we finish writing books, and we finish the pieces that we start. Not all of them, let's be honest, but it can be so overwhelming to take that next step and enter the publishing world once your stories are done. Jackie, do you have anything to add on that?
Always.
I'd love your perspective.
Yeah, always. I'm going to speak as well from the traditional route in the sense. So in my head, I'm setting myself up. Yes, you are trying to move from having all of these stories that you've put your love into and your brain into, and take it to the next level. But to get to the next level, you need to query, which just the word itself causes a lot of us to quiver. I know the game. There's querying agents, and there's querying, publishers that don't require you to be agented. And just the mental load that comes along with that, and all of the investments. I mean, the emotional investment, the mental energy investment, the physical energy investment, because you're going to be sitting there writing these tailored cover letters for, weeks and weeks at a time. And all of us kind of preemptively run to the next conclusion, which is all of this I'm doing, right, to get a rejection. Right. The rejections are inevitable. I'm here to tell you they come, the bearer of bad news. But my advice is to want to fail, really. Want to get the rejection. Let's get them faster, because the more people that reject you, the more you're going to learn how to query, and the more you're going to find the person who is qualified and invested in your project. that person will come, but unfortunately you have to find them first. So don't be intimidated by the no's. Instead, try to flip your mindset, psychology yourself, and say, yes, I want to see the rejections. One more rejection email is a good thing for me because that's not someone who is here to be on my team.
Right. That's,
Can I?
Oh, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, if I could add to that, I was talking about this with my husband because that is definitely something that has scared me. I am getting ready to query one project, to query another, and just that one I've shelved for a time. But just the mental load that comes with it, he suggested making a rejection goal. So how many times like can you get rejected for something? So like set them ridiculously high. Like I need this project to be rejected 200 times or whatever. And it's kind of like an accomplishment. And then also just like another thought on that to help deal with the rejection, if that's something that's scary, is also have something else you're working towards, because then it kind of takes away the mental load of, well, if this one doesn't succeed, there's this that I've already got started that I'm excited about as well. I've heard that from a few authors on the podcasts that I interview on, is a big help with that.
Right. AJ, do you have anything to add?
So we talked about goal setting, and as a gamer, I tend to think of things in terms of 100. Also, I found a few blog posts from, about 10 years ago, so maybe the advice is a little bit outdated, but it said something like, if you send out 100 queries and you don't get any requests for a full, that's pretty indicative that what you are querying is not a fit for the market right now, and so you should either shelve it or self-publish it if you just need to get it out there. I adopted that just pretty quickly to get mine out the door because I had to set something or I wasn't going to budge. So whatever goal you want to set for yourself, 5, 10, 15, 100, 200, whatever you do, write it down somewhere so you can measure against it later. Because if you don't measure, you don't improve. And that was the thing I would tell most people who are aspiring is if you're going to do this, pick a goal, write it down somewhere, and then check back like a year later to see where you're at. Otherwise, you'll never know if you moved or how far you moved at all. Witch King's Oath, I queried 75 times. I had 0 requests, not even for a partial. So that was pretty indicative that that wasn't going to do it for anyone. Maybe my query was bad. I don't think the book was that bad because when I went on to sell it, I sold like 900 copies in the first year and did okay on reviews. So I'm feeling good about that. But it just wasn't a fit. So I moved on to the next one. That one, I only had to query like 60 times and I got like 5 full requests. Bam, 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 bam. So I knew I had something. And even if those 5 didn't pan out, I had moved from the previous project. I had moved the needle. And that is the thing that keeps me going, is that data, that sense of progress. So build your own RPG for yourself would be my advice.
Yeah. Alessa, do you have anything to add? Because you have a lot of titles behind you.
Yes. There is a self-publishing sort of thing called the best advertising for your current book is the next book.
Right. Yeah. That's we say the way to sell your first book is write a second.
Yep.
and keep going.
Yep. And you'll get discovered in like chunks. So like the amount of people who discovered the series when I published book 4 was much bigger than it was at book 1. And so people will see, oh, this person wrote this one. That's cool. Oh, this is the 4th in the series. Let me go back to the 1st. And that is a big thing in indie and self-publishing.
Right. There's so many ways to be rejected in this industry, no matter what route you take. I mean, I was, even as an agented author, it's not a guarantee that my book is going to sell. So I had a YA novel on submission for 11 months before I said to my agent, we're done. I'm taking it back, and I'm going to self-publish it in 2025. Yes, I see that about how many times Harry Potter was rejected, right? So even having an agent and going the traditional route is no guarantee that your book is ever going to see the light of day. Same with hybrid, right? While I find with hybrid or indie publishers is that while they may be really excited to get your book published and they'll help you do that and they'll get it out there, there's no guarantee that people are going to respond to it, right? Like, let's be honest, no matter what route you take, traditional, indie, or self-published, we're at the mercy of the readers, right? So has anyone sensed like a shift in reader perception about publishing. Oh, AJ, let's go.
All right. So I survived Gamergate, and before there was a Gamergate, I was getting death threats in games journalism. So I will tell you that the way that people conduct themselves online has fundamentally changed in the wake of Gamergate in particular. It touched everything even outside of video games, because here was this hate mob that had gotten so big that it made the day, like it made every single news outlet there was. So we all kind of collectively as a society realized that people get on the internet and say truly terrible, terrible things and get people fired for no reason at all. And that accountability, what's that? And then reinventing yourself on the internet, it was actually trivial, especially in the era of TikTok. So I would say that there is a shorter term memory for publishing now. So if you release something like a while ago and it didn't do well and you failed, that doesn't matter. Maybe it mattered like 20 years ago and people are like, could go look it up on Publisher Marketplace or one of those insider trade mags, and like you would have your reputation and it would follow you everywhere. That matters less than ever in the internet era. And even with TikTok facing a national ban right now in the United States, like it's ephemeral. It all can just go away like poof. So I think that there is less accountability, but also less memory. And so you can work with that. So even if you don't succeed, try again. There's no reason not to. Right. And it doesn't have to follow you around. As someone who has gone both good viral and bad viral and still sold as many copies on both days, identical sales. I'm here to tell you, like, you do not have to take this personally if you don't want to. You can take it as personally as you want or not.
Yes,
Right.
I want to double check on that. Is like I spoke a little bit of the last thing is my first series failed horribly. It has never sold well at all. But because there are other books and more books continuing coming out, audience members don't care. That's
right. Yeah. And have you seen reader tastes and perceptions change since you started? What you said 2017, right? Same as me.
I first published in 2018.
Okay.
So, yes, what the audience, so I'm in romance. So the audience expectations for things like steam levels, weirdness levels, and length massively comes and goes in waves. Like, and especially because in indie romance, you could go kind of crazy because you're not within the big publishing gear house. So you could do some of the weird out there things, and audience members want more of the weird out there things from self-published romance.
Absolutely. That's one of the beauties of self-publishing, is that you make the rules, right? Paul, what do you think about readers' reactions and perceptions?
Well, this is not probably going to go over. This is probably going to go over terribly, but I don't actually follow trends like that because I write what I like and what makes me excited to be a writer. I do see the merit in following the trends. I do, but I think as a creative person, I kind of tend to think, hey, I'm going to make what I make, and there are people that will like it. So I can't answer your question very well.
Yeah, but I think it's great that you write for you, right? Because
yeah.
one of the things I truly believe in is write what you want to read.
Right, exactly.
Right, and people
that's
will
where
find
I am.
it.
I don't generally. I mean, of course, sometimes you can't help it, but I don't generally go and do a bunch of research and say, okay, now I'm going to write a book that is focused on this, that hits point A, B, C, D, that someone else is telling me that in 6 months, a year, that's going to be becoming popular, because I don't know. I don't know that I would enjoy creating that way personally.
Mm-hmm.
That there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, for me, it's just, I don't know that I would enjoy that as much, I guess, maybe, but
Jackie,
I'm also a pantser. I don't really plot too much. So
well, that's a whole nother conversation, right? Yeah. Jackie, what about you? What have you seen change in reader perception about publishing?
I have a little bit of a different answer, but something that I've really seen over the last maybe 5 years, and perhaps a little bit more, but definitely in the past 5 years, is that readers are very, very excited and wanting to purchase from the indie press, hybrid press, and self-published authors. Whereas I think before, like Alessa mentioned, she said, self-publisher, there was not a lot of respect for it. Whereas these days, self-publishers are getting the respect that they deserve, and they're being seen for what they are, which is entrepreneurs who are wearing 10,000 hats to support their dream and get their work out there. That perception has changed wildly, not just in readers, actually, also, right, in actual publishing itself. But I see people wanting to find those people online. So if you go on social media, Threads is a really good example. It's a little newer in terms of social media, but people are on there looking for authors from these small publisher backgrounds, self-pub, hybrid pub. They're there to support you. I would say there's a bit of a difficulty, right, in that perhaps the self-pub authors and indie authors may not be seeing that reflected in their sales, but I anticipate that's going to change. I really do think it's an accessibility issue. Of course, we have big corporations, right, outshining because of the big pockets they have. They're able to reach people more with marketing, which is, I'm sure, something we'll talk about. But, the game is starting to even out. The spirit is there and the intention is there in the readership to support the small local people.
Right. How about you, Em? Do you see any change in readers' perception of publishing?
I mean, yeah, I've just like everyone else has kind of already said, I can't really speak to it as from a writing perspective, because I don't tend to write to trends. I write just whatever I'm inspired to. But as a mood reader, I have definitely noticed that I'm picking up more indie authors than I probably would have 10 years ago.
Excellent. So Jackie, you did mention marketing. And I think in the context of this publishing discussion or any discussion about writing, we need to address the marketing elephant in the room, because it's the hardest. Like, if you thought writing 80,000 plus words was hard, try selling that. Right? It's exhausting. Most writers were not very good at it, but I think there's a misconception that if you have a traditional deal, you will have the marketing done for you. And that is not the case whatsoever. So you will be marketing, you will be expected to build your audience, you will be expected to have a social media following. I don't know if those numbers actually matter so much anymore. So Alessa, what works for you in marketing?
I do a lot of Facebook marketing. I mentioned in my last one is I created a 2 to 3 page a prologue for my series, and I put the entire prologue in the advertising section on my for my text, so the audience members will generally click in to read more, and then by the end they're super invested and want to read the book. So I would say a good 80% of my advertising is on Facebook. I do some on Amazon, but it's mostly brand protection ads instead of actual trying to reach new people, because Amazon is super crowded with the big fives, publishing budget. Yeah. And then I've started to do some local community events too, but mostly Facebook. I clicked and found a bunch of keywords that other romance authors were aiming for, and now I aim for them.
Okay. Anyone else hear that music?
I think that's the audio of, hey, you have 10 minutes left.
Oh, okay, great. We're good with that.
Maybe. I might be wrong.
The wrapping up music. It's very light.
Right? Yes. Yeah. AJ, do you have anything to input on marketing?
Oh, Lord. So full disclosure, I work at Meta. I'm going to tell you too much about marketing. I could do a whole talk on it, but not right now. I would say if you think it's a dirty word, you're going to have a real problem. Every platform has ads. Get used to it. Set a budget. Set a budget for yourself. If you won't spend over a certain dollar amount, please write that amount down somewhere so you can go back and check. Please do that to yourself so that you don't end up running ads that cost you an arm and a leg, because any platform will gladly take your money and serve you nothing. Just warning there. The bulk of the copies I sold, actually TikTok, that was a really good platform for it, but it was also a very toxic platform. So again, it could go either way. You just had to decide what to do. I actually have had more luck in my genre using Amazon than I did Facebook. So epic fantasy is a little bit dicier on Facebook just because of reasons. And then the communities around fantasy are shockingly illiterate on Facebook relative to the romance Facebook groups. So it really does depend on genre. to platform. And some platforms will have very different ad formats, like BookBub and Royal Road, very different visual formats for what appeals to those readers. So I will just advise you to go native wherever you can.
Mm-hmm.
And touching back on that with the BookBub and the free books advertising, there's a bunch of them, like Free Booksy is another one, Hello Books, Fussy Librarian, all of those. That is another place for advertising that I sometimes do. What you do is I put my book on free, apply for one of these slots, and they send it out in their email newsletter. I have yet to get a BookBub deal for that, but I apply for it a lot. But
those are hard, man. Those are hard.
Yeah.
to get.
Hard.
Yeah.
They're so hard, and they prioritize wide versus just on Amazon.
That's true.
So I think that's my big reason. But whenever I have a new release, I use Free Booksy and put the first book on free, and the same week that I'm putting another book in the series out for publish, and that way the people will grab the first one and then pay for all the rest of them.
Right. Jackie, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, marketing's what I do every day too. I have one secret thing that I think everyone should know, right? The one secret ingredient, guys, in the marketing formula, especially from an author's point of view. This is what I do day to day. Please find someone to help you do the work. And I don't mean give your work to them, but definitely find a partner. And that can be as simple as finding a blog, right, that is suitable for your genre and partnering up with them, helping to promote them, right? This is mutual. You help them, they help you. But I would take it to a larger audience. So if you have a takeaway from your book, for example, like a lesson, right? A lesson to take away, something that could be applied to society on a greater scale. Go look for some nonprofits that really push that. Go look for a school that really pushes that, and start sending them emails introducing who you are, your book, and why your book is a mirror, right, of the mission of that nonprofit or that company. And sooner or later, I bet you're going to have a fantastic partner that's very much excited to get the word out there about your book. And you'll find a new audience that you had not latched into before.
Absolutely. Partnerships are vital for getting the word out about your book in ways that you couldn't even imagine. So one of the things that I do, this is just my little thing, I always have books in my car, because invariably you're going to run into that one person who says, oh, I keep meaning to buy your book. And I'm like, oh, I got some in my car and I got my square, so let's go. Right? Exactly, AJ. Like always have copies with you. Exactly.
I learned that from another author. Damon Brown wrote this amazing book called Porn and Pong. Highly recommended if you love the history of video games. And yeah, I met him at an event randomly as a grad student. He just pulls it out of his bag and gives it to me.
Right? Yeah.
Awesome.
Exactly. Porn and Pong. I'm writing that one down.
Excellent book.
That's a great title. So,
Great title, Porn and Pong.
Yeah.
That sounds like a great title.
Yep.
So I just came to hop in a little early because we had some really great questions in the chat, and I wanted to throw up some of these questions we got. So I know Beth had a first really good one about hybrids. Where do you find hybrids that don't cost thousands of dollars?
Who wants to take that one? Okay. So listen, this is probably like, I don't know how to say this without being direct, but there are a lot of parasites out there who are hybrid publishers whose sole goal is to take your money away from you. So if you are uncomfortable with what you're being asked for and what you're getting in return, listen to that instinct and run away. Because there are hybrids out there that are genuinely interested in publishing your book and helping you to the best of their ability. Sometimes there are terms that you have to, things that you will have to pay for, like you might have to commit to buying a certain number of copies from them. Just do your due diligence and don't be afraid to ask questions if you're not comfortable with what they're telling you.
Can I add in?
Yes.
I'd say ask your other author friends who are hybrid where they publish through, because that's probably one of the ways I have found publishers or hybrid publishers that I'd be comfortable with. because they can usually tell you some of those details up front, and you can find out before you even like engage with the publisher if that's going to be something that you're comfortable with or not. And also, usually, this community is very willing to tell you which ones are the parasitic hybrid publishers and which ones are going to be helpful.
Yeah, we do have I know in our Discord channel there's one of the channels we created was for scams and like beware things, and a lot of the writers will post writing scams that we see and a lot of like publishers to stay away from. I've seen over the past couple months. Awesome. So that was definitely a really good question. I know nothing about hybrid publishing. I don't even know what publishing route I'm going to go. Let's see. Can you talk about rapid pitching? Anybody familiarity with rapid pitching?
Are we talking about like
my guess is maybe to pitching multiple publishing. That's what I think it is.
I've seen some of the live streams, and also they do one at the Penny Arcade Expo for video games, but that one is very much unserious. So I guess it's different in books where it's serious.
I mean, I could imagine if I was going to go to like a writing convention or conference, and I have to be ready to pitch my book, myself, my work to person after agent, and hope somebody picks me up. I mean, that's one strategy, and I know it's not as predominant as it used to be 5 to 10 years ago. But it's still a strategy. I think it can work, and it depends on the convention.
I think
it definitely.
Elevator. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you can go first, and then I can add a piece.
So we talk about elevator pitch, and that's essentially the idea. You take your story and you cram it into a single sentence that you could blurt out in an elevator to an editor if you happen to get on an elevator with a guy. I've had that real life experience as a journalist trying to get a story picked up by my editor, and I got to tell you need to know what your story is well enough to blurt it out. Another thing that journalists say is tell it to grandma. If you can't explain to your grandmother what your story is in a sentence, grandma's going to like turn off her hearing aid. She's not listening to that. So that is essentially all that rapid pitching events are, only you're doing them in person at a writer's convention. I've never done it. I can't tell you if that's worthwhile or not, but in video games, I have learned in 20 years to know when someone is blowing it on a pitch or not. Do they know what their game is? Do they know what their comps are? Have they got a good hook? Or are they so bored and they don't want to be there? I find, and I will tell this to people, especially if you're neurospicy, nervousness doesn't really count against you. Stuttering, not a big deal. It takes you a minute to get going. Everyone's usually pretty forgiving. But if you literally don't know what your book is, or you can't get it out in a sentence because you didn't do the homework, they'll just move on to the next thing. So
I do want to jump in and say that when you have published your books, having the skill of that rapid pitch, the elevator pitch is so good. I use that every single time I'm in person talking about my books, I use the exact same elevator pitch. So even if you haven't published it yet, write it down and remember it, because after your books are published, they're just as useful.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of classes online just through free resources, either like YouTube or podcasts. You can find this. I've actually rapid pitched at conferences. This is how I've gotten any requests for mine. I haven't cold queried. I've only done pitching. And so has my friend, and she actually got 3 full requests through it. So it is a very viable option if you can get it down. But I would definitely do your research on the agents that are coming beforehand, or the publishers, if there's going to be some indie publishers there, just so you know whether or not it's even worth pitching your idea to them, because they will usually have their manuscript wish list available. For instance, like I have a paranormal thriller that I was pitching at one was only looking for romance, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna go stand in line to do the rapid pitch to her. But yeah, just knowing that elevator pitch, because usually it's 2 minutes or less that you get, but I would say they're worth it. I mean, I've had a lot of success, and I've heard a lot of success from people who've done it.
Let's see. And then I know it looks like Courtney asked a great question, but do you listen to readers of your genre? Like in romance, I've seen readers that don't want the third act breakup anymore.
Then what are you even reading about? Sorry.
So I have 2 things to say about that. One is with the third act breakup, the structure beat is much more of there is something that is keeping them apart. It could be a breakup, or it could be just an outside force keeping them apart. Just as my little romance there for the structure. And 2, absolutely. I absolutely listen to the readers of my genre. If they are starting to want something that, or more likely, if they're wanting to not want something that I am putting out, that is an I need to readdress. And I have a couple of very trusted alpha and beta readers who read a lot in the genre and are perfectly willing to tell me to my face, readers are going to be angry about this.
I have my beta readers in mind when I'm writing. So I'm thinking like, ooh, would this resonate with them? Are they going to slap me down when I give them the beta read? Like I always have that. I used to be a video marketer, and we always like have your avatar or your ideal client in your mind as if you're speaking to them. And I kind of do that when I'm writing. So yeah, I'm listening to my readers, and of course, when the beta readers give me their feedback, I seriously consider everything that they tell me, because ideally, they're the kind of people that are going to buy the book at the end, anyways.
Yeah, so I mentioned that I like to write for me and what I want to read. But I mean, I do have this kind of idealized version of my wife, actually. And I'm like, is my wife going to want to read this? And most of the time, if it's yes, then I think I'm going in the right direction. And sometimes when it's no, I still think I'm going in the right direction.
I have a rule. The first 10 comments or the first 10 reviews are all that I look at. On Kotaku, when I was writing for them, like you can't go past the first 10 because you'll drive yourself crazy. But those immediate gut reactions that came out are the honest ones. Those are the truest ones. Even on books that I'm reading, like if I'm looking at reviews to decide if I'm going to buy it, I don't look at the most recent ones. I never do that because those are usually the ones that are swayed by like TikTok or some like modern take on an older book. Like if you take Kushiel's Dart, which is one of my favorite books, you look at the reviews that are being written today that are condemning the hell out of it, and these women do not know what they're talking about. Like it's not useful. It's not helpful. I prefer to just take the first 10 reviews to get the gut reaction, and that tends to be what I bias toward as the writer.
I do not read reviews. I do not read my reviews at all, but what I do is I listen to where people are spending money. Because, I tried reading reviews for my first book, and even the nice ones were making me crazy. So I was like, I can't do this. Okay, reviews are for the readers and not me.
I did frame one review because I was so happy to get it. I was very proud of that review. So.
Well, I have to say that the publishing conversation, this has been absolutely incredible. I feel slightly better if I wanted to go the traditional publishing route, but I'm still heavily encouraged to go self-publishing, maybe some hybrid, because I know I've seen some success here, depending on finding the right either indie publisher or the right route. But this is such a fascinating conversation to me. And I think the biggest takeaway is there's no right or wrong way to go about publishing. I think there's a right or a wrong way for each individual person based off what their goals are, right? What might be right for me for publishing could be absolutely wrong for somebody else. And I think that's the biggest takeaway, right? Doing your research and understanding what's going to work best with your lifestyle and with your goals, right? Some people want all the control. Some people don't want to do any of it, right? And I think those are different aspects to take away. As we're wrapping this up, let's first off, Dana, thank you for moderating this and leading this.
Oh, my pleasure. It was fun.
You were amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciated this. I think this was a very smooth conversation, and I know a lot of the chat was really enjoying this as well. So as I'm tying this off real quick, I guess we'll go around in a circle. Where can writers find you? Where can the community find you? I know I got a couple of you guys coming back tomorrow, I believe. So I have a couple of you. You're, of course, all welcome to come join us in the writing game. Tomorrow, the writing game, we're offering up a cash prize. So tomorrow's will probably be pretty crazy. No unicorns or anything for tomorrow's writing game. I promise. It's trivia based. So starting with Lynn, why don't we go your way? Where can people find you?
I am on Amazon and Kindle Unlimited, all of my books under the pen name Alessa Winters. And the first book in my most successful series is called The Girl Who Brings the Dead. So those will be able to get you to my books.
Excellent. And Dana, on to you.
You can find me my website, danagoldstein.ca, because I'm here in lovely Canada, and my social handles on Threads and Instagram are at author Dana Goldstein, and all my books are wide, so Amazon bookstores, anywhere online, Walmart, Target, all that kind of stuff.
You can find me for Instagram or Threads at author m_Irene, or at my website authormirene.com. Or if you want to come listen to How to Survive Until You Publish the podcast, you can find me there. And then also through the Right Now Freaky Friday anthology is one of my
Friday, by
short
the way, you
stories
can buy
published.
Freaky Friday. It's linked down below. Support the Right Now community. Support all the authors. This was our first fiction contest back in Halloween, so you can buy it. It's linked down below. Awesome.
You can find me on
AJ, pass to you.
Threads. Yep, you can find me on Threads. AJ loves to write, little dots between each word. You can also just look me up under my own name, and you might find Witch King's Oath as AJ Glasser on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, but you're actually more likely to hit my old Kotaku articles or my GamePro articles, so on PC Gamer. So you can find me. I'm eminently findable. So being famous, again, not always a good thing.
Okay, so you can find me on paulinmansc.com, Paul Inman SC on all of the social media. On YouTube, it's Where You From Pictures if you want to see some of the short films that I've made. Yeah, so Amazon, just look for Paul Inman and you can find some books.
Sweet.
Well, thanks for having me here, guys. So the easiest way to keep up with what I'm doing and to reach out to me if you ever have any professional advice is actually via LinkedIn, which I know is way more boring than anything anybody else ever said, but I'll pop the link in the chat. It's linkedin.com/in/Jackie0Garcia. I'll be happy to speak with you. Just mention you were here.
And so that's wonderful. So all of the links that all of our authors just said is actually linked down in the YouTube description. So down in the YouTube description, right under the schedule, all the names of our guest speakers with the links and how to find them. Very, very easy. So that way you can go find, connect with everyone. Clearly from this conversation, everyone here is very well, has a lot of expertise, insight, and experience in different areas. So I just want to thank each of you guys for joining me. Each of you are incredible. I'm hopping into right now announcement. Oh, I'm super excited. So I'm hopping into an announcement next, but thank you guys all. And it's been great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
And awesome. Beautiful. And let's see. Perfect. So I got everyone here. So that discussion was amazing. I had so much that I wanted to learn about publishing, and I feel like I got a lot of different expertise, insight, and wisdom. And I want to publish my book now. Why can't Scarecrow be done right now? Oh, wait, that's because I've done 3 major holiday writing events and I stream every single day. So next year. But so speaking of major writing events, I have a super exciting announcement. We actually have a couple announcements for the Right Now community. So we're going to be hopping into our live announcement next. But before we do, what more fun is there than doing another free giveaway, right? Because who doesn't love free stuff? So we're hopping right into a free giveaway. All right, perfect. Free giveaway. So we're going to be throwing that up. We're going to be offering a digital download of Ageless. Let's see and make sure I got this here. Ageless book. So if you want to get a copy of Ageless, excellent. I wanted to make sure I got the author, I got the details right. So this is sci-fi. It's X-Men meets Firestarter meets Bourne. If you want a copy, type in #Ageless into the chat down below to receive a free digital copy. So this is going to be really cool. This will be a really great great opportunity to receive a free copy of this sci-fi adventure, of which all of those are really cool genres or really cool references. X-Men, Firestarter, and Bourne, really, really great references. So a young woman with a genetic anomaly spends her extra life running from the people who would exploit her unique condition. Ageless asks the question, is eternal life a gift or a curse? Oof. I already want to know the answer to that. And I was like, making sure. Let's see, I got it all right. All right. So definitely doing that with our digital giveaways. Here we go. And we got Ageless by none other than our author. You guys just saw Mr. Paul Inman. So if you want to get a copy, type in hashtag Ageless right now to be able to receive a chance to be able to have a chance to receive the copy. I was like, mind me, we've only been streaming almost 8 hours now. So I think I'm doing all right for 8 hours of streaming. So type in hashtag Ageless if you want to get a copy for that. All right. And a copy of Ageless. Perfect. So type in hashtag Ageless to be able to receive a copy. All right. Perfect. And let's see. So type in hashtag Ageless. All right, perfect. So to be able to pick up a copy, we are going to let it go. So hashtag Ageless and let's roll. Let's see who wins. All right, and going with a copy of hashtag Ageless. Let's see who's going to win this awesome novel. ML, congrats, my friend. Congratulations. Hashtag. I was like, I don't remember the term anymore. So, Ageless, the book by author Paul Inman. ML, sounds like you're getting lined up with a good reading list over the next couple weeks. So you're going to be receiving a digital copy. Once again, if you want to get access to it, make sure, here's the giveaway form. Make sure to fill out the giveaway form if you haven't already. All right, perfect. So we've typed that in for Ageless. Paul, thank you so much. Thank you, my friend, for offering that. ML, sounds like you're probably in for a really cool reading experience. So definitely congratulations, my friend. I was so stoked to be able to offer that. But let's see, without further ado, it is time for the next segment of our stream. We are now ready to be doing the Right Now announcements. I hope that you're ready for this because I've been waiting for a while to be able to announce this. For those of you who've been with the Right Now community, you know, we've been doing a lot. 360 consecutive streams and counting. And I'm not planning on stopping anytime soon. The last couple months, we've done holiday writing events 2, 3, and now 4. We started off our holiday writing event series with the Write-a-thon back in July. We kicked it off with the second holiday writing event, which was our Freaky Friday Flash Fiction Contest. We went straight into the month-long holiday writing event, which was the Adventure Right Now, where we wrote a choose your own adventure story together as a community. Let me tell you, Hermes the cat, so much fun. Whoever thought you could write a story with 9 cats and 1 life? So that was our November, and then December, we kicked it off with the Right Now-a-thon. So we've done some cool things for the 2024 calendar year. And without further ado, I am proud and pleased to announce officially our 2025 holiday writing event calendar. And let me take it away. So this is our event lineup. So we have some exciting events and some exciting holiday events coming to you in 2025. So starting with spring, we're going to be launching the Write Now Book Club. We're going to be launching a brand new experience for readers to be able to engage with the community and be able to interact with others, especially the people who just want to read. So make sure to stay tuned because our spring event is going to kick off with the Write Now Book Club. And then that's going to be leading straight into our next contest. Our next fiction contest is going to be titled Fated Fantasy. And this, my friends, is for writers who write fantasy, romance, and romantasy. So we're mixing it up as a complete 180 from our Freaky Friday Halloween event, which was focused on the scary, the supernatural, and the weird. And now we're going to be hopping into a spring fiction contest where we get to go play around with the fantasy and the love and the romance. Clearly, we've been learning a lot today. So we're going to be kicking off our next fiction contest in late spring for Fated Fantasy. And let me tell you guys, I have some cool plans for it. Some cool plans. We'll have to see who's going to be available for our host. I know Jezebel was very happy to partake in Freaky Friday, but I think Jezebel seems to like her Halloween theme. So you're just going to have to stick around and see who's going to be hosting our Fated Fantasy fiction contest. And then we're going to be leading into the summer with something brand new. We're going to be doing our Write Now Author Retreat. So this is going to be a special program designed to help writers and help authors write a book. Right? If your goal is to become a published author, or if your goal is to learn the techniques, this is going to be an all-inclusive virtual retreat. So make sure you come back as we approach the summer for our very first Writers Authors Retreat. And then, of course, we'll come back to the fall with Freaky Friday. Miss Jezebel, hopefully she'll make an appearance. Hopefully, fingers crossed, if she doesn't trap me in a closet or a basement again, we'll just have to stick around. And then we have a couple of surprises. So with all of our writing events, right, we are picking up more community members, more volunteers, and more holiday writing events to really bring you, the writers, the authors, all of the creative artists in the community. Our goal is to bring you more opportunity. My goal is to be able to create more and help you do more with less. Because I know a lot of times you have other responsibilities, whether that's family, whether that's work, education, whatever. But that shouldn't come at the cost of you wanting to write, you wanting to create a book, write, and be able to do it full time. So we are creating events that are going to help you do just that. Let's see, here's that. Perfect. So we're going to be able to do more, which is why I've left our other fall and winter events as a surprise, because I am accepting stream ideas and event pitches through our new program that we're launching next year. So this leads right into our next official announcement. Those of you who've been involved in the Write Now community, you know that we've had more faces involved in the Write Now community over the past couple of months than we have had all year. The reason being is right now it starts with me, because I knew that I wanted to build up something from the ground up, whether that took me 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years, because I love the writing process and I want to fill that love, that joy, that enthusiasm with the writers of the world. But I'm not going to be able to do it by myself. Long term, I'm not going to be able to stream every single day for the rest of my life. That's not realistic. And I definitively cannot put these events together by myself. That's just not possible because there's so many logistics and moving parts. So I know I put out the call a couple times, but we are officially putting out the call for volunteer positions. Now, I've created 2 volunteer positions, and I know you've seen a couple faces over the past couple months, but I am so proud to make it official and officially announce our very first volunteer position with the WriteNow community, Soul McNamara. Whether, as you all know, Chat Soul, I'm introducing Soul. Welcome to the stage, my friend, as our community engagement director. Soul, I am so happy to have you here. And you're muted. Nope, still muted. But it was a valiant effort, though. I was like, nope, definitely not me. So there we go. Perfect.
Yeah, stupid microphone again. But yeah, no, I am super excited for this. When Kaufman approached me with this, I have no words for how excited I was about it. Because for one, I've never done a volunteer position. I've never had that chance. And well, the fact that my first volunteer position is something that I actually enjoy doing, which is writing, is just awesome.
I knew that when I was coming up with ideas, and I was really trying to think about, okay, how do we do something? How do I do more? And I wanted to officially make it a position. So WriteNow is a social media brand. It's a daily writing motivational brand to help the authors and writers of the world with the writing process. You guys have seen Chat Soul with us for many, many months now. We are making it official that Chat Soul is the community engagement director with the WriteNow community. And this started back in early fall when Soul came to me and pitched me the idea for a gaming stream. The gaming stream was all right. We had a lot of fun. But then we went back and we tried again with the adventure right now in November, which was a lot of fun. I was like, I don't think we were going to be able to write a full book. That was 60,000 words in a month with adventure right now. And clearly we're back again. So well, clearly you haven't ran away yet. I mean, you've joined me for all 26 sessions of the WriteNow Writers Group, and hopefully many more to come. We got some cool plans for next year, but I'm so honored to have you as part of the community, and I'm really happy to make this official.
Yeah, I'm really glad that I can do this. Not just because, well, I mean, I have the time, but no, I actually get to help writers. I actually get to see people improve their writing and learn how to improve themselves and their marketing and everything they're doing, and it is just awesome. I'm not really like a teacher type, but actually seeing people improve, it makes me really happy. And the fact that I'm one of the people that is helping them improve, aside from just, talking on the Discord, is even better. I know I'm trying to run my indie game company, but yeah, I can't lie. This is like one of the best things ever.
And when I was thinking about the volunteer positions, right? And I was thinking about how can I bring value to others, especially anybody who's helping out with the community, I've finalized and formatted 2 volunteer positions, both with contracts that can be used and leveraged on LinkedIn, can be used towards job opportunities, and can be used in a professional setting, because the responsibilities and the things that you're doing here, whether or not we're working on streams or whether or not we're doing other things, translates to real job experience.
Yes.
I have many years of live event experience, and then almost 30 years of writing experience, and then 10 plus years of researching social media to bring the WriteNow community to you. So I'm officially creating the 2 categories of volunteer positions. We're creating the weekly or the monthly volunteer position, who's helping out with the monthly and the weekly streams. And then we have the seasonal, who's helping out with the writing events. And people are like, you know what? I just want to come be involved with the fiction contest, or I just want to come help out the WriteNow-a-thon because I like talking with other writers and networking. So these 2 positions are opening up officially. If you want to be involved, let me know. I know I've gotten some interest in the past week since I've announced it, since we've announced that we're looking for volunteers, but this is the official moment. If you're interested in being involved with the WriteNow community, make sure either drop a comment, shoot me a message on Discord, send me an email, because I would love for you to be involved. Whether you're like, hey, you know what? I have this really cool stream idea, but I don't know how to do it. I can teach you how. I can teach you how I've done it over the past 300 and something days. Or maybe you're like, hey, you know what? I don't really have any ideas, but I kind of just want to be involved and I want to learn. You can do that too. Or maybe you're like, hey, you know what? I need to learn how to build up an author brand, because most of us, as we've learned, we need to build up author brands, right? If we're going to sell the books, nobody's going to buy the books if we don't have an online presence. We can teach you that as well. So if there's different assets or facets that you want to learn, reach out. We'll open up a conversation and we will see what's possible. You guys saw the lineup for next year. Like you guys saw, I'm planning some cool events, and that is only, I always say, especially from my intro video this morning, that is only the beginning. So I am so happy to be able to announce our 2025 calendar event lineup, and of course our official community engagement director. So it's wonderful. You are wonderful. I've loved getting to know you so far just over this past year, and what's to come. I think what makes it even more wonderful is that you're one of the first writers that I connected with early in this year.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Before school, I never actually met any other writers except for like one little like field shadow job thing. But until this, yeah, I didn't really connect with other writers even like through school really. So just this whole community was just awesome from the beginning, and just actually like getting to talk to you, learn from you and stuff. It has just been so much.
Mm-hmm. So it's definitely been really cool. Thanks for being involved, Soul. And I know we have some cool ideas that we're going to be cooking up for 2025. Oh, yeah. So for those of you who have tried to beat Chat Soul in a word count competition, you'll have some chances next year. That's all I can say.
No one's gonna win.
So I was like, there's only 2 people who beat me. But has anybody really been able to take the crown from Soul? Every single time we have a writers group, we'll be like, all right, word count. I'm like 200. I'm like, but there were 200 awesome words. And Soul's like, oh, 1,000. I'm like, wait, what? And Soul's like,
hey, I've only gotten 1,000 once.
It's
It's usually 800.
Yeah, okay. I consider 800 to 1,000 like same range. But it's definitely been really, really fun. All in good competition, all in good fun. So it's definitely a lot of fun. We'll have to see next year who can take the word count crown. I don't know. Maybe if I'm like working on something easy, maybe I could. I guess we'll see. Or yeah, I was like, who knows? So I was very, very happy to announce this. I know I just announced the event schedule. What do you think? I haven't shown the event schedule to anyone. This is the first official unveiling. What do you think of our event lineup next year?
This is going to be awesome. I saw a lot of love for the author retreat, especially. I know I'm most excited for the Fated Fantasy. Of course, I might be a little biased considering I'm actually working on a romantasy right now.
I know. I was like, I want fantasy, but I know we have so many romance authors, and romantasy is kind of like that middle. So I was like, all right, fantasy, romance, romantasy. Those are the 3 genres. Let's see. May the best dragon or lover win.
But yeah, no, I have to admit, the book club, yeah, I gotta admit, I'm really interested in that. If I can actually get a copy of whatever book we're reading. But the author retreat, yeah, no, actually being able to talk with other writers in just like a more both professional and casual setting, is virtual or not, that's always going to be awesome. I've never been to a retreat myself of any type, so it's gonna be a new experience, especially with it being virtual. I'm gonna be curious to see how we do that.
Yeah.
And as for the other events going on, well,
right, we knew how much how much fun Freaky Friday was, and before you know it, we'll be at the WriteNow in 2026.
Okay, as much as I want that to happen, can this year not pass in like 3 days?
Yeah, with the authors retreat, I really want to bring a new type of experience to the writing community. I'm not ready. I'm not prepared to release any details quite yet. But what I can promise is this is going to be an author retreat that you have never before experienced. It's going to be unique. It's going to be all inclusive, and it is going to be it's going to be great. So I'm definitely looking forward to the events, and and then we'll figure out, we'll learn what types of other events we can do. I know other author tubers do different styles of events, do other styles of streams, and I'm open to the possibilities. So I'm just very excited. All right, so this is great. I know we got some excitement. I wonder what we'll do at the book club. Courtney's like, I vote comfy socks and good conversation on Discord. Excellent. You're like, Megan, I wonder what we'll do. Absolutely. And Kevin, welcome to the stream. You're like, what is the Discord? Great question. Discord is it's a community building platform where we all hang out and we chat with each other outside of the streams. The Discord server is a place where you can go chat with the other writers at any time of the day, whether you just want to meme up, post memes, whether you want to ask writing questions, play writing games, advertise your book, or any other miscellaneous stuff. The link for the Discord invite is posted down in the YouTube description down below. So it's definitely going to be quite a really cool experience, especially if you're looking for daily motivation. And you're like, hey, I like the live streams. Those are cool to watch, but I kind of want to talk with other writers. The Discord's the place to do it. So that's definitely going to be really, really cool. And with that, I'm like, announcement. I was like, oh yeah, I have more announcements, but those are for tomorrow. All right. So the other right now announcements will be saved for tomorrow. And let me tell you, that is not all I got. Tomorrow we got some really big ones. And I thought the event schedule was the big one. So we're going to be doing that. But before we go into our next presentation, let's see, where are we at on time? Oh, perfect. Okay, we're really good on time. Okay, so we are doing really good. So our next presentation is still in a little bit, but it's going to be about making money for authors. And that's actually going to be a really great presentation because I think we can all agree, like Soul, I think we can both agree, we need to know how to make more money as authors.
Oh my God, yes.
If we want to be sustainable. So this is going to be a really good conversation. And I know our guest speakers, they're doing it very well. So that'll be in just a little bit. But before we do that, Soul, I wanted to give you the chance to advertise. I think there's something that you're working on, right? Or something you wanted to share with the community?
Yep, I was actually waiting for today to actually announce it. The website has been up already, but I could not share it until you officially announced that I was a volunteer, because otherwise there was that spoiler on my site.
Well, so I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll be back in just a moment.
All right. So I'm getting up now. I should have done this sooner, so that's on me. Let's see. Here it is. Okay. So I'm going to post this down in the chat. So this is called it's a car.io. It's like this fun little thing that you can put different links on and stuff. All of this is my personal stuff. So email, my Steam, I've got a Tumblr, I've got a Ko-fi, I've got all my fan fictions on AO3, and I've got 2 different websites. But I can't talk right now, okay? Bud, I can't wait, okay? So very first, this is my portfolio site. So if anybody wants to check this out, this has stuff that I've been working on through school. Just like some quick information. This needs to be updated, so I apologize for this. Got some pictures of my cats, inspiration, things like that. This is going to be updated. But I've actually got 2 published works. One of them was through school. Another was, this one was through school. But then my first official one is Burning Ember, if anybody wants to check that out. But the thing that I really wanted to actually show off tonight is I'm opening up Eclipse Forge. So long story short, I'm going to be offering services both for editing and creation. So just a little bit information about my site, about me. I'm offering 6 different services for anybody who's interested. Beta reading and developmental editing are the 2 editing services that I'm going to be offering. I'm also offering character and race creation, world creation, and character developments, as well as a creation kit, which has a bundle for all 3 of those for a largely discounted price. This is not just for authors. This could be for writers. This could be for screenwriters. This could be for game makers. It could be for D&D, for people who are making D&D campaigns. If you need help creating a world, a character, a race, whatever, please come to me and I will be more than happy to help you. And I try to price it appropriately, so hopefully it's not overly expensive. And then just a little bit more about me, and here's why I could not share this sooner, because it actually states my position at the WriteNow community. So you'll find this, and I have not put, like, I don't have specifics on what maybe like a game writer or a D&D player, D&D DM might need, because that can vary so much. So if you are not a writer, but you still need one of these services, then I would, just go ahead and, talk to me. So let's see. Yes, I'm going to be dropping the link for both my card.io and this specific website into the Discord, as well as in the YouTube chat. So anybody who needs a beta reader, I'm offering different tiers for all of my services. Beta reading has 3 different tiers depending on how much you want. But yeah, so just the more you're paying, the more you're going to be getting. Developmental editing, I will admit I'm a little new to that, but based off my research and talking to other people, yeah, no, this is definitely playing into my strengths. So I'm more than happy to help people out with this. But these are what I'm most excited about, and I think I'm hoping people really get into these. I am going to be offering my creation services to make worlds and maps as an add-on. So if people want maps for their games, their books, I am more than happy to go into this program that I'm going to be getting pretty soon here and making a map for you according to whatever you need it to be, with however much detail you need. And I know Kaufman made a map for his book, so I'm actually going to be offering him a free redo map for his book once I get that program, so that one, I can learn how to use it, and he gets a really cool looking, professional looking map. But for people who need creature or race creation, which I'm including these as kind of one or the other, people who have been on my Discord, people who've been on the Discord and saw me share, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, I shared a creature that I had drawn a couple years ago, that I called an Ikaldi. She was actually an original creation of mine, and I actually specialize in making unusual animals. Biggest inspirations would actually just look at Avatar from James Cameron. I take a lot of inspiration from his work. I could easily recreate something similar to what he's done, or something completely new, and I can even go in depth to the point of behavior and biology. And some of that is simply just, I have a weird obsession with genetics, and I love researching that. And at some point I did want to be a vet, so I had to learn animal behavior. So it really plays into that. And this is not yet, but at some point I am going to be offering actual artistic services to draw your character, to draw your creature and your race. I'm also going to be including the variant design. So if you have, for anybody who's familiar with Pokemon, you have the Cantonian Ponyta and then you have the Galarian Ponyta. They both look like a Ponyta, but one is a fairy type, but still looks basically the same. It's going to be the same creature, just it looks specific for a mountain or a river or a lake or wherever you have it. Character development, you need some help creating characters, more than happy to help with that. I love making characters. Making characters is awesome. I probably love that as much as I love actually torturing my characters. I really do enjoy making characters. I love going into their backstories. I love trying to figure out what makes them tick. So this is honestly the thing I'm most excited about, aside from the map making, is being able to help people create characters that are more than 3-dimensional. And then and I will also just for a minor price, I'll even design a minor characters for you too. And again, that will also eventually include sketches. And then for those who need all of this, I'm offering creation bundles. If you need a world, you need a race, creature, and a character, all of this is going to be discounted. And for an extra 20% discount, if you need another creature or race, yeah, you get a bonus discount on top of that. And I'm more than happy to offer that for people. And yeah, that is a little pricey, but the Masterpiece bundle, basically think of George R.R. Martin. I will be going that in depth into what you need if you need something that big. So whatever you get, trust me, it is well worth it. And then for the bottom, link to my Discord and link to my Ko-Fi if anybody, wants to give me some kind of tip. But that is what I have been working on. That is what I'm excited to offer for people. And hopefully people will enjoy that, and hopefully I can help somebody else.
Woo! I'm so excited. I heard Kaufman gets a free map.
Yes.
Woo! That's what I heard. I just heard Kaufman gets a free map. I think does my map need an update that I taught myself how to do in 2 weeks?
Hey, your map is not bad, but
it's all right. It looks like a video game map. I'll admit, it looks like a video game map, and
it looks like old school World of Warcraft. But no, I do want to offer for two reasons.
I will show you guys the last Scarecrow map for those of you who are new to the community. I will be like, all right, this is like the coolest map ever. This is the Lands of the Last of My World, the Last Scarecrow. We'll be hopping into our next presentation in just a second. The Lands of the Last, coolest map I've ever made in my life, because it's the first map I've ever made in my life. Kind of feels like a video game, I know that. But I was very happy. Huh?
There's nothing wrong with that.
There isn't, but Last Scarecrow is not a video game yet. So
if you ever want to turn into a video game, then Eclipse Studios is more than happy to help with that.
Oh, I know. I think we're just waiting for Crow to go on a journey. Oh my god. All right. Video game with Crow the bird, the eccentric bird, and Crow the cat.
Oh my god.
A tale of two crows.
That would be interesting. Oh my god. I can actually see that being a thing now, and you just gave me an idea for a story. I already have like
all right, guys. We got our new game coming in 2030, A Tale of Two Crows by Eclipse Studio.
Oh man, that would be funny. But no, the reason I'm offering you the map is that is not bad. Do not get me wrong. That is really awesome, and it's a good starting point. But the program that I'm looking into called Wonder Draft, it looks. Have you ever seen the map in the Lord of the Rings special editions?
Maybe it's been a while. Maybe.
It's really clean. It looks like it's on it looks like it's on old parchment and stuff.
Yeah,
Wonder
and that's what I need to do.
We'll let it be that detailed.
I am very proud of the map that I created, but I do recognize that there's going to need to be a new variation for the book itself. I know that for my map, it needs to look more like a parchment, and I think I'm going to take a trend. I mean, I came up with the idea, but clearly this is a trend of including pieces of the map throughout the story and including the artwork as part of the storytelling in the world, because one of the characters is creating a map. So I think I'm going to leverage that, and I know it needs to be on a parchment. So, but that's really cool. That's super. I'm looking forward to it. I
can't wait to actually start. I actually really can't wait to start working with that program. This is going to be awesome, and it's going to look epic. And as a bonus, I get to practice.
And then everyone will see the map, and then they'll want to hire you as the map maker. That's actually really cool. I like, as much as I enjoyed it, creating a map takes a lot of time, and I didn't realize how much time it's going to take me just to create that. That's like a gaming map that I put.
Yeah, no, that can take some time.
It looks like we got some old World of Warcraft love over here. Completely agreed. I mean, we all remember. I mean, I played what was that, Classic, and I think I played Classic through Lich King way back in the day. Back in the day of the old MMO RPG days. Courtney's like, the era of the pew 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 takes a new meaning. Just you wait. A Tale of Two Crows. I like didn't think of it until I did. I feel like I'm gonna have to add a cat to my story now. I feel like I'm gonna have to, yeah. I feel like there's gonna have to be a cat. All right, I just thought of it. Even though something happens to Crow in the book, I'll have to introduce a Crow the cat. All right, I'm influenced. I hope you haven't trademarked or copyrighted your Crow the cat yet.
No, not yet.
Oh man. Hey, welcome to the stream. All right. Hey, Koff, hope you're having a wonderful day. Making maps. Yes, I remember spending 5 months drawing one from scratch.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm going to say this because I've actually drawn one by hand.
Mhm.
It took me 3 hours.
Woo, 3
That was
hours.
by hand. And as for drawing one online, I'd say give me a day at most. And depending on how in-depth this program is,
Mhm.
it's probably not even going to take me that long. It's got a lot to it.
Well, I am very excited about that. We'll have to make sure that you drop your links to your stuff. Let's drop it down in the chat so that way people can find it.
So I did go ahead and drop my let's see, show you. Yeah, the card.co. I went ahead and dropped that because it's got links to everything of mine. It's not just one site. It's my website, it's Eclipse Forge, and it's also links to examples of my work so people can see how I write.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be so cool. I mean, you guys have seen I've done excerpts of Soul's work. I want to say on about 4 or 5 critique shows over the past year. And one thing, Soul, you are a master at is action sequences. You act, and you always have stories that have so many characters. It's hard to create stories with a lot of characters and be able to follow each one through character development. So like I can say that I am, for one, looking forward to your action scene workshop tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
I'm
that is
definitely
going to
looking
be
forward to that.
awesome.
Courtney is like, Kaufman, you said you need to remove chapters at this point, and you're like, let's add characters. All right, in later books, no more characters added to book 1. Book 1, I have to cut characters. So everyone who's been in my core community, you know that my rough draft ended up at 140,000. Fantasy genre conventions are like 90 to 120,000. So I'm like, all right, I'll cut 20,000. And since I've been working on the second draft for the past 2 months, I've added almost 10,000 words. So Kaufman has a problem apparently, but it all had to happen. I know the first act needed refreshing, but I'll delete some of those chapters at some point. But so without further ado, I know we have our next presentation in just a couple minutes, but I think, Sol, you want to help join me in doing a free giveaway?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Woo, free giveaway. Sorry if Kaufman's starting to act like eccentric Crow. It only happened after about 8.5 hours of streaming. All right, so we got our next free giveaway of the free giveaway series. So this is from author, for those of you who were with us this morning, with author Rachel D. Adams and Don McClellan. As we did, Rachel did the Blurb workshop this morning. So we're opening up the next this next free giveaway. If you want to have the chance to get access to this 3-book series, and it's really good. It's the 3-book supernatural series. It's a paranormal romance series by authors Rachel D. Adams and Don McClellan. They're a writing duo, and it is so cool how they go about their process. So to get a chance to get this free giveaway, type in #dragon. I love that. Everybody knows dragons. I was like, what do you think, dragon? Dragon. So type in #dragon. There you go. #dragon into the chat for a chance to receive a copy of all 3 of these books as a digital download, as the first 3 books of the Dragon Tasker series. Type that into the chat now. #dragon. 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 I was like, okay, how many times can I say #dragon? Let's see. And I have my countdown going. Wonderful. So I was so surprised that we were able to give away so many cool free giveaways for this overall event series.
Yeah, this is just awesome.
And I know like we've already had a lot of winners today. Like this has been so fire. I'm like, I know I'm stoked. I'm like, man, I wish I could win something. I'm like, no, I'm winning love and attention. There you go. That's what I'm good with. They're like, who needs free stuff when you can win love? Or cool books. Oh man, this is all right. This is so cool. But I mean, granted, I already don't have enough time to read books to begin with. Maybe if there are audiobooks, people like when people ask me to read their book, give me the audiobook. I was like, maybe I'll have a better chance then. All right, put in #dragon for a chance to win. #dragon for a chance to win at this free giveaway. All right, #dragon and perfect. I think that put in awesome. Any last minute takers before we close it off? #dragon, type it into the chat to win.
Oh, we got a winner.
Series. Woo! And oh wow, look, I didn't even know we started. Courtney. Woo! Congrats, Courtney. Courtney, where we are we're bringing you to the side of the dragons. I was like, here we go. And congratulations, my friend. You are going to get access to the 3-book download, of which Rachel, you guys saw this morning with the Blurb workshop. Rachel knows what she's talking about. So it's going to be a really, really good series. Definitely going to be good. You'll get those downloads. I know, Courtney, how much you hate reading books. So I'm sure you'll get a lot of enjoyment out of this. I know. Rachel's like, where it's always better with the dragon. Congrats, my friend. Courtney, make sure to fill out the giveaway winner form so that way we can make sure to get the giveaway sent your way. So definitely fill it out, and that would be awesome. All right. So I feel like that was an awesome giveaway. And congrats. And I think we're ready. I was like, yeah, I think we're ready to move on to our next event. Soul, thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah.
Mom, you guys will see Chat Soul, our new community engagement director, soon. All right. And I am so happy to share with you guys our next event, another writing duo event, which is going to be super cool because I'm sure if you want to know how to make money as an author, as an artist, this is going to be the presentation, event, discussion, conversation for you. So let me get this queued up. All right, perfect. Think I got it. Excellent. So we're going to be doing this next event discussion. So the event announcement, making money for authors and artists. Learn about ways authors can make money through merchandising and crowdfunding. And there's many more things. I think this was just the bare minimum variant. Trust me, you guys are going to be learning a lot. And both Corissa Grant and Laurie Calcaterra, they do this very, very successfully. So without further ado, I will let them take it away. Please help me welcome to the stage Laurie Calcaterra and Corissa Grant.
Hello.
Welcome. I love that. If there is anybody that I have if there's anybody that I've met this past year who are experts at merchandising and raising money, crowdfunding, merchandising, they do so much podcasting, so much advertising, so much of everything. I was like, make sure I can get there. No, there we go. These two, this one and this one. I was like, make sure I can point in the right direction. Are the ones to do it. Forgive me, I've only been streaming for almost 9 hours now. So
you have lost your mind, I'm sure.
Woo, all right, 9 out of 20 hours. I'm ready.
Woo! That's awesome.
Oh man. Well, I am so happy to have both of you here.
Thanks for having us.
This has been great. I know you guys are used to doing our casual streams. It's so funny because I know I always am so prepared with everything. And then Chris, you're like, yeah, everyone just show up and talk and we'll just figure it out.
And sometimes we figure it out and sometimes we don't. I don't.
Sometimes it devolves in how do you transport bodies across state lines? That was the
Yeah.
whole conversation we had. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway.
I can say that we have had some phenomenal events today. And I know I have definitely been looking forward to this. Every single time I have a merchandising question, like I have to go to these two. Like they know
You
a
ask
trillion
me
times
after,
more things than
you
I
have
do.
to ask me before so I can help you. Asking me after doesn't help you. But,
Well, he asked me, and that was the problem because it was stickers, and I was like, "Well, I know Corissa uses this one," and I was totally wrong. So that's what happened.
So this is going to be awesome. What I'm going to do, I'll let you two take it away with whatever you have planned or not planned. Feel free to throw up anything on screen. If you guys want to share anything from your screens, we'll moderate the chat. Holler if you
we
need
have to do
anything.
something with the giveaway, or you do that later.
Yeah, we do all that on our end, so you don't even have to worry about it. We make this as easy as possible for you, so you guys can just show up and look pretty.
That's much more.
Well, then I failed already. We'll deal with that.
You're supposed to just take the compliment, Corissa.
Oh, okay. You look great.
Chris-
You know what that?
My hair looks nice today. Yeah.
Yeah. My hair's back like it always is. I always look the same.
All right, I'll be back in a bit. You too. Just holler if you need me.
All righty.
Yeah, Megan, this is my Bigfoot.
Yeah. She's got the plushies. We're going to talk about merchandising, I promise. But I want to say congratulations to all you people who have published your first book. You now have earned the hat of main marketing person on your product from here on out. So you get to do this as often as you can.
I like it better the other way. We're too close.
Yeah, you wanted it sideways? Okay, here. There we go. We're gangster. So we were talking about this, and there's basically 3 different streams of income that we strive for as an author. Well, it really could be more than that. And feel free, if we don't touch on the one that you're thinking of, we could talk about it. But like Kaufman said, Kickstarter, crowdfunding, that's kind of the one that Corissa and I both do, and we do well. And then other than that, there's Comic-Cons and author signings. So going to like bookstores and being in person and signing books. And then the other one is, of course, website sales and like social media sales. So
I'm pretty much all Kickstarter.
Well, and I mean, you're always going to be better at one than the others, right? And I mean, I guess the fourth one I would say is writing for other creators. And I've started to dabble doing that this year. So I help other like artists and creators. I do anthologies, or I help bring their stories to life too. So that's always an option as well. And you can get paid for that too. But
I am getting better at cons now that I have all the Wendigo, Bigfoot, cryptid stickers. I got like 20 different kinds of stickers.
Well, merchandise is a big deal for both of those first 2 that I mentioned, because obviously with a Kickstarter, you want to have things on there that people can invest in, because if you only have 2 items and they're both $20, it's going to be real hard to hit a bigger goal than it is, if you have other options. Merch, that's what we're talking about. So Corissa we have, what do we call you? The queen of merch, the queen of plushies for sure.
Yeah.
But I think merch, basically, you have to know your audience, right? Because your audience and my audience both like real different stuff, but they both love merch.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah, it's just like our friend Ray. He's got collectors, so he sells covers. He doesn't have merch like we do. Yeah.
And then you have like real cool like plushies and dolls and 3D printed stuff, and and then my people go for weird stuff. I have hot sauce, and I have just bare everything. I have t-shirts, and look at all it. She's got I'm not okay, fine. Look, I got my plushie. I'm just gonna hold my plushie. And I wasn't gonna do plushies except for Corissa made me. This is her fault.
I did.
Let's talk about Kickstarters. If any of you guys in the chat thought about running a campaign on Kickstarter or other platform and have questions, because Corissa and I have been running campaigns for going on 3 years?
2 years for me, 3 for you.
And she's done a lot more than I have in those 3 years. So don't let the time fool you.
13.
She's done 13. I've done, this will be my 7th, but it just really depends. So, okay. So Rachel, you're hoping to do a Kickstarter in 2025. Let's talk about it, because there's a bunch of stuff that you really have to do before you launch to be successful. I'm going to throw...
For anybody that's not thinking about Kickstarter, you should, because you have literally nothing to lose. Like, you don't pay, they take a percentage out. So whatever you make, well, except for idiots like me, I buy all my stuff first, but like Laurie does it the smart way.
Don't
So
do that.
Yeah. Listen to Laurie when it comes to what you should buy, what you shouldn't buy. She buys things after, like you're supposed to, but I wanted my merch, so I bought it, and then I'm going to sell it. So yeah, that's how we do it.
Kaufman, would you mind putting my screen share up? Por favor. Thank you very much. Okay, so this is a preview of what I'm working on. It's not done yet. This is my campaign that I'm going to be launching on February 1st. And so, this page takes a ton of time to build. So you want to make sure that you build this and get this approved well in advance. So
I have 6 approved ahead of time.
Well,
my fan,
you don't have to do that.
But we have very different followers. So we were just talking about this. She has followers that just show up and spend all their money. And I have followers that want to follow. Like they I didn't have my Kickstarter link the day it ended, and they had a heart attack. So I have to have mine ready.
Yeah,
so.
I have I typically have about 70 pre-launch followers. And what I mean by that, okay, so this is the preview, but if you go to Kickstarter and you search Path of the Pale Rider, there's a link that will let you follow. And I put that, Kaufman, I put that in the private chat if you want to share that in the comments. So what people can do is they can follow your progress. So once you get it approved, it goes into a pre-launch status, and that's when you start your marketing, because you can share this link and say, I'm going to be launching in the future. If you don't even have a date yet, give them an estimate, when they should look for it. And then they can click on that, and it takes you to this page and say, click here to follow. And all that does is notify people when you launch. It sends them an email that says Path of the Pale Rider 1 through 6 has launched, and then they can go to the campaign and take a look at it and still make a decision, yes or no. So it doesn't guarantee sales, but it guarantees a notification when you launch. And so that's what Corissa is so good at, is sharing that link and getting people signed up. How many people do you have signed up for your Western right now?
232.
230. So 230 people, when she launches, get notification to go check out that Kickstarter. That's amazing.
And then I individually message everybody because I'm a freak of nature, but it works. So I do what I have to do. But on top of that, do it as early as possible, because I know like SK does it a year in advance.
Yeah.
And then he drops it and he's got like 500 followers by the time. I can't do that because I have a damn Kickstarter every other month. So
right. But the sooner you start letting people know when it's going to launch, the better. And you know what I mean? So you can just give them an estimate. Like, I think I saw somebody in the chat, like, things are 80% ready, but it's been hectic. I'll probably launch around March. And that's kind of, Corissa has her whole next year planned out, and I'm just like, it'll launch in the spring.
Yes, but the person that has 80% done, is it in pre-launch? Because this is the argument I have with so many people, like Chad.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
For 3 months, put your damn thing in pre-launch. There is no negative to having it in pre-launch. It doesn't matter. You don't have to have anything done, but like, I think they want like one reward. So
yeah, they need to have like a couple things on here. Like, and as you can see, like, I'm going to be replacing this. This is not the final. And I kind of have a method that I follow now. So I keep putting stuff and then I add to it. And then you can add your stuff as you go. So none of this is set in stone. I can change all of it, but it's in pre-launch. And so Corissa, I 100% agree that have it in pre-launch. People can't see this. They just see your launch page with the banner.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about your rewards. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Put it in pre-launch. They can't see anything. It doesn't. You don't even need a date. just put it in pre-launch. You don't need to know how much you're gonna ask for. You literally need nothing but a banner.
all of that.
Just a banner and a little summary. That's it. If you don't have it in pre-launch, you are definitely missing out, because right now, when you just mentioned that, you could have just put the link. Say, hey,
could have put the link, and then people can go follow.
It's free to sign up for the pre-launch. You have no excuse. Go put it in pre-launch. I'm very adamant about this because I don't understand that. Like with Chad, it took like 4 months for him to get. He missed out 4 months of talking about it with people. I mentioned it at cons. Go sign up.
Stop bashing Chad. He's not here to defend himself.
I will chat as much as I want.
Let's talk about what kind of sets apart. What are the first things that you look at when you click on a Kickstarter, Corissa?
No pants. What happened? I'm sorry, I'm reading no pants. What?
No pants.
Yeah. I have pants on. They are.
Hi, William. It's Laurie, not Karen. And I apologize for harassing you so much yesterday. So when you click on a Kickstarter, like when I first go to a Kickstarter page, this is kind of what you get. What's the first thing that you look at?
I'm going to be completely honest. I don't watch the video. You should watch the video. No, well, if I don't know them, I know yours. But if I don't know at all, the first thing I watch is the video. But I also, okay, that's a lie. I look at the interior pages. If it looks interesting, I'll go up and watch the video. So show your interior.
I give that advice too. Like you should cram as much art into the top part as possible, because the first thing people are going to do, they're going to look at the title, they're going to look at this log line, and someone gave me the best advice. It should have a very basic summary of who, a what, and a where in this log line, because even though I'm on issue number 6 and people that have been following my series know what it's about, I'm also still trying to attract those new to audience, new people. So this should always be kind of a summary of your series. And no matter if you're on book 2, 3, 4, 12, 25, Corissa Grant on a 347. So this is super important, short and concise, sweet and to the point. And now the video.
I hate it. I hate that line. I can never come up with a good line. I've left it the same for like the last 2 years. I hate it.
It's a work in progress. I think that once you figure it out, it's a thing. But
show you
time to get there.
This is the best video I've ever seen. This is awesome.
My video. Okay, we're gonna play it.
Yeah. It's so dramatic. It gives me a heart attack. I just realized I have a bear in my video.
I love the bear.
The bear show. You picked the perfect music. Did you have a freaking heart attack? I didn't know about the That was a good panel with the bug. One bear to rule them all. You need a big James this big. That's what
I do. You know, it's funny because people always ask me about the plushies now. And of course, I only did 10 of them with the trade paperback. Someone asked me, they're like, how big is that? I'm like, that's not too big. It's like 11 inches. They're like, can you make one like a body pillow? And I was like,
but you gotta pay for it, man. It's like $150 for.
I was like, if you really want one, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I was just gonna say recommendations for a Kickstarter video. Try to keep it about a minute long. You should recap your series. It should be dramatic and catch people's attention, because no matter how cool you make it, they're gonna click off of it with probably around 10 seconds.
I should have gone first because your video is more dramatic. So how am I supposed to like put my Kickstarter? Tell them to put my Kickstarter on the screen.
All right, let's switch them out.
Yeah, put my my shared screen on. I should have went first. My video is not as terrifying as hers.
Well, I mean, zombies.
Well, my Western's more supernatural, and redemption is more horror. And that'll be February 17th. So this This one is my Western. It's going live January 6th, which is what? 2 weeks away. Just search Worthy Chaos on Kickstarter and you'll see like 15 things pop up. There's one in pre-launch because there's always something in pre-launch or live. And now it's going to be always one in pre-launch and live because I have 2 series because, when you're broke and in debt, you might as well go even further. So this is my video. So my this is more supernatural with the Wendigos and the Bigfoot and all that stuff. So did I make that too big?
No, it's good.
That's how we did the demons coming out. There's not as big.
There. We love bears on this show.
Bears and Westerns.
Or we're terrified of bears on this show. Take your pick.
Yeah. And of course, we both have hers is Western modern
Future.
day. Mine is Western past.
Yeah.
I don't have my thing as up as yours, but I do have, so I have the covers. This is the regular cover. This is the variant. This is the very popular Marvel.
So novelists, this is something that you can offer as well because it's hard to do a Kickstarter for a novel because there's no art to show, right? But you can have variant covers that are exclusive to the Kickstarter.
Your version of character design.
Yeah, a separate design that's only exclusively here on this platform. So then you can charge a little more because of the exclusivity, and then you can, drive people to the Kickstarter to get this special copy. Maybe it's a signed copy as well. There's different ways to drive people to the merch. And you know what? Corissa doesn't do this because Carissa's mind is just so great when it comes to merch. She just picks what she wants to make and she just makes it.
Yeah, it's accurate.
Half the time I poll my audience. Some of the times I have inspiration where I'm like, oh my God, this is so cool. This is what we're going to do. But other times I just listen and I ask my audience. I send them, I do Survey Monkey, I think it's called, where you can create polls and then you just send them the link and then they can go and tell you what kind of merch they want from you. That's how I ended up with hot sauce. But usually for books, it's like bookmarks, stickers,
bookmarks, metal bookmarks. I have coloring books, but I guess a book wouldn't really have that. These are my bookmarks. I have embroidered bookmarks, which I love.
Yeah.
Pins.
Pins. There's some 3D. I don't know what they're called, but you put on your thumb and then you hold the book open with it with one hand.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Different styles of those. What are those called?
Thumb press? I have no freaking clue. I also have I broke it. 3D printed statues, which you can do of a character that you know.
Page holder? Yeah.
Page holder sounds great.
Yeah.
This is my Bigfoot Wendigo. My hardcovers, of course, have to be thrown in there.
So this is really cool because
metal trading card. Yeah.
Part of Carissa's story is that the main character is kind of on a scavenger hunt to collect pieces of cryptids as part of her journey. And so she turned that into merch. Do you see? Where it's like you can collect the cryptid part.
A horrible mistake. Because I used to be queen of merch before I got a merch series. And now I have over 30 something cryptids. And I have never been so obsessed with merch in my life. It is insane. Each Kickstarter has at least 2 to 3 new plushies. I have the journal pages you can follow. I have I'm gonna have the ingredients you can collect.
How many Kickstarters have you done again?
This will be my 14th.
Okay. So when you guys are starting out, do not expect to have this much merch.
Yeah.
Small.
I did. But don't.
But
Get your stands
you
first.
don't have to, is my point. You can still be
No.
successful without
Well,
36.
you probably be more successful because all my money goes to merch.
Was that think of your story. If there's something about your story that's interesting that could lean towards merchandise, then you can think outside the box. Because everybody, I'm going to be honest with you, everybody has bookmarks, everybody has stickers, everybody on their Kickstarter, us included. People love them. But when you start thinking outside the box is when you could start getting some of those bigger tiers to show up.
Yeah. Yeah, you also had the cozy.
I had koozies.
Laurie is famous for making her merch. You don't have to go ballistic and use your credit card limit like I do. You can be like Laurie, and make stuff. You made that really cool skull bottle thing that was awesome. I mean, she binds books. Find your niche of what you like to do. I like to spend money, and this is.
Do you crochet? Do you, you know what I mean? Like you have to be careful about weapons. Like you can't put weapons on Kickstarter.
Yeah,
they'll pull your
I have
campaign.
This cool freaking 3D printed
so
dagger
cool, and
that
they
I
won't
can't
let
use.
you put it on there, jerks. But so I mean,
wait, and you have to make sure to consider shipping. Mugs are a pain in the butt. Like everyone's like, oh, let's get mugs. Mugs are a pain in the butt to ship. Coins are nice. Pins are nice.
Flat things, squishy things, t-shirts.
Squishy things are nice. Like with Sticker Mule, you got to wait for their deal. You have to sign up for their deal, and you have to get their magnets. I haven't convinced Laurie of magnets yet. People love magnets. This print has the mini. Take your cover and turn it into metal trading card, which is not that expensive. Turn it into a mini print, like I do. 4x6, a postcard, something like that.
Yeah. R.A. Morley has a good comment here that says, I was always figuring I would just wait until I got a good backlog of books because it's my priority. 3 to 4 jobs, depending on the time of year, before merch. It's really up to you. I've seen super successful campaigns with just books. Madeline Madeline. How do you pronounce her last name? Holly Rosing. She does the Boston Metaphysical Society.
She does not believe in merch. She started with merch, and then she told me like beginners start with merch, and then you kind of wean out of it. So she actually has the opposite approach because she's like, I used to do merch,
but she has a large backlog of books at this point as well. And that's one of the bonuses of having a backlog of books is now you have tiers with multiple books. Even if they're not the same series, they could get like a starter pack from you. You know what I mean? So if it's like Redemption and Devastation, they're not the same series, but people could get a taste of both. You see what I'm saying?
So like I have
together.
So I'm not putting my single issues on this back on the add-ons because there's like 36 of them. But I do have my hardcovers. So here, and I do have, you can get them all. Like here, you can get the 2 hardcovers, which is all the issues out for Redemption, which is 1 through 12, and then issue 1. And then if you scroll down, I have this, which is all the Redemption singles, the hardcovers, and issue 1. And then the PDFs. Always sell the PDF.
Always sell the PDFs.
I will, you know what? There's some people that don't because they think that people will spend more if they buy but they're actually like at cons. There's a lot of people that actually will buy my PDFs on my website because they literally don't have room. They just want. Yeah, it doesn't cost you anything. I mean, you know what I mean.
Well, I mean, there's no shipping. You just download it, so it's immediate satisfaction as well, and it's great for international, right? Yeah. Because international, it's just there. Now, I don't want to focus the whole time on merch because literally we could. But just because you build a Kickstarter and you put all this stuff on here does not know people still do not know you exist. So how do you get people to your Kickstarter?
What we're doing.
Well, yeah, you go out there, you get on podcasts, you start doing appearances, you post on social media, it becomes a job. It becomes a job because I start I don't know about, well, you're constantly running a Kickstarter, so there's no break for Corissa, but I start promoting probably 2 months prior to the Kickstarter, and then I plan out my podcasts. I'm going to it's going to be January. I'm going to do I've already started planning some podcasts because some of them book out 2 months, and I know others that don't. So I try to do the pre-recorded ones first and then hit all the live shows that book, right? Hit those first and then fill in the blanks. But you should be planning to be on a podcast every single day of your campaign.
I don't do that anymore.
You don't have to. I do.
I used to. Don't get me wrong. Laurie taught me. I was doing 42 per Kickstarter. But I think my husband was close to divorcing me over it. I don't know. But it,
well,
but
you're on so many. I
do it.
think people were like, "Oh, it's Corissa again."
Yeah, I ran out of but what I did, and I know Laura and I have different ways.
Right.
I literally searched every site there was for like a podcast of whatever genre I'm in, comics or horror or supernatural, and then I wrote them so much so that I got spammed. Right, I got flagged for spam.
I remember that day. That was fun. You're like, I literally cannot send another message.
13. Yeah. But I mean, you talked about book signings. They're free. I did
Most of the time. No, they're most of the time they're free. I just want to make sure people understand that sometimes you can go to a bookstore and you'll have to negotiate a percentage of what you make that day. Just so you know. It depends on the bookstore. I've paid as high as 30%, but he was selling my books signed for $17.99 each. Okay. Or as little as, 5%. That can happen. Or you have people that just generally want you to be there and help because it drives people into their store and they charge you nothing. And those are the good Samaritans that you make friends with. Hi, Kitty. I love you.
I don't know you, Kitty, but
I know Kitty, and I love her. She's great.
I love kitties. So
you love kitties.
I hear that the key to success is be on 100 podcasts until people start saying that you're getting spam.
I have been I've been on 237, not counting my own, which is weekly.
So wait, our own podcasts don't count.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, they do. They do actually.
Didn't count mine.
I think they do because you should. I think as a podcaster, you should be promoting your stuff on your show as well.
Yeah, I was like, let's hope you're promoting your stuff on your own show.
I
know people that don't. That they promote, they give all the time to the guests, and I'm like, you are missing out an opportunity just for the first 2 minutes of your show to be like,
yeah.
Hi,
I mean, I think I found a good balance. I think that's what it is. I think I found the balance of with the guests, let them promote their stuff, and then also find times to promote your stuff. But what it feels like with people is that if you're being yourself and you're talking about your own things, if somebody wants to know more about you, they will Google your name. They'll go look like people. And I think I always try to think of it.
Is that what happened with me, Jared? You were like, dear Laurie, I Googled your ass before I talked to you.
No, he was on the show.
Yeah, it was because of Corissa. I was like,
I was like,
there's this one chick named Laurie, and she's amazing, and I've learned everything from her. And she
Carissa, I love you. I'll pay you money later.
I always try to talk about Path of the Pale Rider when I'm on my shows. And on anyone else's shows, because generally I rather talk about hers than mine, because
that's okay. I talk about you every time I'm on a show too. So most of the time people already know you when they're like, oh yeah, your sister, Carissa Grant. And I was like, really? I was like, we're not actually related, but yeah, she's my sister from another mister. And
yeah, and we just both just happen to have Westerns with bears in it. But my bear's only in the first and second issue. So
who came first though?
Wait, so, okay, this is one of my questions to you guys. So let's say there's artists, writers out there who want to advertise their stuff and they want to be on podcasts. How do you find podcasts to be on?
I searched Facebook.
My suggestion is you Google search Carissa Grant. You go to YouTube and you look up Carissa Grant Worthy Cast, because she has found every single podcast that you could possibly be on. And some of them don't even exist anymore. Search Carissa Grant. You will make a list. Send these people an email, tell them what you do, and then.
But I mean, so the only
Laughing at
question
the
to that is,
getting
aren't
Carissa
a lot of those
message.
podcasts probably more comic focused? What about for artists or authors in other genres?
I literally just search. I search Facebook by the, like, I'll say horror podcast.
Okay, so you just
and
kind of search
Twitter.
that way, and they would like come up as like Facebook groups generally.
Yes.
No, I
Mhm.
search by page, but yeah, you could do great groups too.
Groups
I've
or
done groups,
pages.
but generally I do the page, the group. I'll go to YouTube and search whatever my
YouTube.
genre, horror podcast, supernatural
Yes.
podcast, and then I contact them. Tom, what the hell are you not doing on here?
I know, he was like, "What's going on in here?" Like, "Are you lost, Tom? Are you doing the John Travolta?" Like,
Yeah.
like I did. I walked in on something of Tom's, and I was like, "What is going on here?"
Yeah,
You know what? Of all your guys' crew, I think Tom's one of the ones I just haven't had the chance to network and chat with before.
Yeah,
outside of your stream.
He'll show up to anybody. I don't. He keeps coming on my show. We don't invite him. He just shows up.
Deja vu. I'm having deja vu, Tom.
But I found your show. I searched for writer podcasts, and there you are.
Yeah.
And then I told you about Laurie, and then I told you about our show, and then you came on and saw Laurie. So there you go.
And you know what? A lot of shows, like my show, the Tuesday Morning Brew, I have a majority of comic book people because that's who turns in. But I've had other people. I've had novelists. I've had artists. I've had ventriloquists and actors and all kinds and walks on the show. Ventriloquists. Yes, I'm not lying. And we love having people of different genres on the show. So just because it's comic book centric does not mean that you are not welcome.
Right.
Reach
That
out.
it's not limiting, because I think if you think about it, there's a lot of cross interest. And I think it's considering the cross interest and also being aware of your time. Right. If I'm like, how much time do I have to go into podcasts? And if it's limited and I got to do ones that are more focused around my core audience, if I have a lot more time, do all the podcasts.
Yeah, and then when you're Corissa Grant and you've been on all the things that you possibly can.
Another one got a hat. So there we go.
Hey, look, we got hats now. We're in the hat group. But you have to start looking for other podcasts because, again, you're going to sound like a broken record. Hi, I'm Laurie. I do Path of the Pit. Hi, everybody. Yeah, they all know who I am. And so at that point, it's not so much pitching the book. It's just talking about what's new on the show. So you still got to find that new audience. I have shows that I go on that I love, but their audience has already backed my stuff by the time I'm on the show because they get my email that says back another campaign by Laurie Calcaterra. What are you doing?
I think Chris, you're actually,
so I had to get a hat.
I know today's been the day of hats. We were about to do our writers game earlier and people were commenting on my hat and then everyone wore hats. So then everyone had different styles of hats. So clearly the theme of the day is put a hat on it.
That's funny. All right, Morley, there's a ton of shows by writers because I'm a writer and I go on a ton of shows that are hosted by other writers. So there's a ton out there. So you just got to find them. They're waiting for you.
I know Chris here had a great question. Chris said, where can we find a template of what to say in an email to a podcast to be a guest? Like, what would you guys recommend saying?
I always said hi. I started with hi. And I said,
please greet them.
I always said I'm a female horror writer because when it comes to comic books, females are rare. And if I don't tell them, I scare them when I come on backstage. So I'm serious. Like that's how it started. We were talking before the stage and the guy's like,
well, that's because you had a pen name. That's because she was going by C.L. Grant. That's why. But if you use Corissa Grant, they know you're a girl.
I still get called son a lot, but yeah. I always say I wrote this and I have Kickstarters and I no longer ask for interviews because some don't do that. I ask, do you have guests on? Like that's how
that's a good way to frame it.
Yeah, because I actually don't like the interview thing anyway. I do, but I if you say it,
Carissa, you came on to an interview for my podcast.
I know you were so planned and organized, and he's like, "This is what we're gonna do," and I was like, "What the hell is this guy?"
I know he sent an itinerary, and you're like, "Yeah, okay, I don't know."
Laurie, like before we got on here, Laurie's like, "Should we talk about it?" I was like, "Whatever."
She was like, "That sounds great. Whatever you want."
I think you guys have been doing it for so long that you guys are so knowledgeable and you're able to speak to it, right? But the highs, the lows, and everything in between.
Yeah.
And I think that's what works because you guys know a lot of these things, merchandising, crowdfunding, comics, all your stuff.
The
like the back of your
pasta
head.
syndrome.
Mhm.
It's not pasta syndrome if it's true.
Imposter
I
syndrome.
know.
It's
Tom is like, I go on podcasts
self-connected.
and don't even want to talk about my comics.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think let people connect with who you are. And
Yeah.
clearly, Tom, I'm gonna have to have you on as well sometime.
What is this?
That's 90. No, I mean, honestly, when you're on a podcast, they don't want to be told buy my shit. Excuse my language, but they don't want to hear that. They want to hear
because
from
people want
you,
to
the
connect with somebody
creator.
who's a person.
Right. Why is it special? Why do you care? Why are you passionate? And so you're just, so when I email, I say, you know, hello, I'm Laurie Calcaterra. I'm the writer creator of Western Apocalypse series, Path of the Pill Writer. I would love to come on your show and nerd out with you. We can talk about comics or movies or whatever. What does your calendar look like? So short and
That's
sweet.
a great
but
way.
there's
Adding
two
the
things.
calendar.
What does your calendar
adding the
look
guest to the
like?
calendar. I like that.
It doesn't say, can I come on? Are you accepting guests? It says, what's your calendar look like? And I'm assuming that you want to have me on the show.
Anybody who's running a podcast has a calendar to schedule other guests. I promise you. Depending on the popularity of it, might be a few days out. If it's very popular, might be months to a lot of months out. A lot of months. I think when I schedule for the podcast, when I actually like start scheduling, there's such a high interest of people who want to be on a podcast, and then trying to refine like, okay, what's the right type of guests? And then I can easily book out 3 to 6 months if I really wanted to. So I think it's just trying to find the right fit.
I have a Calendly. It'll help.
Yeah, Calendly. I was on somebody's podcast last month and they did the Calendly. I'm like, yeah, this is easier.
Well, because then
organized
people,
guy doesn't use it. What the hell?
well, I use it for a couple of reasons. One, because when I say
add them into
when
the
I
calendar.
say I'm booked out to March and people are like, yeah, right, you just don't want me on your show. You can pick the date you want to come on, but you can see all the other things that are booked. You see what I mean? So when people are like, Jared just doesn't want to book me, he's telling me he's booked out to June.
It's
But
not
you really
just
are.
scheduling, showing them. It's almost it increases demand. So
Yeah, well,
you could say,
that-
"Oh, I'm busy," but
and
it
then
shows
you
the
don't
little
accidentally
demand.
double
Yeah,
book
it's smart.
somebody
Mhm.
because they have to
Awesome.
choose it. So if they're like, I thought I was supposed to be on Tuesday, the whatever, and I'm like, did you actually book the show? Did you click all the links and it told you were scheduled? Well, no, I thought you did it. No, I can't do it for you. You have to use the Calendly.
She's not your mom, people.
Right. You got to do it. All right.
Well,
what other questions do you guys have about merchandising? Website, I think, is the hardest.
Like 3 weeks.
That's right. Tom is going to be on my
I'm
show in
on
a
the
couple
show every
weeks,
Monday.
man. That's
I
crazy.
keep getting people telling me I should
flies.
start.
How what?
What kind of use your time? Oh, RAs was
Are we
just like I
overtime?
keep getting people telling me I should start a podcast, and they're like, "What kind of leisure time do you think I have?"
It's work, people.
That's kind of
I
funny.
have all the time in the world. I
I
am not
know.
Laurie.
But-
I am the opposite
but
of Laurie.
We need to. If in a perfect world, I would have you both on for hours. In
I think
9
we've hit our
hours of
time limit.
streaming
Yeah.
so far, we're gonna have to move on to our next event.
Can we say, please follow us? Please follow our
You guys can't
Kickstarters.
do that.
Click on
Nobody
those
wants to follow you.
links.
Nobody wants to follow you. Yeah, where
Yeah.
if people want to know more about you guys or they want to follow your stuff, like clearly you guys have done so much and continue to do so much. I feel like I need to go buy merchandise now and sell merchandise. Every single time I listen to you guys, I'm like, I have to sell merchandise right now.
Well, there's pros and cons to that. Just remember that if you have to buy stuff in bulk, like if you got to buy t-shirts in 25, you're hanging on to that merchandise until you sell it. So your money is locked up there.
Actually,
so
I
if you
found a
need
way
other
to get
things like
t-shirts.
shipping and printing and artist work, you're tied up. So pros and cons. We could have like a whole nother hour just about how to price your stuff.
Oh, I know. That's why Corissa is coming back in January. Corissa's coming back onto the podcast in
yay.
January. Laurie,
Very
you're
cool.
of course welcome to join if you're available. We're going to go into a full another round of merchandising. I feel like I
Cool.
could frame like a whole day around merchandising if I really wanted to.
Fun.
I could do a whole day on plushies and then
She could just show off her plushies for an hour. She has so many.
I didn't even know
Man.
I
Okay.
had these in
We'll
here. I got
do
the rest,
we'll
but-
do one last quick question and then we got to close out. I asked what websites are the most noob friendly versus which have more versatility for merchandise.
That's too complicated to give you in 4 seconds.
Yeah.
I literally have I have a contact in every single thing you could think of. Pins, hardcovers, plushies. I have handmade plushies. I have the commercially plushies. Like there's so many contacts. So there isn't just one website. I mean, if you want to do something like handmade just to show off something, like Etsy is great for that.
Actually, perfect. We actually do have enough time. So I'm actually going into my next giveaway. And the giveaway that we are doing looks like it happens to be Worthy Chaos Redemption book number 1. So that's the next giveaway item. We have like 20 to 30 giveaways that we spaced out throughout today and tomorrow. And we're doing Worthy Chaos next. So since Corissa, the Worthy Chaos is yours, this seems very appropriate to keep you on stage with me. We're going to be doing another free giveaway. So if you want access to Worthy Chaos Redemption issue 1,
Actually, 1 and 2.
And 2. This is a physical copy. This is a physical copy. So this will not work towards international international resident. This will be only for physical
Well,
or only
if
for the
someone
US market.
international wants it, they could, I could always do the PDF, but
Right. So then if it was international, it would have to be a digital, but for the physical product, this is for the US market. So we're going to start the contest, or not the contest, but the free giveaway. If you want to be eligible to win, and let me tell you, it's really cool. We read through the first issue months back and I absolutely loved it. So for those of you who want a copy, type in #worthy into the chat. Are you worthy? I guess you're going to have to type #worthy in to find out. #worthy for a chance to win the Worthy Chaos Redemption issue 1 and 2. And let me tell you, the artwork, badass. The artwork is very, very badass. So definitely type in #worthy for a chance to enter.
It's definitely cursing and
#worthy.
gore. So
What was that?
There's cursing and gore.
There's cursing and gore. So if you hate cursing and gore, get it anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, I love all of the issues, but 2 has Anubis in it, so you have to you can't just read 1 and not have 2 with Anubis. Not the
And
way
who doesn't love that like mashup? Buffy, Resident Evil, Silent Hill, horror and supernatural. Like Buffy, Resident Evil, Silent Hill, all great
action,
great franchises.
adventure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you
So
have you
absolutely.
done the giveaway for Path yet?
Not yet. I think that's slated for tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Okay.
Fucker.
So definitely. I know. I was surprised at how many giveaways we accepted into it. So we've really had to stay on top of
awesome.
spacing them out so we could do all the giveaways. But it's been awesome because everybody here in the community has won some really cool stuff.
Yeah,
Let me tell you.
awesome.
I'm like, I wish I could be a community member just to win stuff. Oh man.
know.
So type in #worthy for a chance to win Worthy Chaos Redemption issue 1 and 2, the physical product, which is very, very cool. For anyone who is a comic fan or likes to collect, this is a great thing to keep on your bookshelf. Let me tell you, especially with how awesome the cover art is. And clearly, then you're going to want to buy all the merchandise because Corissa does merchandise like once a day. It seems like at this rate.
Oh yeah.
When-
We were just planning. We were planning merchandise earlier today. Actually, we were like, "Oh, look at this!" Just on Amazon.
All right. And I think this is good. So let's that was enough time. So let's roll the raffle and let's see who wins. All right. So free giveaway and let's see who wins this copy of Worthy Chaos. Courtney, congratulations.
Courtney.
Wow, Courtney's like winning like a
Rolling.
couple of different items. You got like a horror something, and now you're getting this comic. I feel like we're opening you up, Courtney, to some other genres, which is going to be awesome. So
Nice.
let's see. I'm going to have to, Courtney, I'll get you the extra giveaway slot so that way you can put down the shipping location because we're going to need to get your shipping address to mail it to. So I'll connect with you and we will get that squared away. But congratulations again, my friend. That is very, very, very incredible. Courtney's like, I'm building up my library for this book club.
Yes.
Oh man. Whew. All right, I feel it. 9.5 hours going strong.
Damn.
More water.
I'm trying to think if
Carissa,
I've even been up for 9.5 hours, but okay.
you two have been wonderful.
Thanks for having us on.
Yeah,
You two are
thank you.
awesome. If you guys
You
want
made
to
it.
find out more about them, everything's linked down in the YouTube description. Go check out both of their stuff. Worthy Chaos, Path of the Pale Rider, and Merchandising Questions goes to these two experts right here.
Thank you. Bye,
Happy
guys.
to help. And you can also book a spot on the Tuesday Morning Brew. Author, artist, poet, whatever you are.
I don't book people on Mondays. You can just show up.
Show up for the chaos. I'll
Yeah.
apologize to you profusely until you figure
Book
out
with
what's going
Laurie, show up with Corissa.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much, you two.
Okay.
All right, my friends, what a great giveaway. So clearly, those of you who wanted to learn about merchandising and author stuff, that was the presentation to do it. But we are going to be hopping into our next really great event. So for those of you who've, let's say you're like, hey, you're working on a memoir, or you really, really, really want to figure out how do I create more believable experiences for my characters. We're going to be hopping into the next one, the matter of a memoir. Have you hit some road bumps while trying to write your memoir? Are you stuck trying to figure out your theme and structure? This workshop will help you define and determine your theme, structure, and key points. So help me in bringing back to the stage, which you might have recognized from our earlier discussion, author Dana Goldstein.
Hi, how you doing?
Welcome back. Long time no chat.
I know, right?
I am so excited. I know even from our discussion conversation earlier, like you were so knowledgeable about publishing. I was like, I feel like we're going to get to learn a lot about the memoir genre now.
Yes. Yeah. I think I'm really like, I'll probably go quickly through the slides that I have because I want to, pardon me, I want to make sure there's a lot of room for questions.
Okay.
Because I've run many memoir workshops and there's
where
always...
you do it and then you run out of time.
Right. Yeah. So I want to honor the time and make sure that everybody's questions get answered. That's my agenda.
Excellent.
Yes.
So what I'll do is you can queue up your presentation if you want to have that all set up. Okay. Usually what I'll do is as you saw from earlier, I'll give you an audio countdown once we get close to the time and I'll come join you. We'll moderate comments. I'm here if you need anything.
All right. Excellent.
All right.
I'm ready to go. All right. So welcome everyone to the matter of a memoir. This is a workshop that I have done in some form or another for 3 years now. Every single time I put this workshop on, it sells out because everybody wants to write memoir, even people who think they don't have a story to tell. I need to stop that right there because everybody has a story to tell. So we have a lot to get through in the next 30 minutes. So what I would like to do is talk about determining theme, structure, and key points. So a little bit about me. Obviously, I'm Dana Goldstein. I'm the author of 3 memoirs. I've got The Girl in the Gold Bikini, Murder on My Mind. So The Girl in the Gold Bikini is about food trauma and family stories. It's not a down depressing book. It's actually kind of uplifting at the end. Murder on My Mind is my memoir about menopause, and Spent is my memoir about a decade that I spent as a retail manager and I was terrible at my job. So as you can see, there are many different types of memoirs that people can put out there. In 2023, last year, I had my first middle grade novel published, and it's part of a duology. So Shift was book 1 and Flow below it was book 2. And then in November of this year, I released my first contemporary fiction called Katya Nuskov's Last Shot. So moving on. this is something I want you to consider. Oh, and I just wanted to say, feel free to take screenshots of anything that I talk about in this presentation today. I'm totally fine with that. If it helps you get moving and move through some of the blocks, excellent. My job is done. But before you even start to write, take some time to think about these 3 points. Who is your audience? Who's going to want to read this story? Who are you writing it for? Think of that kind of person that would be interested in reading your memoir. And then what is the theme? Even though we're going to work through, I'm going to help you work through what some of that, how you can figure out what your theme is. I think you already have an idea. If you're considering writing memoir or you've already started, you're probably already getting some hints of what your theme might be. But the big thing you have to really look at is how you changed, like how this piece of your life affected the rest of your life, or how it helped you move forward, or what held you back. But really the bigger picture is we want to know as readers how you changed from the story that you're sharing with us. What is theme? Let's get right into it. So, theme is the thread running through all the stories that ties everything together. So in my memoir, The Girl in the Gold Bikini, the theme was about food and food culture and diet culture and family dynamics within those stories. For retail, the thread was that I was so eager and ambitious to climb the corporate ladder, and everything I did was the antithesis to me getting there, because I was not a corporate person. I was the kind of retail manager who cared about the people who worked for me and the customers I served, which was not really a great thing in retail. So theme, when you're thinking about theme, think about all the threads that run through the stories. Where are the similarities? What things are common in the stories that you're sharing? So here's some these are really general ideas of themes. So themes of love, betrayal, perseverance, search for adventure, emotional journeys, overcoming adversity is another big one. Think of some of the memoirs that you've read in the past and examine them with an eye to, well, what was their theme, right? One of the memoirs I talk about a lot in my classes is Tara Westover's Educated. Very much a theme of overcoming adversity and moving beyond what is expected of you or what kind of life you're expected to have. So that will, when you start to think about theme, you'll start to see a picture of what stories belong in your memoir and what stories might not belong in your memoir. But before you start censoring yourself, I just want to give you this bit of advice that just write it all. Write it all, first draft, get it all out, because it's an important part of healing, and it's an important part of figuring out what the nuts and bolts of your story are. So even if there's an anecdote or a story that you want to share that you're not sure is going to line up with your memoir, write it anyways. It's a good exercise, and it's good for you to just keep writing. Now we're going to move on to structure. This one you might want to get ready to take some screenshots, because a lot of it is quite detailed to just remember, and it's easier to take screenshots than to write down notes. But one thing you need to know before you decide on structure is you need to know what happens at the end. How does this story, how will your story end? How have you changed? That goes back to what you need to know before you even start writing, and then just keep moving forward through all of that. One thing I do want to say is you do not need to know your structure from the start. It's okay if you have no idea what the structure will be like, and that will become clear later why that is the case, right? So here's some examples. Sometimes structure is determined by a chronological timeline. Again, Tara Westover is educated. We walk through her whole life from when she was a young child living on a farm, operating heavy equipment at 10 years old, to when she's a full-grown adult, post-university, post-Oxford. Sometimes the structure is determined by a theme, exploring one topic spanning several years. For example, Jenny Lawson's Furiously Happy. That it looks at mental health as a theme, and she continues that also in her second book as well. Past versus present in alternating chapters is another way to structure a memoir, until you reach that pivotal moment, and we can move forward from there. So an example of that is Joan Didion's The Year of Magical Thinking. So as you can see, there's many different ways to structure a memoir. But your structure can be whatever you want it to be. And I will explain a little bit more about this. So here's some things I've seen in memoir that are not conventional at all, and just way evident that the author has had complete fun with putting together the memoir. So I've seen memoirs that are presented as courses, structured as courses in a dinner, or a playlist of meaningful songs, a progression of tangible items, locations, snack foods, epistolary, so like letters, emails, stuff like that, recipes, that's another one, alternating points of view, paintings, scientific theory, lessons from elders, holidays, cultural traditions, reverse chronology, diary, and milestone dates. I just want to encourage you to play with structure and allow yourself the freedom to be as creative as you feel you need to be to write your memoir and tell your story. Now, most novels have a 3-act structure, and guess what? That applies to memoir as well. But I wanted to break it down what every act looks like or should look like if you want to write the 3-act structure for your memoir. So act number 1, we have the most important parts of the setup, the before, and the problem. The setup is the who, the why, and the where. So you're introducing the characters. So that's you, your family, the people who are important to the story, the main characters, just like in a novel. And it gives us the setting and tells us why you are writing this memoir, and also explains to us what's at stake. The before section of Act 1 is who you are in this memoir before the inciting incident, which gives you the problem. So how you initially deal with the inciting incident, how it challenges you, and what conflict it presents. So in Act 1, we need a picture of where you are at the start of this memoir and what your big problem or issue is going to be. A lot of this can be sort of talked about in a prologue or an introduction, if that's how you decide to go. If you're going chronologically, all this is going to fall into Act 1. So give the readers a picture of who you are in this memoir before the big change or the big event happened that's pushed you into the next stage of your life. Okay. Act 2 is the during, the obstacles, and the climax. So the during is this is who you are as you grapple with this problem. What are you going through? Things you do that work, things that you do that don't work, what sets you back, what helps you move forward. It's all the complexities of your journey in this part of Act 2. And the obstacles is what helps transform you. The wins or the deep losses that bring on even deeper introspection and help you move forward. The aha moments. Confrontations also belong in the obstacles section of the memoir. Confrontations within yourself and with others. And at the end of Act 2, we want to see the climax. It could be the letdown, the heartbreak, the epiphany, the aha moment, and then maybe even it's the point where you discover that what you want isn't what you actually need, just like in the novels. And Act 3 is made up of the after, the resolution, and the hope. The after is this is who you are after your transformation. The resolution is the solution that you figured out to the problem that was raised in Act 1. And the resolution should also be realization, like, oh, this is how I'm different. This is what I learned. This is how I've changed. This is how I'm better. It's also an opportunity to look at what didn't work and have some insight into the people who are part of your memoir who maybe aren't the best characters and aren't presented in the best light. And then you finish up with the hope, because that's why we read memoir. We want to know, first of all, we're curious. That's what makes us open up the pages of a memoir first. But we also want to know that there's hope at the end of the tunnel, especially when we're talking about memoirs about food disorders or grief or other kinds of loss. We want to know that there is hope and light at the end of the table and at the end of the tunnel, pardon me. And we want to see how your perception has changed. That's what the reader is looking for at the end of a memoir. Now let's talk briefly about what to put in the pages. Apart from your stories that you want to outline and put into the memoir, these are stories, we're looking for stories about motivation, about perseverance, about heartache. We want stories that make readers cry and laugh and cheer. Emotion is huge in memoir. That's what connects people to the stories. When you're writing memoir, you want to write your stories that people will read and see reflections of themselves. And you want to bring the readers into your memoir with very rich descriptions, bring us into your emotions. Like, we need to know how the things that have happened affected you and how the people around you or your own makeup influence the decisions and the choices that you made. It's super important to bring readers into your world with descriptive passages, with a lot of emotion and very human responses. It's okay. Like a lot of the point of memoir is to write about how you messed up, right? So for instance, in my memoir about menopause, I never sought any medical help for what I was going through. Big mistake. It made me suffer for 7 years. I didn't even know what was happening to me. However, I still maintain that if I hadn't gone through those 7 years of perimenopausal torture, I wouldn't have had a funny and enlightening memoir to write for other women. And all the feedback that I get from my memoirs is that people feel that they have been seen and they feel that they're not alone in their journeys. The Girl in the Gold Bikini, the most common comments and reviews I got on that memoir was that women said it felt like I was telling their own story, or that I put into words things that they couldn't fully express themselves of some of the challenges they faced with food and diet and family dynamics. And with respect to Spent, which is my memoir about retail, that's just a fun read for anyone who has ever worked like even a day in retail. People love that book because, oh yeah, I remember that. And that's how it is. And also if people worked in retail, but not at a management level, they got great insight and perspective into what it's like to be a manager who's trying to climb the corporate ladder. So those are the kinds of stories people want to read in memoir, the ones that they can connect to, that they can see themselves in, and that will make them feel that they are not alone in this world in whatever experience they have had. So here's a writing exercise. There's not a lot of time to do it now, but you can get started. And I would like you to take just a few minutes, write down 10 to 15 things that were key moments for you. For example, for a memoir about relationships, some key moments might be the first kiss, the prom date, the first serious relationship, or the worst heartbreak. I don't necessarily need you to do it now, but if you want to take a screenshot and save this one for later, that would be great, because it's a good exercise, and I will go on to explain why this is an important exercise. So these 10, 15 key moments that you are going to write down are going to be starting to make up your plot points in your memoir, right? So in a memoir about relationships, one that I'm working on right now talks about the first love, which in my case was the love of my parents, or the lack of love of my parents in my case. So plot point would be, the first love and how I define that, and the first love being my parents. Then I moved on to like the first time I felt feelings for someone else outside of my family or my parents, right? In this case, it happened to be a teacher who was super kind to me when everyone around me was treating me like garbage. So of course I latched onto him. So he was like, an icon. I think I was 5 or 6 or 7 at the time, super young. But I understood that he was kind to me. And of course, chapters I'm still working on. I'm still working on this memoir as we speak. So there's a lot for me to write. But my plot points were first love. I called the teacher chapter Hot for Teacher because that was the only thing that came to my mind. The first kiss is definitely there. The first almost boyfriend. The prom date was one of mine. The first serious relationship. I've got my first marriage. I've got my second marriage. I've got the love of my children. I've got my biggest heartbreak. All these key moments in my life are starting to form the bones of my my next memoir. So I just want to point you to this book. It's called The Matter of a Memoir. It's available on Amazon. If you go onto Amazon, it's called, and search The Matter of a Memoir workbook, it will come in. But if you just search The Matter of a Memoir, I don't know why it doesn't show up. Thanks, Amazon. But The Matter of a Memoir workbook, this book is going to help you figure out the bones of your memoir through a lot of exercises that are not related to the content you want to put in the book. It's a way to work out some of the kinks. It's a way to learn how to bring emotion into the pages. It's a way to help you channel memories and how to access those memories as accurately as possible, because let's face it, memoir is not easy because memory fades, and we may have changed the narrative in our heads over time, and by the time we come to write the story, it may not be the same as it actually happened. But you don't need to worry about that. That's for another subject on memoir, in another workshop that I do, talking about what to do when your memory is a little bit fuzzy and who you can talk to. But I'll just tell you a couple things really quick. If you are a little fuzzy on your memory and you feel comfortable talking to other people who had a hand in whatever this episode is, by all means, talk to them, ask them questions. But just remember, everybody has their own memory of how something happened, or where or when or who was there. So you'll get different versions from different people, which is absolutely fascinating and interesting to me. If you want to find me, I have this slide. You can scan the QR code that will take you right to my website, where you can see all my books, including the Matter of a Memoir workbook. And I also have a Substack. It's a weekly newsletter, totally free, that goes out every Sunday morning. So you can sit back and have a coffee and read about the chaos and noise in my head and in my life. So that's danagoldstein.substack.com and my website, danagoldstein.ca. But again, if you scan the QR code, that will take you right to my website. So I don't know if there's any questions. I'm going to pause.
All right. So like I think looking and listening to your presentation, I feel like I would be a little more encouraged if I wanted to go work on writing a memoir. I think the challenge that I see with a lot of writers is they don't know how to express their experiences or their traumas as like real stories without either getting pulled into it or doing it in a way that feels accurate. And I can tell just from your presentation, like it is so encouraging.
Yeah. So what I tend to tell people is, treat it like a shitty first draft. Like, don't, like, honestly, even if your memoir never sees the light of day, it's so healing to examine the stories in your life that had an impact on you. And even if you, like, there's a lot of merit in not even worrying about structure or anything, but just writing random stories.
That totally makes sense. And I know I could even tell, like, Courtney was like, I've never been interested in writing a memoir until listening to you speak about the importance of it, Dana. This is awesome. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, Courtney. Yeah. I love writing memoir. And I do it because it's super important to me for my readers to know that, like, hey, this kind of stuff isn't just exclusive to you. It's my way of saying everybody has crap, right?
Everybody has baggage.
Everybody's got trauma, and I'm just going to write about it and not even think twice, right? So the difference is, like, I write these things and then I do hit publish.
Yeah, and if anybody here in the chat, if you have any questions about writing a memoir or about like how would you translate like a real life experience into a story, now is the time to ask. And I can tell, Dana, like how experienced you are in this subject. I'm curious, what has been the most difficult part of writing a memoir for you?
So the most difficult, actually, it was my first memoir was the most difficult.
Oh, really?
Yes, because there was a lot of family stuff in there, especially with my mom and my dad. And
Okay.
I did not tell them that I was writing a memoir.
Oh, that must be hard, actually, writing about real life people and then the way they might feel. Okay.
Right? Yeah. So it was, I wrote it without telling them and didn't deal with how I was going to tell them that I was writing this memoir. And it's interesting. So as a side note, like, you never know. People always ask me in my workshops, like, what if you put out your memoir and then somebody calls you and is like really pissed off about something you wrote about them? And I always say this: the people who were absolute garbage to you and who you wrote about in your memoir in an unfavorable light will never be the ones who reach out because they don't
Mm.
recognize themselves in that. They'll be like, no,
yeah,
it's just like,
I see that all the time, actually, especially in ghostwriting work I've done,
yeah,
where people end up becoming characters or caricatures of themselves.
Yeah.
And they're like, that's not me. And I
Right.
think it's because people want to see parts of themselves as the hero, right? We're the heroes of our own lives, but
Right.
we don't always want to see ourselves cast in negative lights.
Right.
And to tell a good story, like, I know I'm not a memoir writer, but I know from character development that you still have to have highs and lows regardless to tell a full character journey.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
So nobody ever comes after you
Mhm.
in the memoir, but an interesting twist. So when my first memoir was published and I had to tell my parents, my parents were divorced.
Okay.
So I sent them each a copy, and my mother read it and completely went into that headspace. Like, this is not me you're talking about at all. Even though it
Really?
was like, yeah, it was about, a lot of it was about my mom. And did not acknowledge anything, which is okay because I wrote it for my healing, not for hers. But then when my dad read it, he called me and was very apologetic. It was complete shock to me. Like, he called and said, "I'm really sorry what you had to go through, and that I had a role in all of that." And I was like blown away, right? So
Wow.
you get those kind of reactions
That's
too.
interesting. So you get kind of like a
Yeah.
catharsis from
Yeah.
somebody. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So it totally changed the relationship between me and my dad for the better, because like that's all I wanted. Just like say, yeah, I apologize and I messed up. So yeah, but I always say, like, when you're writing memoir, just write and don't worry about all that other stuff. Like, don't worry
Yeah. Yeah.
about how this is going to fit into a bigger picture of a book, or how people are going to react to it, or am I writing the right kind of stuff? Like, just
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think I definitely can see, and I've seen that a lot before, and this actually resonates even with Soul's comment. Soul said, "I've wanted to write a memoir, but I know if my family would find it, I would get so much crap."
Yeah.
And
And
I
I
think
have
that happens to a lot of people. I
Oh
think there's
yeah,
a
I have a very
fear.
good friend
Yeah.
who she grew up in one of those like fundamentalist cult type families. And she did not like, she wrote her memoir, but she did not have it published until after both her parents had passed on.
Really?
So yeah, and she has 10 siblings, I believe. No, sorry, 8 siblings, and only one of them actually has contact with her now.
That is so crazy.
Yeah.
I know, at a much earlier stage in my life, I experienced, let's see, without giving any details away, I experienced a traumatic event that involved, and not myself personally, but I was involved I was just involved in it, but I experienced a series of events that involved kidnapping, running away. It was very intense. And whenever I tell anybody the story, because it's like a really long story, the first reaction is like, that's a movie, right? Because there's just so many things that happen. And of course, throughout the thing, like, I took notes afterwards, and I was like, okay, one day I'm going to turn this into a story, a script, one of the two. But I always ask myself, how do I write it, or how do I frame it without casting people in a negative light while still trying to be true? Because not everybody's the hero in a story.
Right.
And I don't know how I would go about framing things just without making somebody feel away, especially if it's not my personal story. If it's my personal trauma, a little different, but I think there's that factor there.
But it is your personal trauma.
Sure, right.
It still has, like, this is the thing, right?
How it affected me, myself, and I.
Right.
But I could argue that I'm not the one who went through the most emotionally impactful of the experience.
Right. But it's still your trauma that you can write
That's
about from
interesting.
your
Right.
unique perspective.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. And not to worry too much about putting villains in. That's a whole nother chapter on memoir about like, do you need villains in your memoir? Yeah, you do.
I'm pretty sure
But
because you
I
need
would,
an antagonist, right? Like
right?
you
Yeah.
need some type of antagonistic force.
Right. I would challenge you to just like sit down and write it just to see what happens and how you feel.
Yeah,
Because
that's
it
actually a good
like
point.
if
I'll kind of
memoir is like
yeah,
memoir is like yoga, right? Like it brings up a lot of crap.
like practicing it. Okay.
Yeah.
I have the title for the fun memoir that I'll write at one point. It's going to be
Okay.
called The Psychic's Assistant.
Ooh, I like that.
So I think that'll be the fun one I'll do eventually for after many years of working for a psychic medium.
Very cool. Yeah.
So
I worked with one for
yeah.
a while. I actually ghostwrite for one.
Oh, you ghostwrite for? Oh, that must be a lot
Yeah.
of fun. You must have some
Yeah,
really, you
well,
must get
it's
really good material.
yeah, it's chaos.
That's usually what it is. It's like you get like the both sides, right? The highs and the lows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. It's
I
like
know
I say it's like herding squirrels.
I know Courtney was like, I would want to write it about being the only female in my job in the army, but I feel like that could be a lot of legal issues. And I don't know, Dana, this is a great call out, right? How do you deal with certain things that could be like legal? Like what if you're under NDAs for things or things that could get you in trouble?
Okay, so Courtney, I can't remember the title of the book, shame on me, or the name of the author, which is the cover's blue. But it's a book written by a woman who her name is, I want to say it's Danielle. I can look it up, but
You're gonna
if
think
you
of it in like 10
Google,
minutes.
like, yeah, if you Google cult family and army, her book might come up. Actually, let me do it right now since we have time. Anyway, she wrote a memoir. Yeah, it's not coming up. It'll come to me probably later. But anyways, she wrote a memoir about growing up in a cult and then getting out of that cult and then falling right into another cult, which was the US Army. Right, and she called it out like that. And I was just like, it's just
Oh, that's great.
yeah,
Oh, that's great.
it was great. So I don't know, like I think you could probably write about it, but not give any behind the scenes, national secret kind of information. And I imagine you would have to have a sensitivity reader or somebody who's familiar with
that would make sense.
Kind of world, right? I really want to remember the name of this. It's terrible.
It's one of those things because you're trying to think of it on the spot and it'll come to you in like 20 minutes.
Right? Yeah. Or in the middle of the night.
Dana, what you should do if you can't find it right now, when you think of it, you should post it in the Discord.
Okay.
Especially over because we have a book channel and that'd be like the perfect place for it.
Okay. Sounds good. Yes.
But I know it's one of those things that'll bug you until it comes to you. But I want to say that this the memoir workshop has been a really, really great way to close out our Saturday. This has been a very like emotionally impactful, and I know we've gone through so many different emotions today, just from all the different events and experiences and authors, and I feel like I've like now closed like the loop on our second day of the WriteNow-a-thon. So I just wanted to thank you for coming out and joining us, not just the workshop, but then also the discussion as well.
Yes. Yeah. So as I already said, you can find me online at author Dana Goldstein. Visit my website, send me a fill out contact if you have questions. I'm always happy to answer questions about writing and memoir and publishing, anything you want to know, because build community, right? Don't be afraid to ask the questions. Don't be afraid to write your memoir.
And what was the website or what was the link people could find you at?
So the best place is probably my website, which is
Okay.
danagoldstein.ca.
Perfect.
And I'm at author Dana Goldstein on Threads, which is where I'm hanging out the most now since
I know Threads is a good community. There's
yeah,
some great
and
authors on there.
yeah, my Facebook got hacked and I lost it. So
I'm so sorry. That's the worst.
it's actually not been terrible.
Right. It's a sign to move on to other platforms.
Pretty much, yeah. So
well, Dana, awesome. I just dropped that down in the YouTube chat and the down in the comment section. And for anybody who wants to find out more about Dana or connect, it's also linked down in the YouTube description down below. But this has been awesome. And it's been a pleasure to be able to meet you today. Your energy is amazing. I really appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been wonderful. Thank you for allowing me to do this.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. I'll let you get going so we can close out, but thank you again, Dana. And I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Have a wonderful evening.
All right, my friends. And that, man, how are you feeling? First off, how are you feeling? For those of you who are here in the chat, just drop it down. If you're here, just say still alive. Say something, say here, I'm alive, or I made it. I'm like looking at our chat right now. I'm curious to see who's still with us, especially as we've gone throughout the day. And I was like, I just want to know who's still alive with me. Rachel, and you start out the day with a Blurb presentation, my friend. So you've definitely powered through with us all day. Man, it has been what an experience. I feel like it's been pretty good. Like, let's see, who do we still got here? Lynn, you're like still live, a bit peopled out, and I've been on and off all day. Yeah, you've definitely been on a couple times, my friend, and I've seen your chats throughout the day. Rachel, I'm alive. I just had some exits and entrances. Courtney, I think I went over my coffee limit. You and me both, my friend. We've definitely had quite our share of caffeine for sure. And what else do we have? ML, you're like, good. You're like, we're good. Chris, you're like, still here, but I took a nap earlier. Groggy now. Well, I'm a little jealous, but I understand. Megan made it, still kicking. Author at DL. Thank you for stopping by, my friend. For those of you who haven't seen the lineup, DL, our horror author, of which I know somebody won your book giveaway earlier today. I forgot who won it. I think it might have been ML. But DL, will be seeing DL tomorrow with our other Sunday guests. We have so much. It's been such a great event. And Courtney's like, I'm totally crashing after this to get ready for tomorrow. But I cannot truly close out this event without bringing on my fellow guests, my fellow writers and warriors in the pits of the live stream. Let me welcome back to the stage. Everyone knows Chat Soul and Miss Penelope Hartley. You guys still alive?
I was napping in my turtleneck.
Penelope, the last couple hours, Penelope's like, yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive. And she just like fell asleep sitting up. We're like, we're past some bedtimes.
It's past my nap time.
You want to know what? On my screen, so it shows the stream time on the top left of it, and you guys might see it as well. We just crossed the 10-hour mark.
Yep.
10 hours and 5 minutes.
Yay!
How are you? Are you guys still alive?
No, I am Zombie Hartley, and I'll be joining Jezebel shortly.
Joining, well, completely understandable. What with like a real quick thought, how'd you guys feel today went?
Oh, it's great.
I feel like I learned so much. I know energy wise I'm like done, but like I don't even know like what I've experienced today. I just feel like I've learned like 1,000 things, and we've done giveaways, we've done presentations, discussions, workshops, just have all this information and networking in my brain.
I know, like I want to act on so many things and I'm stuck in this chair for the next day.
I know, we're gonna have to absorb for a few days, and we're gonna have to recover and absorb.
I'm gonna have to wake my bum up for a few days.
Oh, you guys get to recover? That's nice, because Monday my kid goes back to school, I believe.
Oh man, and Monday Kaufman's moving, so no rest for the wicked.
Man, so yeah, you got that going on.
Woo! Well, it has been an absolute pleasure. Everybody who's joined us today, thanks for joining us for the Right Now-a-thon day 2 of 3. It has been phenomenal. And for those of you who maybe you joined in late or you missed out, we got more tomorrow. We're kicking off day 3 with even more craziness and shenanigans, right? As we're seeing the next major events, you're going to get to see both Chatsoul and Penelope's really cool presentations tomorrow, because I know you guys have some special things lined up. We have some more discussions on social media, author branding, and the great AI debate. So tomorrow is going to be testy. We're going to be doing our writing game, which is offering a cash prize. So like the writing game's going to be up for a cash prize tomorrow. And we will also be doing our big event, as I am joined by the founder of the AuthorTube Writing Conference, SD Houston, and we are going to be having quite a conversation, my friends. So, and then many of our other events in between. So make sure to come back and join us. We'll be back tomorrow, not too bright and early, at a kind of a reasonable time, depending on what time zone you're in. I'll be launching. We got another fun video tomorrow, and much, much more. So thank you all for joining us today. It has been phenomenal. Please, guys, help me give a round of applause to Chatsoul and Penelope. These two have powered through it, and they don't stream as much as I do. This has been incredible. You guys deserve it. All right, my friends. Well, it's been great. Thank you all for joining us today. I know we saw a lot of you here in the stream, and hopefully we'll see some of you tomorrow. Thanks again. And we're closing out. I'm Kaufman, and these are
Chatsoul,
Sleep Penelope.
And we'll catch you on the morrow. Stay creative, writers.